When Hansen took a look inside, he was shocked. Inside the chimenea, a pair of eyes were looking up at him. Fortunately, Hansen had been through a lot, so he maintained his cool and did not look away. Instead, he just stared right back at the eyes. It didn't look real. The owner of the eyes was something clad in armor, and it was dark like the chimenea itself. The being was sitting inside the chimenea with just its eyes showing, and Hansen couldn't make out anything else. On some level, however, it looked human. Human? Spirit? Or humanoid creature? Hansen wondered to himself, as he continued staring back down at the pair of eyes in the armor. Bauer climbed atop Hansen's shoulder and looked down the exhaust again. Seeing the creature clad in armor, even she thought it was a curious thing. Not long after, Little Fairy, Jade, Little Lion, Little Silver, and Little Star arrived. They also took a look at what was inside the chimenea. The eyes inside the chimenea were unmoving. They continued to stare at Hansen and ignored the others that were now present. Hansen's heart eventually skipped a beat. With the eyes staring at him, it felt as if he was being watched. It shocked him, and he thought to himself, does this mean that this is the thing that keeps watching me in God's ruin? As Hansen continued to get stared at by those eyes, he wondered if the thing was watching every creature, or if it really was transfixed with Hansen himself. Hansen had originally thought every creature that entered God's ruin might get watched, but with the eyes staring at him, ignoring all the others, he did not think his theory was correct. Little Fairy and the others all looked bored after seeing it. They thought it might be a treasure, not something living. Still, in their hearts, there was some element of shock. The chimenea had exuded a horrible icy flame. It was brutal even in a neighboring proximity, which prohibited them from getting close. The creature was now sitting there in the chimenea, and only heaven would know how long it might have been burning for. Whatever the answer was, they could guess how powerful the creature inside might have been. They were in such surprise, though, they didn't know if they should leave. The creature in the chimenea had seen them, and if it chose to alert the black seahorses and a chase ensued, they'd all find themselves dead very quickly. Jade, Little Lion, and Little Star had become super class, but not even they would help triumph against 11 black seahorses. Before they could run off, though, they heard a not too distant sound of crying. It shocked them. They looked around for the source and saw a 1-meter-tall ice seahorse. Somehow, it was inside the sea of clouds. With its megaphone-looking mouth, it was making those sounds at them. It did not seem hostile, and it just looked at them with curiosity. But after the noise subsided, the bigger ice seahorses and black seahorses quit their get-together. Then, a few dozen eyes turned to stare at Hansen and his group. "Run," Hansen said and immediately took off running. Hansen's power was very strong, but he had only reached super. Every black seahorse was super class, but there was also the ice seahorses backing them up and the enigmatic creature inside the chimenea. If they stayed behind for a fight, it was likely they would end up in bad shape. They kept running downhill as the little seahorse followed. The 11 black seahorses that had seen them looked incredibly angry, and they gave an earnest chase. They were much faster than Jade, Little Lion, too, who was now super. "Oh no. These black seahorses are too scary. We'll be dead if they catch us." Jade, Little Lion looked back and was shocked by what he saw. A black seahorse was directly behind him. Hansen chomped his teeth, then grabbed Bauer and Little Silver and brought them onto Little Star's back. Then he shouted, "Come up here. Run, Little Star." Little Fairy leaped up and so did the little seahorse. It looked like it was actually having fun. Starsea Beast used its Starsea power, and then, its body shone with countless stars like a galaxy. Its speed was supremely fast now, as well. "Wait for me." Jade, Little Lion caught up, but he was too big. All he could do was cling to Starsea Beast's tail. With the stars all around, Starsea Beast's body enabled it to traverse through glaciers. The black seahorses were unable to catch anything, and all they did was crash into the glaciers, shattering them. Still, the black seahorses were determined and not yet willing to abandon the chase. Star Sea Beast continued to travel through the glaciers like this, as the black seahorses hounded them from behind. Aside from the black seahorses, the ice seahorses had started to chase them, too. They made a shrill, moaning sound. Dong! All of a sudden, the black seahorses then turned and entered the clouds. The chains from the Chimenia manifested and attached to the black seahorses. The chains bound the necks of the black seahorses and prohibited them from traveling any further. The chains pulled them back all the way to the Chimenia. They grumbled and grunted with anger, unable to escape the binding. The ice seahorses were still able to maintain their pursuit of Star Sea Beast, but when it traveled through a few additional glaciers, the seahorses lost track of Star Sea Beast. They were able to hear the cries of the seahorses when the pursuit was on, but they couldn't any longer. Star Sea Beast is great for escaping. Hansen felt rather happy on the inside. The speed and power of Star Sea Beast, now that it was super, had increased by a lot. Star Sea Beast eventually came to a stop on an icy field. Everyone dismounted it at that point. Jade Little Lion made sure to examine Star Sea Beast and profusely compliment the creature. This brother can travel through objects? Wow! This is far too strong. The little ice seahorse that had followed them now looked frightened. It spun around in circles, as if it could no longer find its mother. It kept crying as if it missed its parents. They were now very far away from the seahorses, and no matter how hard it whined, its parents wouldn't hear it. Bauer jumped onto the back of the little ice seahorse, and with her fat hands she stroked its head. Calm down. Don't be afraid. Bauer is here for you. The little ice seahorse rubbed its head into Bauer as it cried. It looked as if it had found protection now, and it didn't look as helpless as it just had. Hansen wanted to kill the little ice seahorse, but Bauer seemed to like it. This prompted him to drop the idea. I never thought the Chimenia would bear a creature like that. I wonder what it is, Jade Little Lion said. It's alive, so it cannot be the relic. Little Fairy looked annoyed. I don't know if it is the relic or not, but it would be best if we don't provoke it. The black seahorses are super creatures, but it can snare them with those chains with ease. They were completely unable to resist. The creature in the Chimenia must be strong. I don't think we can fight it, Hansen said, and then walked forward. Everyone was of the same mind. Giving up on the Chimenia, they then opted to try somewhere else. The little ice seahorse followed after Bauer. At first, the creature missed its group of seahorses, but after a while of playing with Bauer, its mood turned happy again. Hansen spent the next few days traversing the ruins, but he couldn't find anything. Of course, Hansen did not care too much if he did not get a reward for the current endeavors, as he was spending a lot of time practicing the skill he learned from the Destiny's Tower. Once he was done, he was going to return there with Star Sea Beast and see if he could take the treasure out of the tower with him. Novel full, the 7 items in there had the possibility of being the relics that they were all seeking. Little Fairy and the others searched in the ruins as well. Hansen, in the meantime, just took it for a nice trip and nothing more. He didn't expect to find anything else that was decent. One particular day, after 2 weeks of traveling and searching, everything seemed to be the same for Hans Senator. He sat on Star Sea Beast's back and practiced the skill he was in the midst of learning. But suddenly, he felt his life door shake, and the pumping of his blood accelerated. The blood in his body wasn't being driven by his heart anymore. Its rush was sustained by the life door now. And with each fresh pump, new changes came along with it. It was a brand new cycle, and it brought changes to the way Hansen's body operated. The changes did not just apply to his blood. The blood was simply the catalyst for everything else. Hansen's cells and genes were undergoing direct changes. Hansen's appearance mostly did not change. All the changes were internal, save for his black eyes that became red. Aside from his eye color, though, Hansen seemed exactly the same. There were a lot of changes to his insides, however. Hansen felt as if his bones and flesh had been wholly rebuilt. His entire body actually felt much heavier, by a few multiples. And yet, his body and bones were like a bird's. His blood was not carried by vessels, as it was directly entwined with his bones and flesh. These changes made Hansen's body feel far more sensitive. He was able to control himself better, and even his base power seemed to be much stronger. When Hansen looked at Starseed Beast and Jade Little Lion, though, he was given a shock. His vision had been altered with his new red eyes. With that red vision, Hansen could see the blood that coursed through their bodies. Or at least, that was what Hansen thought at first. After a closer examination, Hansen noticed it wasn't the blood he was observing. If the blood was flowing, then its course must have been dictated by the heart. But this was not what Hansen saw. A red force was inside their bodies, just flowing, and there was a saturation depicted in different areas on them. There was no set route to the flow he was seeing. Is that their life force? Hansen guessed, although he was not sure. Hansen wanted to get a closer look, but he felt a pain in his head and his body started to twitch. It was like he was getting stabbed by a number of needles. Hansen stopped the skill immediately, and when he did that, the pain and needle-like sensation went away immediately. The changes in his body reverted back to how they were before he practiced the skill, and the blood began pumping from his heart, just like it used to. Novel full, Hansen could feel his body was now rather weak, and he thought to himself, this skill costs a lot of energy. I only had it activated for a few minutes, and already my body felt as if it was on the verge of collapsing. I wonder what my strength is like when I use this transformative skill. And was the red flow I saw their life force? Hansen rested for the next half-day. His body soon returned to normal, and there were no lasting effects or issues. It's time to go back to the white metal tower to collect the treasure there. Hansen had also thought of a way in which he might get Little Fairy and Jade Little Lion out of his hair for a time. He told them it would be best to split up and search separately. So, Hansen ended up just bringing Bower, Little Silver, and Little Star with him to the White Tower. The little ice seahorse followed Bower, determined not to leave. As a result, Hansen had no choice but to allow him to come. Jade Little Lion was still, by all accounts, an outsider. And Little Fairy could be a touch suspicious. As a result, he didn't want them to come with him. Starseed Beast brought Hansen to a glacier mountain, the one that was populated by deadly flowers. Starseed Beast was super class, and casting its traveling skill no longer costed as much energy. It brought Hansen right to the doorstep of the White Tower. Hansen was excited, and he hastily threw the door open. He scrambled up to the top floor and saw the 7 pedestals of treasure were still intact and untouched. He breathed a sigh of relief. It looks like God's retribution really couldn't learn the skill. If he could, he would have come back here before me. Either that, or he can learn it and just hasn't finished yet, Hansen thought. Seeing the 7 treasures sitting neatly on the stone pedestals, Hansen cast the skill. His body engaged with all those weird changes again, and then he reached his hand out to see if he could go past the space vortex shield and grab the treasure. Hansen did this very carefully. His hand approached the prizes slowly. But when his nails brushed the end of the platform, the tips of his fingernails disappeared. Hansen's face changed. He pulled his hand back and said, "This skill doesn't even let me go past the space vortex shield?" Hansen had spent a lot of effort in coming here, and after all that, this was the result. It was dismal, and it sent a chill running through his heart. As this happened, though, Hansen heard a loud sound come from outside. It rocked the construct itself. Then, he heard the crying noises that were all too familiar to him. Hansen's face changed. He went up to the window and pushed it open. Hansen looked down from there, and it was just as he thought. 11 black seahorses were situated right outside Destiny's tower. They were blocking the entrance, too. The 11 black seahorses repeatedly cried at the tower, making extremely loud screaming noises. sh*t. Those black seahorses are really p*, said, and they even brought the Chimenia with them. If I knew they'd come after me, I wouldn't have brought the little ice seahorse. Hansen thought the black seahorses had come there to rescue the small creature. The notion made him feel depressed. He didn't know when the Chimenia had begun spewing icy fire again, but that's what it was now doing. The mouths of the 11 black seahorses were shaped like megaphones. They spat out frosty air at the white metal tower. sh*t. Are those black seahorses that cruel? Even if I did steal your little ice seahorse, there's no need to freeze him and me together. You guys are crueler than tigers. Hansen felt depressed, and he tried to think of a way he might escape this predicament. The frosty air cropped across Destiny's tower, webbing the entirety of its metal structure. Even if Little Star used its Starsea powers to escape, Hansen thought they'd be frozen, anyway. Boom! The glaciers all around were broken by that frosty air. The peaks collapsed, and soon after, the cap of the white metal tower came crumbling down with them. The deadly flowers had become nothing but icicles under the force of that frosty air. The cold ruined and destroyed any powers they possessed. And soon after, the very ground began to tear and come asunder. It was like the world was ending. The 11 black seahorses and their power were too much. The wrath they unleashed could have definitely put them in the category of being berserk super creatures. f*ck. They're trying to kill me. Wait a minute. If they're using such powerful frosty air, then why don't I feel cold? Hansen was shocked when he realized he didn't feel cold at all. The frosty air froze the glaciers stiff until they broke, but Hansen was not feeling a thing. The frosty air might as well have not even existed. Is it so cold that my brain froze, and now I cannot feel the cold anymore? Hansen pinched himself, but he did feel pain. His skin was still silky smooth, as well. He definitely wasn't frozen. What's going on? Has the white metal tower shielded us from the black seahorse's ice spit? Amidst Hansen's shock, he asked himself this question. The white metal tower was atop an ice mountain. The 11 black seahorses had broken the mountain with their frosty air. The white tower had been falling, but now, they were no longer feeling any such movement. Hansen quickly returned to the window, and what he saw surprised him. The white metal tower hadn't fallen with the mountain. It was actually hanging in midair. A hand was there, holding it aloft in the sky. It was a giant, rock-like hand. And the huge white tower was being casually held up by this hand. It wasn't taking up the entire hand, either. The tower looked like a toy that just happened to rest in its palm. Hansen followed the hand back to the arm that supported it. The hand was actually connected to a man made of rock. A giant rockman. It also just happened to be headless. The rockman was sitting between the glaciers with its hand holding the white metal tower aloft. This was the headless rockman Hansen had seen on the first floor of the white tower. Now that rockman was shining, and the light it gave off was so bright, it obscured sight of the mountain itself. It was a godlike sort of magic. Destiny. Destiny. A really sad voice came from the rockman. It was like he was saying you could not control destiny. Destiny was full of unfairness, and it was governed by cruelty. Rockman had no head, though, so Hansen wasn't sure where the voice was actually coming from. Regardless, it boomed like thunder. It made the blood inside his body vibrate so wildly, it felt like it was trying to break out. When Hansen looked at the 11 black seahorses and the Chimenia next, his face changed. The black seahorses and the Chimenia had somehow become gigantic. They were almost as big as the rockman. All the black seahorses looked like Sun-class battleships. And the Chimenia looked like an entire planet. Destiny. Destiny. My life is my life. My life is my life. It does not belong to the sky. Rockman's voice sounded even crazier than it had before. It was spoken with a force that should have been enough to sunder the earth. It was like an undying warrior, filled with a zeal for murder. After all these years, do you still not understand? The Chimenia now spoke, and it was a cold voice that came from it. It was not loud, but its volume was still greater than the Rockman's. It came into Han Sen's ear without losing a single word. That voice was unisex, too. Han Sen couldn't determine whether or not it was the voice of a woman or a man. But what Han Sen could tell was that it was the creature with the armor that was speaking. I won't understand, even in death. The Rockman had a very loud and angry voice. Its other hand, which was like a mountain, came towards the 11 black seahorses and the Chimenia. It felt as if the ground was breaking when that big hand moved. Wherever the big hand went, the entire dimension was cracked. It felt like the whole world could be crushed below its might, whenever it struck. The 11 black seahorses were screaming at it angrily. The megaphone lips that were like the gun emplacements on a Sun-class battleship spat out frosty air. Their force was enough to impede and stop the movement of the stone hand. That scary, frosty air made its hand freeze in place. The creatures then generated more ice to encase it inside. You are dead. You should understand that. The Chimenia spoke again with an even colder voice. I won't. Even if I die. The Rockman sounded very sad, and he continued pushing down. The ice that encased his hand was broken and cast away, and the hand resumed its advance. It was going to break the heads of the 11 black seahorses. Pop! The 11 black seahorses spilled blood and fell back. Even they could not withstand the Rockman's power. Let it burn to dust. With that cold voice, the Chimenia's grate was opened. The ice fire came out, and it began to rapidly approach the body of the Rockman. Han Sen now knew that neither the Rockman nor the black seahorses were coming after him. Still, witnessing such wrathful power was very frightening. Han Sen had simply come there for treasure. He didn't expect to encounter such bad luck and stumble into the crossfire of two bosses fighting. Compared to the Chimenia and Rockman, Han Sen's power was like a small river running into the sea. He was not very effective by comparison. Seeing the ice flames come like a river, Han Sen was worried that the tower would be completely destroyed. The Rockman's hand that held the tower moved, and the tower flew through the air. It was going towards the airborne fire. And then, Han Sen saw the frost get absorbed and nullified by the body of the white metal tower. It sucked it up clean. Han Sen's face looked ill. There was a lot of icy fire getting absorbed by the tower, and if the interior filled up, the people inside would not fare well. But Han Sen's fear of this did not materialize. The icy flames that were absorbed by the tower did not actually manifest on the interior. No fire appeared on the inside, threatening him. But on the top floor of the tower, another pedestal appeared. There was an ice flame on it, like a frosty flower rolling around. Now Han Sen understood where the other 7 items had come from. They were not placed there as treasure by those who constructed the tower. They were actually items that had been absorbed and claimed by the tower from others, /updated by novel full. These guys are too scary. I need to find a way to escape from here. Han Sen looked outside the tower and tried to think of a way in which he might make it away. The ice flame hadn't hurt them this time, but who knew what might happen as the fight dragged on. It would be best if they left as soon as they were able to. The situation outside made Han Sen want to avoid unnecessary risks, however. When the ice flames were absorbed by the tower was headed directly for the Chimenia. It looked as if it was going to crush it. Novel full. The ice flames inside the Chimenia had dispersed, but Han Sen wasn't sure if the fires were put out by the Chimenia's own volition or if they had just been stolen. A creature with black armor then emerged from the Chimenia. It grabbed the metal tower headed for it and lifted it up. The tower was shining amidst that deflective power, and the creature was unable to crush the little thing. The headless Rockman was pressing down on the top of the tower, and his scary might was forcing it down. As he did this, the black-armored creature pushed up from below. Those two frightening forces were pushing and pulling with unimaginable force. The shockwaves generated came from the center of the tower, and the glaciers near them all broke. Chunks of ice were sent flying everywhere, and it created a terrifying scene. Han Sen and Bauer were not having a good time. The tower had absorbed a lot of power, but it was unable to block it all. The Rockman's power and the black armored foe's power were seeping into the interior of the tower. The Rockman's power was like blood, though, and Han Sen thought it seemed rather familiar. He eventually realized it was the skill he had learned from inside this same tower. Does this headless Rockman have a relationship to Human Emperor? Or is he himself Human Emperor? Han Sen had a lot to think about. The black armor foe's power was very weird. It was a power that included both ice and fire, and combined them. Han Sen could not tell where the power came from, but it was extremely strong. When those powers entered the tower, no damage was dealt to the interior. The powers did, however, cause a lot of trouble for Han Sen. Inside the tower, it was suddenly cold and hot at the same time. And the blood power from the Rockman made their blood flow inversely. It felt as if the blood was going to gush out from their bodies. Little Silver and Star Sea Beast did their best to resist both of those powers, but it wasn't going well. Their life forces were messed up, and there was a chance it could trigger a self-rot combustion. Han Sen summoned his god Geno Core and his bloodlust Ant King to fight back that wretched combination of power. Novel full. The headless Rockman and the black armor foe were still engaged in combat, but neither of them seemed to be the dominant force. They were both locked against each other. When Han Sen looked back outside, having the tower for shelter was far better than the surrounding region. The power outside was far too scary, and it made them realize there'd be no hope of escaping if they were to set foot outside the tower. But Han Sen, feeling that power leak inside, thought to himself, I practiced the skill of the tower, so maybe I can use my power to control the blood power that is trying to invade here. If I can control that power, I don't have to deal with both of their powers. I'd only have to deal with the ice and fire. Han Sen cast the skill he had learned from the tower. He used the Blood Pulse Sutra, and then his body went into a strange mode of operation. Han Sen triggered the secret skill, but it didn't allow him to immediately control the blood power just yet. He felt like the blood power would eventually come, though, like it had been searching for a host. Using this skill cost a lot of energy, however. And Han Sen knew he wouldn't be able to last long with it. But when the blood power began to seep inside of him, he felt a lot more awake. He no longer felt tired, and the headache and twitchy feelings vanished. When the blood power was inside him, it was refined by the skill he was casting. It moisturized his transformed body, and the flesh and bones changed even more. As more and more of that blood power was refined, Han Sen started to feel some weird connection between him and the tower. He could feel the pulse of the tower, like his blood was connected to the construct. Of course, it was just a feeling more than anything. He couldn't physically control the tower. As the fight went on, Han Sen felt the treasures on the pedestals start to get corroded by the weird power. They all started to fade, even that ice flame. The treasures on the rocks were melting, and a godlight from the pedestals began to shine and illuminate the tower. The light melted into the construct itself. It made the tower shine brighter, and the strength it possessed increased. Are you really this stubborn in your refusal to understand? The black armor foe said. The headless man of stone looked sad. If understanding is my destiny, then I will forever forsake the need to understand. Then you will disappear. After that cold voice spoke again, the black armor foe threw a punch towards the bottom of the tower. And then, the entire tower went flying through the air. The Rockman's hand that was holding the tower had been cleaved through, and his entire body went stumbling back. The black armor foe created another flame, and he used it to forge an ice-fire sword. With it, he slashed towards the Rockman. The sword flame was terrifying to witness, and the tower was now like the ceiling of the sky. Han Sen saw the explosions erupting outside, and it genuinely felt like the earth was collapsing. He almost couldn't see what was going on. The treasures on the pedestals had all melted into the tower at this point, and you could hear the weaponry hit the construct. Every impact made the tower's power even more messed up. The tower shook violently, like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Even Hansen could not control his body. Silver Fox, Little Star, and Little Ice Seahorse were rolling around the interior non-stop. Hansen held Bauer tight to his chest, not wanting her to suffer a hit. He cast the secret skill to absorb more of the tower's blood power so his companions did not have to endure it. Then, they would only have to deal with the ice and fire. Fortunately, the metal tower was firmly built. Even after all those horrible impacts, it was solid and had not been broken. Only a small amount of that power was able to seep through, and it was enough for them all to withstand. After what felt like a century to Hansen, he heard a giant rumbling noise. Hansen's entire body bounced up, hitting the top of the tower, and then fell back to the floor. After that, things went back to normal. The metal tower stopped shaking, the energy suffusing the tower vanished, and everything was quiet. Is it finished? Who won? Hansen climbed up from the floor, shook his head, and looked around. Little Silver, Little Star, are you both okay? Little Silver, Little Star, and that Little Ice Seahorse all climbed up from the ground, shaking their heads and bodies, looking dizzy. Fortunately, none of them were injured. Though their forces were a bit weaker, nothing appeared to be seriously wrong with them. Hansen was relieved seeing them all okay. He then ran to the tower window and looked outside, and he was shocked by what he saw. The tower was now submerged in water, as if it were in an aquarium. Many sea creatures were visible through the window, swimming around them. Hansen reached out his hands, and what he touched was indeed water. He looked up, and there was something that looked like blurry clouds above them. There were many strange cracks in the surface of the blurry clouds. Hansen took a serious look, and then he realized what had happened. The metal tower had cracked the ice and sunk into the ocean, and now they were at the bottom of the sea. Quite a few marine creatures were visible, but he couldn't see the rockman or the black armor foe anywhere he looked. The marine creatures only had mutant life forces at best, so they were not a threat to Han. Senator Hansen decided to venture out of the tower. Hansen swam toward the cracks in the ice, and after he reached the surface, he found himself surrounded by icebergs and unable to see the mountains anymore. Are we not in God's ruin anymore? Hansen looked around, but he couldn't feel that strange power around him anymore, which meant he was no longer in God's ruin. The headless rockman and the black armor foe had been fighting for such a long time that their access to God's ruin had closed. Hansen looked around, but he couldn't see the headless rockman or the black armor foe, and neither could he sense the power ripples around him, so he dived back towards the metal tower in the ocean. Little Silver looked much better, and the others had also regained consciousness. Little Silver was healing the Little Ice Seahorse's injuries using his lightning. As for Little Star, it had already reached super level, so it had a much stronger body and wasn't injured very badly. Hansen ran down to the first floor, but he couldn't find that headless stone figure. As for the metal tower, its first floor was completely empty. Aside from the technique inscribed on the walls, nothing was left. Just as I expected, the headless rockman was the headless stone figure in the tower, Hansen thought. Where did he go, I wonder? Can I control the metal now? Despite having been used to fight that horrifying black armor foe for so long, the metal tower was so sturdy that it wasn't damaged. It was definitely a top-tier item. During the fight, Hansen had sensed that he was somehow connected to the metal tower, so he wondered if it would be possible for him to claim the metal tower for his own. However, he couldn't sense the connection between him and the metal tower anymore. Hansen hesitated, and then he used his techniques again, letting his body enter that strange state. As he did so, he immediately felt the bizarre connection between him and the metal tower. It was stronger than before. Hansen had tried to control the metal tower while the headless rockman and the black armor foe were fighting, but he hadn't been successful. Now that the headless rockman was gone, however, there was a chance that he might succeed. Han Sen was just giving a shot. He might be able to bring the metal tower under his control if things went well, and even if he couldn't do it, he would lose nothing by trying. Han Sen moved his thoughts, and the metal tower immediately started to shake, making rumbling noises as if it were falling down. Han Sen quickly got out of the metal tower with Little Silver and the others, then turned to look back at the metal tower. The tower shook and began to shrink quickly, and after only a short while, it reduced to the size of a man's palm. The power inside Han Sen's body was flowing, and the tower shot into his sea of soul. At the same time, there was a familiar voice echoing beside Han Sen's ears, which exhilarated him. Emperor Geno Core Godly Tower gained. Emperor Geno Core. It's indeed a top-tier item. Han Sen didn't know the exact differences between Emperor Geno Cores and Super Geno Cores, but he knew that Emperors should correspond to Berserk Super creatures, so Emperor Cores would be more powerful than Super Cores. Just as he was about to summon the Godly Tower to check its power, Han Sen felt a strong headache and his body began to twitch. He had to deactivate the skill and return his body to its normal state first. However, after deactivating the skill and trying to summon the Godly Tower, he found that he couldn't connect to it anymore. The tower was slumbering in his sea of soul, like a dead object. Can I only utilize the Godly Tower while I'm transformed? Han Sen was a little bummed. If he could only summon the Godly Tower while he had that weird skill running, then he would only be able to use it for a short period of time. Han Sen took Bauer and the others to swim out of the ocean and return to the icebergs. He wanted to figure out where they were, but they were surrounded by icebergs and ocean, and he couldn't see a single ice mountain. Apparently, they were already far from God's ruin. Since Han Sen had no idea where they were, he needed to pick a direction to travel. He picked south. Little Star was carrying all of them, which allowed them to move quickly and with little effort, and with Little Silver present, most creatures wouldn't dare to get close to them. After only a few days, they had stepped out of the ice zone. Everything around them looked strange, and Han Sen had no idea where they were. Han Sen had to ask Little Star to keep heading south, and after only 10 miles, he heard people fighting somewhere in front of them. Humans? Han Sen smiled as he listened to the noises. That yelling could only come from humans. Han Sen took Little Silver and walked forward. If they were really humans, he could at least ask them where he was. After climbing through some mountains, he saw several humans encircling a mutant creature. Amazingly, he knew one of the humans. However, the group wasn't doing well. Although the humans were working together to fight the mutant creature, it was still crushing them. They could barely maintain their formation. The leader of those humans seemed to be Iron Fist Jia Sherdao. When Han Sen joined the Demigod Association, he had come into conflict with Jia Sherdao, and it ended pretty badly. I can't believe I'm so unlucky. I've finally run into some humans, yet I'm at odds with one of them. Why do I keep running into people I don't want to see? Han Sen thought. Jia Sherdao was powerful. He had an Iron Fist glove on his right hand, which seemed to be his Geno Core. Each strike from that fist left a scar across the scales of that mutant creature. As for his companions, they were relatively weak. They weren't strong enough to break the creature's scales. When they hit the mutant creature with their blades, they were basically just scratching its back. That mutant creature looked bizarre. Its body looked like a turtle's, but it didn't have a shell. Instead, it was covered by thick scales. Jia Sherdao seemed to have a gemstone Geno Core, and when his glove hit the creature, it slashed the scales half a foot deep. Each impact left behind visible flesh and seeping blood. That mutant creature was attacking the humans savagely, damaging the formation that Jia Sherdao and the others were trying to maintain. The creature was relatively slow, so it wasn't a deadly threat, but it looked ferocious. Hi all, need some help? Han Sen moved closer to them, bringing Little Silver and the others with him, but he didn't help them immediately. The fight was still ongoing. He didn't get along with Jia Sherdao well, so if he made a move, they might think that he was trying to steal their kill. Please do, my friend. Jia Sherdao and the others were overjoyed. They were having a hard time fighting the mutant creature as they couldn't injure it severely, and they were quickly becoming exhausted. They might not even survive the battle. It would be great if someone could help them now. Yet Jia Sherdao was dazed when he turned his head and saw Han Sen. After getting a confirmation, Han Sen didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned his split-blade Geno core. He moved his body and instantly arrived beside the mutant creature, cutting through it. The mutant creature and its thick scales were sliced in half like a piece of tofu. Jia Sherdao and the others were shocked. They stared at the dead mutant creature. That mutant creature was called Cho Shell Beast, and it had powerful defenses, even among the sacred blood creatures. Yet Han Sen had cut the creature in half with a single strike. Even Jia Sherdao was stunned by that. Sacred blood creature Cho Shell Beast killed. Beast soul gained. Geno core unobtained. Eat the flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. Han Sen hadn't expected to get the beast soul, which thrilled him. Slashing Blade was a super Geno core, and it was one of the most destructive super Geno cores. It could kill a sacred blood creature easily, and it was a happy surprise for him to get a sacred blood beast soul as well. It's been a long time, Mr. Jia, said Han Sen, looking at Jia Sherdao. Jia Sherdao forced a smile and said, It has indeed been a long time, Brother Han. Your power has improved so much. It was so easy for you to kill a Cho Shell Beast. You must be at the super level already. It's not that easy to get super genes. My sacred Geno points are just maxed already, and I was lucky enough to get a highly destructive Geno core, said Han Sen, smiling. Others also went up to Han Sen and talked to him. They were all experienced demigods, and Han Sen had heard of them all. However, other than Jia Sherdao, Han Sen hadn't met any of them. They were more joyful after realizing that Han Sen didn't want the flesh and blood of the Cho Shell Beast. They relaxed, and they answered all the questions Han Sen had in detail. Han Sen wasn't amused to find out where he was now. There was a human shelter nearby, which was where Jia Sherdao and the others all lived. It was one of the few top-tier shelters owned by humans. However, Han Sen didn't want to see the owner of that shelter. Though many more humans had become demigods over the last decade, Luo Haitang still stood far above the rest. The shelter Jia Sherdao and his friends were staying at was known as Godslayer's Shelter, and it was ruled by Luo Haitang. Han Sen was a little hesitant about the idea of entering Godslayer's Shelter. It wasn't entirely Luo Haitang's fault that Han Sen's mom left the Luo family, so Han Sen didn't have any specific animosity toward Luo Haitang for that. However, Luo Haitang had tricked Han Yen into practicing the falsified Sky Sutra, which deeply upset Han Sen, so he had a very bad impression of Luo Haitang and his family. If Luo Haitang ran into trouble, the Luo family would ask Han Yen, who was just a girl, to fulfill their family oath. That oath was a promise passed from generation to generation, and it required one of their family members to fight Ashura every 10 years. It was a family curse which was forced upon Han Yen by Luo Haitang, which was the main reason why Han Sen had a grudge against Luo Haitang and his family. Han Sen, your great-grandfather Mr. Luo is in the shelter now. Do you want us to take you to see him? Asked Lu Che, one of the demigods. Han Sen hesitated, but he shook his head and said, No need. I still have something else to do. Finishing that, Han Sen planned to leave. He now had some idea of where he was, so it would be easy for him to get back to God's ruin. The ferry was still in God's ruin, and Han Sen needed to go back and take his share of the profits from the Godlight Tunnel. He planned to get back to God's ruin and check if Jade, the little Lion King, and the fairy were still there. Jia Sherdao hesitated, then called to Han Sen, Brother Han, please hold on for a minute. What else do you want? Han Sen asked, stopping and looking at Jia Sherdao. Jia Sherdao clenched his teeth, forced another smile, and said, Brother Han, I have some business to discuss with you. Are you interested? What business? Han Sen looked at Jia Sherdao, confused. It's about killing a super creature. I found some opportunities that we can kill super creatures, but I'm not strong enough to break their bodies. However, with the power of your Geno core, you might have a chance, said Jia Sherdao. What's a super sacred creature? Han Sen was interested. He was definitely interested in killing some super creatures to get their life Geno essences. Han Sen had only gained control of one life Geno essence, which belonged to that dog. As for the others, he hadn't had time to absorb them. It's kind of complicated. Let's go back to the shelter where we can talk. I can guarantee that you'll be interested in it, said Jia Sherdao. Han Sen hesitated, but he still followed Jia Sherdao back to Godslayer's shelter. According to Jia Sherdao, there wasn't only one super creature, instead, there was a group of them. Also, if someone had enough power to break the skin and flesh of those super creatures, it would be easy to kill them all. Even Han Sen was interested in that, so he wanted to learn more. Though there were some conflicts between him and Jia Sherdao, they were small issues that could be set aside when both of them had proper motivation. Though Han Sen didn't particularly want to see members of the Luo family, he wasn't scared of meeting them. Godslayer's shelter was enormous, and chances were good that it was a super shelter. However, only a small number of the members were humans, while the vast majority of them were creatures and spirits. That was normal. After all, there was only a small number of humans in the fourth god sanctuary, so even in shelters belonging to humans, humans were a minority. Just as Han Sen and Jia Sherdao entered the shelter and began walking towards Jia Sherdao's house, Han Sen saw a couple of humans walking towards him. One of them was Luo Li. Luo Li wasn't really Luolan's sister, but Han Sen still needed to call her aunt. A long time ago, Luo Li went to Han Sen and asked him to practice the falsified Sky Sutra, but Han Sen didn't know that the woman was his aunt until his mother told him. Luo Li was talking to two men as she walked out of the shelter. Two men followed Luo Li's gaze and saw Han Senator. They didn't seem to recognize Han Sen. Who is this, Jia Sherdao? Is he a new demigod? Said one of the men. Despite the fact that he was speaking to an experienced demigod like Jia Sherdao, the man was aloof and casual. Jia Sherdao smiled and said, "This is actually a relative of yours. Don't you know him?" Relative? The Luo family doesn't have any relatives, Luo Yu said, curling his lips and as if disgusted with what Jia Sherdao had just said. Because of the power of Godslayer Luo, the Luo family had never actually cared about the ordinary people of the Alliance. They didn't even respect other demigods. After all, many demigods in Godslayer's shelter were under the protection of the Luos, so almost all the demigods venerated those of Luo family, and after a long time, the Luos had become filled with pride. That pride had been injured twice before. One time was when Luo Haitang chose Han Sen as his heir, and the other was when he chose Han Yan as his heir. They were crushed by that. Though the Luo family wasn't large, there were plenty of members in the sanctuaries. The fact that Luo Haitang had chosen someone outside the family instead of them deeply frustrated them, and they felt wronged by the Han family. However, because of their pride, they deliberately showed disdain to the Hans, and they didn't even seem to care about Han Sen and Han Yan. They even tried to avoid hearing news of them. Just like someone would switch channels if they saw someone they hated on TV. In truth, there were only a few families in the Alliance that the Luos actually paid attention to. That's right. Han Sen's mother is Luo Lan. You guys are uncles of Han Sen, said Jia Sherdao. Both Luo Yu and Luo Hui were dismayed hearing the names Han Sen and Luo Lan. In the Luo family, these two names were taboos. You're Han Senator, it's impressive that you became a demigod by yourself at such a young age, but you didn't follow the correct path, so you'll never make it to the top, said Luo Yu coldly. Is this guy mental? Han Sen frowned. He'd never met Luo Yu before, but the man was being incredibly impolite for no reason. Little did Han Sen know, many people in the Luo family had wanted to succeed Luo Haitang, yet Luo Haiteng had picked Han Sen instead. What's worse, Han Sen hadn't given AD*MN about the falsified Sky Sutra, which upset the Luos. From the perspective of the Luos, they were the most powerful family in the alliance, so the falsified Sky Sutra had to be the strongest technique. How Han Sen behaved was both ignorant and laughable. What correct path, said Han Sen, looking at Luo Yu. He had something of a grudge against the Luos as well, so he wouldn't just let this matter go. Luo Yu sneered. It's useless to talk to stupid people. Finishing that, Luo Yu walked by Han Sen, completely ignoring him. Is there something wrong with them? Han Sen asked with a frown. Luo Yu had been incredibly annoying. Let's go back and talk. Jia Sherdao originally thought that the Hans were close to the Luos, which was why he introduced them to each other. He hadn't expected the whole thing to turn out so awkwardly, so he changed the topic quickly. Luo Yu and Luo Hui both walked away. Luo Li looked at Han Sen without saying anything. She wasn't a real member of the Luo family, as she was adopted. Though she also had some of the Luo pride, she wasn't as arrogant as Luo Yu. And because of Luo Lan, Luo Li paid extra attention to the Hans, so she knew much more about Han Sen than Luo Yu did. She knew that Han Sen was actually an incredible person, and Luo Yu couldn't begin to compare with him. However, she belonged to the Luo family after all, so she shouldn't say much to Han Sen, who had been scorned by the Luos. Luo Li continued walking with Luo Yu, but she found an excuse to leave soon after. She went to the place where Luo Haiteng lived and told him that Han Sen had arrived at Godslayer's shelter. Han Sen followed Jia Sherdao to where he lived. Jia Sherdao explained his proposal to Han Sen. Jia Sherdao had discovered a special kind of super creature. These super creatures couldn't move themselves, but they had exceptional defenses. It was difficult for Jia Sherdao and the others to injure mere sacred blood creatures, so it was impossible for them to kill that kind of super creature. After seeing Han Sen's incredible attack power, he had decided to invite Han Sen back as he wanted to collaborate with Han Sen to kill those creatures. Han Sen didn't ask where those super creatures were, instead, he asked about their basic characteristics. Han Sen frowned, then repeated what Jia Sherdao had just said. They are born on the ground, and they have a narrow attack range, so they can just stand there and be hit. Super creatures like that really exist? They're real. I saw them with my own eyes. I'm the only one who knows that place. If you're willing to cooperate with me, I'll take you there in the near future. Jia Sherdao pointed at the sky with his fingers and swore. Why are we doing this in the near future instead of now? Asked Han Sen. Jia Sherdao answered, I've talked about this with the Luos, but I haven't reached an agreement with them yet. It might take a little time, but you can relax. After I've reached a deal with the Luos, I'll definitely count you in. Han Sen immediately knew what Jia Sherdao meant. Jia Sherdao himself wasn't able to kill those super creatures, so he wanted to cooperate with the Luos, but he was afraid that the Luos would betray him. Now that Han Sen had come, he wanted to use Han Sen to balance the Luos. That would be to Jia Sherdao's benefit, or at least, it might keep him from being exploited by either party. It was possible that Jia Sherdao had arranged for Han Sen and Luo Yu to run into each other. He might have wanted to see firsthand whether the relationship between Han Sen and the Luos was really that bad. Though Jia Sherdao has a good plan, the Luos are too tyrannical to give him this chance. He might need to make a choice between us after all. Han Sen didn't say it out loud. Instead, he agreed that he would stay in Godslayer's shelter for a couple of days to wait for Jia Sherdao's news. Han Sen made good use of the time, absorbing the rest of his life geno-essences. Now, his super gene count had already reached 26 points, and his body was greatly improved. Han Sen then went back to the Alliance and told his family that he was okay. After only a couple of days, Jia Sherdao went to Han Sen again, and he smiled and said, Brother Han, I'm really worried. Luo Yu heard that you're joining, and now there's no way that he will go along with it, no matter what I say. This place belongs to the Luos, so I don't know what to do. Han Sen wasn't very concerned about what Jia Sherdao had said. Apparently, Jia Sherdao had chosen to side with the Luos over him. Then I'll just wish you all good luck, Han Sen said, then left. Old Jia, are you really cooperating with the Luos? A demigod following Jia Sherdao asked him after Han Sen left. I just didn't expect the relationship between the Luos and Han Sen to be this bad. If Han Sen joins, Luo Yu and the others will quit completely. If I have to choose between them, I think the Luos are more reliable, so that's the only decision I can make, said Jia Sherdao. Why didn't you choose Han Sen? He is incredibly powerful. And he's only one person, so we wouldn't have to share as much of the profits, said the demigod, confused. Jia Sherdao shook his head and said, we know that Han Sen is powerful, but we don't know exactly how powerful. We all know the strength of the Luos, though. Besides, Han Sen hasn't practiced the falsified Sky Sutra. We're already depending on the Luos for our survival, so it's better if we side with them. After Han Sen left Jia Sherdao's house, he intended to leave Godslayer's shelter. He had just been trying his luck. Now that the deal had fallen through, he found no reason to stay here any longer. However, before Han Sen could reach the gate of the shelter, he saw Luo Li standing near him. The Godslayer wants to see you, said Luo Li, directly. I don't want to see him. Han Sen wasn't very fond of Luo Haitang, so he rejected Luo Li directly. He walked around her, leaving Godslayer's shelter. He wants to talk about Han Yen. What Luo Li said stopped Han Sen. There's nothing to talk about. Don't think you can drag little Yen down just because she's practiced the falsified Sky Sutra. Her last name is Han, not Luo, said Han Sen, dismayed. It's useless for you to say anything to me. You can just talk about it to the Godslayer, or are you scared, said Luo Li. Okay, I'll go to him and talk. Han Sen knew that Luo Li was provoking him, but what she said did make sense. Also, he was powerful enough to talk with Luo Haitang. Han Sen wouldn't involve Han Yen in that endless vicious cycle, no matter what. That was an abyss, and if she was trapped in it, she'd never get out. Han Sen would rather die than let something like that happen to his sister. Please. Luo Li made a gesture and started to lead the way. Han Sen followed Luo Li all the way to a room in the shelter. Han Sen thought that the place where Luo Haitang lived would be exquisite, if not luxurious, yet he was shocked when he saw the residence. Luo Haitang's home was very frugal. It was so simple that it only had a bed, a desk, and a chair. Other than that, the entire room was bare. Luo Haitang had come to see Han Sen once, when an accident in the sanctuary had left Han Sen gravely injured. Now, Luo Haitang looked exactly the same as he had then. Luo Haitang was sitting behind the desk, looking at Han Senator, the legendary Godslayer Luo, who had roamed the sanctuaries as he pleased, looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. He wasn't aggressive at all. He looked at Han Sen peacefully. Don't even think about exploiting little Yen. She's a Han, not a Luo. You have no right to make her fight for your family, Han Sen said straightforwardly. Luo Haitang wasn't upset. He waved his hand, then Luo Li left the room, closing the door behind her. Han Sen opened his mouth to say something, but Luo Haitang spoke first. I'm dying. Han Sen was shocked for a moment. He looked carefully at Luo Haitang, but he found that Luo Haitang was still quite lively, and there was no sign of him withering away. The power inside him was still terrific. He didn't look like someone who was going to die at all. Do you really think you can trick little Yen into fighting for you? Your life is the business of your family, and it has nothing to do with mine, Han Sen said apathetically. Luo Haitang sighed. If there was actually someone useful in my family, I wouldn't have gone to you too, and I wouldn't have used the methods that I did. Luo Haitang paused for a short while and went on to say, as long as I'm alive, I won't let you juniors carry such a fate. But I am truly dying, and I only have 5 years left to live. The next battle against the Jade Shura will happen in 6 years, but I won't make it that long. I can only ask Han Yin to take over the fight, that's the only chance we have of surviving. Again, that's your concern, which has nothing to do with us. Let me repeat myself, there's no way that little Yin will help you Luo's fight, said Han Sen, coldly. Luo Haiteng shook his head. She's practiced the real falsified Sky Sutra. Even if she's not going, the Jade Shura will look for her. Han Sen thought, then you're just playing us. You're the renowned Godslayer Luo, and you're my great-grandfather. Han Sen didn't say that out loud, after all, the old man was one of Han Sen's seniors. Before Han Sen said anything, Luo Haiteng continued, though I don't want to admit it, the truth is that the Jade Shura, who have much more Shura blood, are much better at practicing the falsified Sky Sutra. In order to win against the Jade Shura, I have to resort to some special methods, which quickly burns away my life. No matter how hard I try, I won't last another 5 years. I don't have a choice, so I have to find someone to take over my position. After pausing for a short while, Luo Haiteng said, I'm not saying this to make you empathize with me. I'm just telling you exactly what's happening, and I want you to know that it's true for Han Yin too. If you really care about her, you should help her win the battle she's going to engage in 6 years from now. I've told you that I won't let Han Yin fight for your family. That's not her destiny. Though Han Sen was surprised that Luo Haiteng might actually die in the near future, he wasn't willing to compromise on the issue of Han Yin. Luo Haiteng looked at Han Sen as if he were looking at a spoiled brat. He smiled and asked, then what are you planning to do? They want the falsified Sky Sutra, right? I'll just give it to them, said Han Sen. Luo Haiteng shook his head mildly. Even if you gave it to them, the Jade Shura wouldn't let you go easily. Do you really think they'll allow someone else to know the falsified Sky Sutra? Even if you give it to them, they'll also try to kill Han Yin. Even those who have been exposed to the falsified Sky Sutra, like your mother, might be hunted down. Then I'll kill them all, said Han Sen. Luo Haiteng stopped defending himself. Instead, he said, don't you think the term Jade Shura sounds a bit familiar? What do you mean? Han Sen asked, confused. Luo Haiteng shook his head and continued, the Empress of the Shura race is named Jade Shura. Do you think this is only a coincidence? The Shura Empress is the Jade Shura of this generation? Han Sen looked dazed. Though he also thought it was weird that the names of these two were so similar, he hadn't expected the Shura Empress to be a descendant of the Jade Shura. The Shura had a much stronger emphasis on bloodline than humans, and Jade Shura had been a human. He procreated with the Shura race at first, but afterward his descendants procreated with humans, so the Jade Shura only had a tiny portion of Shura genes. It was shocking to Han Sen that one of them could actually become an empress of the Shura. Luo Haiteng nodded. The empress is the descendant of Jade Shura in this generation, and she's the most powerful descendant. Though she's only practiced half the falsified Sky Sutra, I could barely win against her in the last battle, and her power is still growing. Even if, against all odds, I'm still alive in 5 years, there's a good chance that I might be defeated by her. Luo Haiteng took out a chip and a journal, giving them to Han Sr. This is the record of the battles between me and the Jade Shura, and some of the techniques I developed that go with the falsified Sky Sutra. I hope you can give them to little Yin. She must win the battle in 6 years. If she loses, not only my family will be d***med, but the entire alliance will be as well. I can't imagine the power of a Jade Shura who had practiced the entire falsified Sky Sutra. Han Sen didn't take the chip or the journal. He said calmly, Han Yin is my sister, so I'll be the one who teaches her. You don't need to worry about it. I'll say it one last time, don't go disturb my sister. I'll kill anyone who does, whether that's you or the Jade Shura. Han Sen prepared to leave. Young man, you're being too stubborn. You're behaving just like Lon Air, rebellious and unwilling to listen to others' opinions, said Luo Haiteng. Have you ever thought that your recklessness might cost little Yan's life, and even your mother's? Luo Haiteng saw that Han Sen still didn't want to listen. He sighed. If I had any other options, I wouldn't have chosen you guys. Even if my family is destroyed, you guys can still live happily and peacefully, but the fact is, Lan Er has also practiced the falsified Sky Sutra. Even if the Luos are annihilated, Jade Shura won't let her go easily. You were born in the wrong family, so whether I force you or not, the Jade Shura will come for you sooner or later. Just take it, son. This is the hope of my family, and also the hope of your family. Luo Haitang gave Hansen the chip and the journal. Hansen looked at Luo Haitang. The legendary godslayer Luo seemed like a dying old man. Though he didn't look old from the outside, he was indeed old inside. Out of nowhere, Hansen felt pity for Luo Haitang. He sighed. What did you do? Why do you only have 5 years left to live? You still look pretty spry to me, and you don't seem to have any internal injuries. Luo Haitang said, my potential in the Luo family is definitely at pinnacle level, but compared to those from the Jade Shura, my falsified Sky Sutra is weak. The blood of the Shura determines much of the power of the falsified Sky Sutra, and to win over the Jade Shura, I resorted to something that no human being has ever tried before. I practiced Shura change as a mere human being. The Shura genes in my family are almost negligible, and with that tiny remaining bloodline, I started to practice Shura change as a human being. Luckily, the benefits were beyond my imagination. My power was much greater than that of ordinary human beings after that. Luo Haitang looked kind of smug. That power combined with the falsified Sky Sutra made me invincible in this shelter, but at the same time, I lost the ability to gain power from this shelter. I can use the flesh of creatures to strengthen my own body, but I can't manipulate spirit genes like you do or gain their powers. The only thing I can use is the power of my body and power of falsified sky, but those two combined are enough for me to fight the most powerful creatures. There are only a few humans or creatures that can actually rival me. However, that kind of power has also overexploited my body. You can feel that I have much more energy than other human beings. I'm like a balloon that has been blown too big. Though it looks sturdy, it might explode at any time. I'm trying to suppress the power, but it's still surging. In 5 years, or even 3 to 4 years, I won't be able to suppress the power anymore, said Luo Haitang. Hansen observed Luo Haitang carefully with his Dongxian aura, and he indeed found something unusual. Luo Haitang's life force was indeed powerful, but it was too much. That kind of power was like a bonfire burning hard. The greater the fire was, the more quickly the body would be burned out. Luo Haitang's life force was still terrifically strong even under his suppression, though it was getting out of his control. Hansen now believed much more of what the man had just said. I've also included the method for practicing Shura change, but I've already changed it a little bit. It isn't as powerful as the version I practice, but thankfully, it does almost no damage to your body. Luo Haitang continued after pausing for a second. If Han Yin can improve her power to the level of the Jade Shura over the next several years, then she won't need this thing, but if she can't, then it will be better to take some damage than to lose the competition and lose lives. As he spoke, Luo Haitang tried to give the chip and the journal to Hansen again. Hansen didn't take it. He looked at Luo Haitang and said, I can understand your reasoning, but I still don't need this. Don't be so stubborn, son. It has to do with the lives of your mother and sister. You have to compromise sometimes, no matter who you are. Hansen shook his head. I've told you that little Yen is from my family. I'll teach her myself, and as for this stuff, it belongs to your family. I don't need the stuff from your family. Besides, you're already dying inside. Something written by someone who's dying inside will only hurt little Yen if she reads it. Luo Haitang smiled, but he looked more solemn. He stared at Hansen and said, It seems I should show you the true power of a falsified god. Then you'll change your mind. I'm not really a stubborn guy, but there's no bargaining on this issue. I'll never change my mind, said Hansen firmly. Just read it first. Luo Haitang felt that he had wronged Luo Lan and Han Yen, which was why he was being very gentle when he was talking to Han Senator. Even Luo Haitong's immediate family hadn't seen him so good-tempered before. Even so, Luo Haitang wanted to teach Han Sen something, but he didn't want to do the young man harm. The more he looked at Han Sen, the more the young man seemed like Luo Lan. It was more in their attitudes than their appearances. Once they'd made up their mind, nobody could change it. Others might hit a dead end and come back, but Luo Lan wouldn't turn aside even if she ran into a brick wall. Han Sen's attitude reminded Luo Haitang of Luo Lan. That Lan heir, who he always scolded but always kept by his side. Luo Haitang waved his hand and slapped toward Han Sen's shoulders, and that strike contained the power of falsified sky. Unlike Han Yan's falsified sky power, Luo Haitang's falsified sky power was already merged with his entire body, so it didn't seem unbalanced. It was only an ordinary slap, the way friends might slap each other on the shoulders. Han Sen suddenly looked solemn. Luo Haitang was as powerful as any super creature being in the fourth god sanctuary. To Han Sen, that simple slap seemed to bear the weight of endless karma, and that palm was destined to fall on his shoulder. Even deities wouldn't be able to change anything. All of a sudden, Han Sen ran the Dongxian Sutra as hard as it would go, and he isolated his entire body from everything around him, and he tried to cast out every molecule that didn't belong to him. Even so, Han Sen could still feel that Luo Haitang's palm might fall onto his shoulders at any second. Incredible. The force from the Dongxian Sutra easily broke the falsified sky power from Luo Li, but it's almost useless against Luo Haitang. No wonder he's called Godslayer Luo. Han Sen was amazed. The aura from his body was operating fast, breaking the threshold. All of a sudden, the entire world looked completely different to Han Sen. The maximum power of the Dongxian Sutra was called covering the sky with one hand, but it wasn't only a technique of the hand. With one step, the chain of order attached to Han Sen crumbled. Han Sen took a step back from Luo Haitang's palm, which stunned the old man. His palm froze in the sky, and he couldn't say anything. Goodbye. Han Sen took a bow, then he turned around and left. He had finally seen the real falsified Sky Sutra, and he finally saw the true power of Luo Haitang. When it came to strength, Luo Haitang was at the same level as Gu Qingqing. Both of them were incredible beings, and it was difficult to tell which one was stronger. Han Sen was weaker than they were, but he had also just proved that the Dongxian Sutra was stronger than the falsified Sky Sutra. Luo Haitang only realized what happened after Han Sen left the room. He looked at the empty doorway and whispered, "Lan heir, you have an incredible son. Perhaps the fate of our family will depend on him and his generation. Someone from the Luo family has actually gotten this powerful without practicing the falsified Sky Sutra. Others might not believe me if I tell them. How will the Jade Shura react if they see him?" Suddenly, Luo Haitang smiled. Interesting. I can't believe I'm getting to see something this amazing before I die. Unfortunately, I won't live to see the day when he is standing against the Jade Shura. What a shame. Right after Han Sen left Luo Haitang's room, Luo Li joined him and asked, "What did you talk about with Godslayer Luo?" "The same old issues." "Why did you even ask?" "You already know," said Han Sen. "You've agreed that Han Yan can come to our family?" Luo Li was glad. "Impossible. Han Yan is a member of the Han family, not one of you," said Han Sen, disturbed. "What? How shallow you are. She's from a different family, and it's more than lucky for you to be able to practice the techniques of my family. How dare you think like that?" A furious voice came from behind them. Han Sen followed the voice, and he saw Luo Yu, Luo Hui, and the others standing nearby. It was Luo Yu talking. "No wonder Luo Haitang prefers me and little Yan over everyone else in the Luo family. These people are so spoiled." Han Sen shook his head, and he couldn't even be bothered to care about what Luo Yu had said. He pretended that he didn't hear anything, and he turned around and kept walking. However, Luo Yan didn't plan to let Han Sen go that easily. The group blocked Han Sen's way. What do you want? Han Sen looked at Luo Yu, frowning. Luo Yu curled his lips and said, "You want to go hunt some super creatures, right? Then, to respect Luo Lan, I'll give you this chance." Han Sen was a bit surprised. He thought that Luo Yu meant him some harm, yet the man was inviting him to hunt super creatures. The super creatures must have been the ones discovered by Jia Sherdao. Is that really necessary? Han Sen looked at Luo Yu, his expression veiled. He had some idea of what Luo Yu intended. "Are you too chicken to go?" said Luo Yu, disrespectfully. "Of course I can go with you, but I'll get half the super creatures I hunt." Han Sen didn't care much about what Luo Yu thought. If he could get life geno essences, he would totally go. "No problem, as long as you can bring them down," Luo Yu promised him easily. "When shall we go?" Han Sen didn't want to say anything more. "Tomorrow," said Luo Yu. "Okay," answered Han Senator. He then left the courtyard and went to meet Little Silver. "Second brother, we tried so hard to find common ground with Jia Sherdao and get rid of Han Senator. Why are we bringing him now?" asked Luo Hui. Luo Yu said coldly, "I was going to kick him out before because I wanted to show him the power of our family, and I'm bringing him now to show him our power again. And I also want to show our great-grandfather that there are talents in our family. He's just not giving us a chance." "That's right. What was our great-grandfather thinking? Why is he using the Hans instead of us?" muttered Luo Hui. Luo Haitong's choice had upset many from the Luo's family. They were in no position to judge his decision, but none of them were happy about it. Now that they had finally met Han Sen, they wanted to perform well in front of Luo Haitang. They wanted Luo Haitang to know that they were better than Han Sen. Luo Yu didn't think he was any worse than Han Senator. Han Sen might have been the first super aristocrat in the alliance, but to them, that was only a joke. With the help of Luo Haitang, the Luos had already gained super genes, but because of the rules of the Luo family, they didn't publicize it. Luo Li could only smile inside as she listened to Luo Yu rant. She knew Luo Yu and Luo Hui extremely well. They indeed had some power, but neither of them was exceptional, and with the status of Luo Haitang in Godslayer's shelter, they had been spoiled since the day they were born. Even other demigods in the alliance had to pay them so much respect that they thought they were the most powerful demigods in existence other than Luo Haitang and several other great beings. They despised ordinary demigods with all their hearts, and they overestimated themselves. The next day, Han Sen took Little Silver to the square of Godslayer's shelter and found Luo Yu already standing there. Jia Sherdao was also there, and he was surprised to see Han Senator. He pretended to smile. "What a coincidence, Brother Han." "Not a coincidence. I called him, and he'll be following us this time," said Luo Yu. Jia Sherdao coughed, feeling awkward. He had no idea what Luo Yu was thinking. It had been Luo Yu who asked Jia Sherdao to kick Han Sen out, yet now the man had asked Han Sen to come with them. Luo Yu took Han Sen to see several creatures, but he didn't say much. After all, it was not an easy job to domesticate powerful creatures. There were only a few super creatures in Godslayer's shelter. Besides, even those super creatures in the shelter wouldn't let them drive them like this. It was way more difficult to enslave super creatures than to kill them. Han Sen's super creatures were basically raised by him when they were only children. Mature ones like the little red horse wouldn't be as obedient as those like Little Silver, and it was difficult to manipulate them. Everyone traveled under Jia Sherdao's guidance, and Luo Li also followed them. Her fighting power wasn't great, as she only had a gemstone geno core. Luo Yu and Luo Hui weren't counting on her help, they just took her because they wanted her to be a witness. Luo Li wasn't a Luo by blood, but she was responsible for assisting Luo Haitang with mundane tasks, so she spent more time with Luo Haitang than they did. If Luo Li saw it, that meant Luo Haitang also saw it. Luo Yu and Luo Hui didn't make a single attack on their way. When they ran into groups of creatures, the demigods following them took care of the threat. Those demigods had attached themselves to the Luos, but they didn't have the blood of the Luos, so they couldn't practice the falsified Sky Sutra. After more than 4 days, they finally arrived at the dune Jia Sherdao had talked about. The ground was covered in white sand, and Han Sen could see some random green shadows in the distance. They were enormous, bulbous cacti. Jia Sherdao pointed at those cacti and said, "Be careful, everyone. The cacti aren't plants, they're creatures. The super creatures that I talked about are the cacti at the heart of this dune." "What kind of power do these cacti have?" asked Luo Yu. Jia Sherdao wasn't willing to say anything before they arrived, so Luo Yu didn't know any more than Han Sen. Jia Sherdao found no reason to conceal it anymore. He pointed at the cactus closest to them and said, "Those cacti aren't able to move, but they can spew their thorns out. The thorns can travel more than half a mile, so we need to be careful." "No worries." Luo Yu summoned a beast soul shield, and he walked toward one of the cacti. When they were only 1,000 feet away from the cactus, it noticed Luo Yu. All of a sudden, thorns that were inches long spewed out. There were at least 100 of them. However, those thorns weren't able to pierce through Luo Yu's shield. The shield warded off everything, while Luo Yu kept marching toward the cactus. The cactus seemed to have endless thorns. After it finished firing the first round of thorns, they immediately grew back and started to spew out again. However, none of the thorns were very strong, so the shield was able to ward them off. Luo Yu ran up to the cactus and slashed it in half. "It is a creature, but it's only a mutant creature." "Jia Sherdao, are you sure there are cacti at the super level?" Luo Yu asked Jia Sherdao after killing the cactus. "There are, definitely. I accidentally got in here before, and I saw a cactus made of gold, and that's at sacred blood level. There's another one that looks like a crystal pillar, and that's definitely a super creature," said Jia Sherdao. "Then let's keep going." Luo Yu looked farther into the dune, then led the way with his shield. Ordinary cacti were not a threat to Luo Yu and the others. They had the power of falsified sky, and none of the cacti could even defend themselves against them. However, Han Sen also realized that Luo Yu and the others had only practiced the first half of the falsified Sky Sutra. He didn't understand why Luo Haitang hadn't even taught his direct family members the complete version of the falsified Sky Sutra. As for Luo Yu's body, it also looked strange to Han Senator. Both his strength and speed seemed to have reached super level, but his life force didn't seem as strong as it should have been. Instead, it had stayed at the sacred blood level. Han Sen didn't know that Luo Haitang had obtained a life geno essence a long time ago, but he wasn't able to absorb the life geno essence because of his practice of Shura change. The other Luos like Luo Yu were ordinary humans, but they hadn't figured out a method of absorbing life geno essences from the first god's sanctuary, not to mention the fourth god's sanctuary. Back then, the gene liquid that most people now use to absorb life geno essences hadn't been invented yet. Those from the generation of Luo Yu's and Luo Hui's father studied it for a long time, and they finally came up with a special method to use life geno essences. That method wasn't the same as the conventional method of absorbing life geno essences. They borrowed it from a geno solution designed for a qigong, and it treated life geno essence as a geno solution. Though the technique didn't allow the user to merge the life geno essence with their own flesh and blood, it did create a strange geno solution with the origin of power of the Luos. The Luos had another kind of special power aside from the power of falsified sky. When they arrived at the fourth god's sanctuary, the geno solution they had condensed was transformed into a self-geno core. More importantly, that self-geno core still had the same ability to absorb life geno essences. When the geno core formed, it was automatically at super level. Aside from that self-geno core, they could also condense a second self-geno core from the falsified Sky Sutra, which was why the Luos were so proud. Having two self-geno cores, with one of those cores immediately rising to super level, gave the Luos the leverage to roam the alliance. However, there was a huge downside to this method: their bodies hadn't reached super level, so the Luos were physically weak. Their life forces hadn't reached super level, which was why they felt strange to Han Sen. A couple hundred miles into the dune, they began to find cacti made of gold. They were all sacred blood creatures, yet they were still killed by Luo Yu and Luo Hui with one strike. The power of half the falsified Sky Sutra was already extraordinary. Han Sen also killed several golden cacti with his Taya and gained a beast soul. It was a heavy mace that was made of gold, and it looked forceful. However, Han Sen didn't know how to use this kind of unpopular weapon, so he would have to trade it. The cacti were bizarre. They were grown in the sand, so they couldn't move at all, and the only attack techniques they had were thorns. Their flesh and blood weren't edible either. If Han Sen hadn't already killed some, he wouldn't even have thought they were creatures. Luo Yu and the others weren't surprised to see Han Sen slaying the sacred blood creatures. If Han Sen couldn't even do that, Luo Haitang wouldn't have valued him. Those cacti. After walking 1,000 miles into the dune, Jia Sherdao pointed in front of them. Han Sen and Luo Yu and the others all followed Jia Sherdao's gaze. They saw a cactus that was 10 feet tall, made of crystal, simmering under the sun. And it wasn't the only cactus. Behind that cactus were many other crystal cacti with a variety of shapes. Everyone stopped walking, and nobody dared to move forward anymore. Even Luo Yu and Luo Hui had to be careful when they faced super creatures. After all, their bodies were only as sturdy as sacred blood creatures, so they might be killed by super creatures. You want to kill a super creature, right? Now it's your chance to do so. Let's see whether you can actually do it or not, said Luo Yu, looking at Han Sen. Han Sen took a look at those cacti made of crystal. He shook his head and said, I don't even know what those cacti are capable of yet, so I'd better test them first. Although the previous cacti couldn't move at all, nobody could guarantee that these cacti wouldn't be able to move either, so Han Sen didn't want to risk it. If you're too scared to try it, then I'll do it first, said Luo Yu while summoning his Geno core. A red crystal armor covered Luo Yu's body, and a blade appeared in his hands. That red crystal armor looked bizarre. Han Sen felt that it was made of life Geno essence, but he couldn't tell how that had been done. Luo Yu's blade looked like the Shiking blade, but it wasn't as delicate. This is so weird. The power of that crystal armor doesn't seem to be connected to the falsified Sky Sutra at all, but it gives Luo Yu terrific power. Han Sen's interest was piqued. Luo Yu lifted his shield and dashed toward the cactus closest to him. Just like the ordinary cacti, it spewed out many thorns that looked like crystal. The thorns flew toward Luo Yu like a storm. Dang! The thorns pierced Luo Yu's sacred blood shield. However, the thorns that hit his body were warded off by the crystal armor, so they didn't injure him at all. Han Sen nodded. The Luos indeed have something to be proud of. With that armor, only a few humans like Gu Qingqing would actually be able to hurt him. Luo Yu rushed toward the crystal cactus like a heavy-armored soldier. The thorns hit his armor, making a sound like rain on a tin roof, but they still failed to pierce through the armor. Luo Yu was getting closer and closer to the cactus. The blade in his hand that contained the mysterious power of falsified sky slashed toward the crystal cactus. Jia Sherdao was exhilarated, and he couldn't help yelling, Luo Yu is incredible. We can't even compare with him. Luo Hui smiled. It was right of you to cooperate with us. Big Brother's Geno core has both attacks and defense. Killing creatures that can't move their bodies will be easy for him. Just wait here for the rewards. Luo Yu's blade hit the crystal cactus as they spoke, but in the next second, Luo Yu's face fell. The Geno core blade that contained the power of falsified sky slashed the crystal cactus, but it couldn't injure the crystal cactus in the slightest. The Geno core blade was a Geno core condensed from the falsified Sky Sutra, so it couldn't grow immediately to super level like the first self-Geno core. It was still a gemstone core. The body of the crystal cactus was too solid. Even if it had the power of falsified sky, the sword couldn't break the body of the crystal cactus at all. Luo Yu was trying to resist the attacks of the crystal thorns, and he kept slashing the crystal cactus with his blade. he struck the crystal cactus easily every time. He had already covered the entire surface of the cactus in blows, yet he left nothing more than white scratch marks on its surface. Hansen shook his head. The best aspect of falsified sky power is that it hits its target every time, and it can even bypass the defenses and deal damage inside the body. In this case, however, Luo Yu doesn't have enough power to damage the body of the crystal cactus. Even though he can hit it, he won't be able to break it. Luo Hui and Jia Sherdao were terrified to see that Luo Yu couldn't break the cactus. Luo Yu fought the crystal cactus, yet he couldn't do any harm to the crystal cactus, while the crystal cactus couldn't hurt him either. Luo Yu fought for a while, then he suddenly retreated, leaving the attack range of the crystal cactus. Its body is too sturdy. Luo Hui, you're our only chance now, said Luo Yu, looking at Luo Hui. Perhaps my Geno Core Truth Spear can hurt it, but I don't have a Geno Core armor, so I can't approach him, said Luo Hui. Unlike Luo Yu, Luo Hui's first self-Geno Core was a spear, and it was an incredibly destructive, super-level core. Don't worry. I'll ward off the crystal thorns for you, and you can kill it, said Luo Yu. Okay. Luo Hui nodded. They rushed forward, and Luo Yu defended them against the thorns while Luo Hui moved toward the nearest crystal cactus. Luo Hui immediately summoned a shining spear that was made from golden crystal. It pierced the crystal cactus, and half the tip went in. We can definitely kill it easily. Luo Yu was exhilarated. He and Luo Hui moved among the crystal cactuses, leaving more and more injuries upon them. Jia Sherdao and the others were also overjoyed. Lu Che said, that crystal cactus is impressive. It's fortunate that we have both Luo Yu and Luo Hui. Otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance of killing them. Jia Sherdao also nodded and said excitedly, we can finally get a life Geno essence, so this trip won't have been in vain. After almost 3 hours, Luo Hui finally broke the crystal cactus with his truth spear, and they watched the crystal cactus dissipate. However, no life Geno essence was left behind. Luo Yu and Luo Hui had used too much energy, so they had to retreat. What's happening? Where's the life Geno essence? Asked Jia Sherdao, confused. Luo Hui frowned. It's so strange. Though we killed that crystal cactus, we didn't hear any notification of it being killed. No notification at all? How is that possible? Jia Sherdao couldn't believe it. Something strange about that crystal cactus, said Luo Yu. If it's actually a super creature, it should have left behind a life Geno essence. Jia Sherdao thought it made sense. Though he rose to the 4th god sanctuary before killing super creatures became common in the previous sanctuaries, the life Geno essence wasn't a secret anymore, and he knew that ordinary super creatures all had a life Geno essence. This cactus didn't have one though, so something was definitely wrong with it. We've lost too much energy. Let's rest for a while, and then we can kill another crystal cactus and see, Luo Yu said, then looked at Han Sr. You've already seen the crystal cactuses and their powers. Don't you want to go and kill one? Okay. Hansen didn't decline this time. Hansen had watched carefully as Luo Yu and Luo Hui fought. These crystal cactuses weren't much different from the ordinary cactuses, aside from stronger thorn-spewing power and sturdier bodies. Luo Yu and the others saw Hansen going, and they couldn't help frowning. They didn't know what Hansen had that would allow him to defend himself against the cactus and kill it at the same time. Jia Sherdao looked at Hansen, surprised. He was surprised that Hansen dared to go attack it after seeing the impressive abilities of the crystal cactuses. Luo Li wasn't surprised at all. She watched Hansen, curious about how powerful he had become. Hansen left little silver behind, and he walked toward a pillar-like cactus, 12 feet tall. The cactus was triggered and began to fire crystal thorns toward him. They were extremely fast, and they didn't give him a chance to dodge. Hansen didn't intend to dodge them. Instead, he summoned his overbearing shield, which was exactly the right size to protect him against the thorns, and then he kept walking with the shield in his hand. The thorns hit the shield with a rattling noise. Luo Yu and Jia Shidao opened their eyes wide when they saw the crystal thorns failing to pierce through Han Sen's shield. However, what happened next shocked them to their very core. Not only was the shield unharmed, but the thorns bounced off the shield so hard that they buried themselves back in the cactus. Though they didn't do much harm, it was still quite unbelievable. What kind of beast soul is that? It's deflecting all the attacks from the super creature, said Luo Hui, surprised. It's only a beast soul. It doesn't mean anything. That's only his tool, not the power he actually has, said Luo Yu coldly. Han Sen continued walking toward the crystal cactus. He summoned his split-blade Geno core and slashed the cactus like he was cutting a water vat. The cactus that took Luo Hui more than 2 hours to break was slashed in half by Han Sen with only one strike, and he didn't even need to strike it a second time. How is that possible? Luo Yu couldn't stay calm anymore. He stared incredulously as the crystal cactus faded away and Han Sen stood in front of it. Jia Shidao and the others were completely bewildered. They had thought that Luo Yu and Luo Hui were very powerful, yet those two couldn't even compare with Han Sen. It had taken Luo Yu and Luo Hui hours to kill one crystal cactus, yet Han Sen killed one with a single strike. The gap between them was so huge that they weren't even in the same league. Luo Li was shocked as well. She knew that Han Sen was strong, yet this was beyond what even she had guessed. There isn't any notification after you kill one. Are these crystal cactuses really creatures? Han Sen frowned. Just as Luo Hui had said, no notification sounded as the cactus disappeared. Just as Han Sen was looking around in confusion, the crystal cactuses all started to move. By the time everyone realized what was happening, the crystal cactuses had surrounded them, much to everyone's horror. Jia Shidao and the others looked completely horrified as the crystal cacti surrounded them like a forest. Luo Yu and Luo Hui also looked frightened. Luo Yu had the armor, so he wasn't afraid of the thorns of the crystal cacti. However, Luo Hui didn't have any armor to protect him. If those crystal cacti attacked him from all directions at the same time, there was no way he would survive it. Luo Yu wouldn't be much better off. Though he had armor to protect him, those crystal cacti had already surrounded him like a cage. No matter how strong his armor was, he would still die if he couldn't break free. Just as everyone was starting to panic, the crystal cacti separated and made a path in the direction of a mountain valley. 2 creatures that looked identical were walking down either side of the path. The 2 creatures looked like jade, and their shapes looked like the legendary white beasts. Luo Li was shocked when she saw 2 mutant creatures coming out. She shouted, "Those are super creatures called white beasts. I saw one once when I was following Luo Haitang." However, he said that white beasts are extremely rare creatures, and it's difficult for them to procreate. He thought there might have been only one white beast in the entire 4th God sanctuary. He wanted to domesticate the white beast that we saw, but it managed to escape. It's extremely powerful. Now 2 white beasts just showed up at the same time. What is this place? Both Luo Yu and Luo Hui looked sick after hearing what Luo Li said. A terrifying cactus forest, and 2 super creatures that even their patriarch praised. They had even less chance of surviving now. The 2 white beasts walked down the path. They stepped aside without attacking Han Sen or the others. After the white beasts stepped aside, the group saw another creature walking behind the white beasts. That creature was a black bull with goat horns, and there was white mist surrounding its hoofs as if it were stepping on the clouds. Sky Cloud Sacred Beast. Luo Li was horrified. Though Luo Li didn't say anything about the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast, the name itself had already made Luo Yu and Luo Hui desperate. Jia Shidao didn't know what a Sky Cloud Sacred Beast was, but he could tell from Luo Yu and Luo Hui that it was even more terrifying than a white beast. The Sky Cloud Beast kept walking toward them. Though it didn't let out its power, it made Luo Yu feel an indefinable sense of pressure. Sweat covered his palms. If it weren't for the crystal cacti blocking their way, they would have run far away instead of standing there staring at the sky cloud sacred beast. Luo Yu and Luo Hui had both heard of sky cloud sacred beasts before. They were berserk super creatures, and they were some of the most powerful creatures in the fourth god sanctuary. No matter how arrogant and proud Luo Yu and Luo Hui were, they wouldn't be naive enough to think that they could actually rival a berserk super creature. They were already sinking into hopelessness as the sky cloud sacred beast walked toward them. They didn't see any chance that they would survive. The sky cloud sacred beast walked into the encirclement. It didn't even glance at Luo Yu and the others. Instead, it stepped directly toward Han Sen. "Are you Sky Sword Han Sen?" The sky cloud sacred beast stared at Han Sen with its eyes that looked like brass bells. "I'm Han Sen, but I won't call myself Sky Sword." "Who are you?" Han Sen was a little dazed. He had already prepared to have a huge battle. He'd been planning to use the technique he learned in God's Ruin and summon his Destiny's Tower to smash his way out. He hadn't expected the terrifying creature to call out his name. Luo Hui and Luo Yu looked between the sky cloud sacred beast and Han Sen, confused, as they didn't know what was happening. Clearly, Han Sen didn't know what a sky cloud sacred beast was, yet it had called Han Sen's name, so apparently, it was coming for him. "It is indeed Sky Sword, Your Highness. My young master wants to meet you, so please come to the shelter and greet him." The sky cloud sacred beast nodded at the white beast beside it. One of the white beasts moved to lay down in front of Han Senator. It seemed that it wanted Han Sen to ride it. Luo Yu and the others were all bewildered. Even if Luo Haitang came here by himself, he wouldn't have had such a welcoming. After all, Luo Haitang was so ferocious that many creatures and spirits hated him. If the sky cloud sacred beast met him, there might have been a huge battle instead of a warm welcoming like this. Besides, the sky cloud sacred beast had said it had a master. This being was terrifying enough to control a sky cloud sacred beast, and he had just invited Han Sen to his shelter with such an ostentatious presentation. They couldn't even imagine what was going on. "Sorry, may I ask who your young master is?" Han Sen couldn't think of anyone he knew who could afford something so grand. "You'll know when you meet him." Sky Cloud Sacred Beast didn't answer the question directly. Han Sen saw that the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast didn't mean anything hostile, and besides, he didn't really have a choice. Instead of asking more questions, he just sat down on the white beast. The Sky Cloud Sacred Beast turned around and began walking deep into the dune while the white beast carrying Han Sen followed it. Little Silver was lying on Han Sen's head. He squinted his eyes and looked at the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast in front of him. Bauer was riding the small ice seahorse behind Han Sen, and Little Star quickly followed as well. "What should we do?" Luo Hui asked anxiously. They were still encircled by the crystal cacti and couldn't get out. "He's the son of Sister Lan. He'll be merciful." Luo Li then followed Han Sen, looking at him riding the white beast with a complicated expression. Luo Yu clenched his teeth and asked Luo Hui and the others to follow him. Jia Sherdao didn't have any other choice. He was nervous, but the whole thing also seemed a little unbelievable. He didn't know what was happening, or what he was getting himself into. Under the guidance of the Sky Cloud Sacred Beast, everyone arrived at the deepest area of the dune. They saw a shelter that looked like a bronze mountain, and it was spectacular. There was a spirit waiting in front of the shelter. When Luo Yu and the others saw the spirit, they looked more upset. Luo Haitang was well known in this shelter. He was respected, but he had made lots of enemies as well. Usually, Luo Haitang's enemies were all horrifying beings. Luo Yu and Luo Hui recognized the spirit when they saw him standing in front of the Bronze Mountain shelter. That spirit was a descendant of one of Luo Haitang's enemies, and it had a great reputation in the sanctuary. If that spirit knew that they were descendants of Luo Haitang, they might be doomed. Luo Yu and Luo Hui's faces were a little pale. While they were still fidgeting nervously, the spirit appeared. Skysword teacher, you are finally here. I waited for you for the longest time. The spirit walked in front of Han Sen and bowed seriously. He spoke with much excitement. Luo Yu, Luo Hui, and Luo Li were frozen. Jia Sherdao had no idea who the spirit was. Luo Yu knew about the spirit, and he watched as the spirit bowed towards Han Senator. It was an unimaginable thing, and they initially believed themselves to be dreaming. The son of Furnace Emperor was Sumi, and he and his mother were second-gen emperors. He had bowed to a human, and they never thought something like that would ever occur. After all, since when had humanity achieved such a reputation? And since when had they earned the right to such respect? Even Luo Haitang, despite becoming so famous, had never earned the respect and privilege Han Sen was getting. But now they saw Sumi bow to Han Sen and welcome him into the shelter. The level of prestige and respect he had earned was no joke. Han Sen had promised Sumi he'd teach him a sword skill, but he never expected to meet the spirit here. With much surprise, Han Sen said, "Furnace Shelter is here?" Sumi smiled. "Teacher, Furnace Shelter has the ability to teleport. We moved here recently, but we didn't expect to meet you. This is most fortuitous." After entering Furnace Shelter, Sumi brought Han Sen to a hall. Luo Yu and the others saw Bauer and Little Star following, and they started to follow as well. They, however, were stopped. "Wait here. If it wasn't for Mr. Skysword, you humans from Godslayer's shelter would have all been killed." The white beasts hummed. They were guarding the left and right sides of the entrance to the hall. Luo Yu did not know where they could go. They did not want to walk around in Furnace Shelter, so they just waited outside. They were quite nervous, but they were still glad Han Sen was there. Otherwise, they might have been killed. Of course, if Sumi knew about the grudge between Luo Haitang and Furnace Emperor, they'd still be on the chopping block. What did he do? Why do spirits like Sumi obey him? Not even Big Luo receives treatment like that. Luo Li looked towards the hall with a complicated expression. The way inside had been closed now, though, so she couldn't see what Han Sen was doing there. "Sumi, is this the teacher you requested?" Inside the hall, Furnace Emperor, who looked like a god, looked at Han Sen and frowned. Sumi had made it sound important when he requested that Skycloud Beast bring back Han Senator. Furnace Emperor thought Sumi was going to get a very powerful teacher. He did not expect it to be only a human, one who was not even super, at that. "What can you teach my son?" Furnace Emperor was not happy with Sumi's decision, but he wasn't so brash as to throw Han Sen out right then and there. "Sumi wants to learn a sword skill from me, so it is a sword skill I will teach him," Han Sen answered. Sumi quickly stepped in to say, "Father, teacher's sword skills are strong, and even Six Paths said his talent is as high as the sky. That is why he is called Skysword." Furnace Emperor heard that and was actually convinced. To earn the compliments of Six Paths, Han Sen had to have been powerful indeed. But Furnace Emperor could not tell what was so special about Han Sen, so he said, "If you have earned the name Skysword, and earned the appreciation of Six Paths Emperor, your sword skills must indeed be good. My garden has a sword mark. It was delivered by Holy Sword Emperor during his ascension to the fifth sanctuary. You can take a look at it. Perhaps you may learn something." The Holy Sword Emperor he mentioned was an emperor who was good with the sword. He was powerful in the fourth god sanctuary, around 500,000 years ago. His most impressive talent was his proficiency with the sword. When he leveled up, he broke the dimension with his blade. The aftershock crashed against a mountain, leaving a cleft across the landscape that never faded away. The mountain belonged to Furnace Emperor, and he had it moved to the gardens so it would be close to Sumi. It was easier for Sumi to learn the sword skills from it, by having it there. Holy Sword Emperor sword skills were special. Many sword elites had made the pilgrimage to visit that scar, but more often than not, they did not learn anything. Some were very seduced by it, though, and some even came close to losing their sword heart. Furnace Emperor wished to let Han Sen take a look so he could test the fortitude of the human's mind. If the scar did claim Han Sen's heart and he was seduced by the sword mind, no matter how good people said he wouldn't be a good enough teacher for Sumi. Sumi knew this was Furnace Emperor's game, but he didn't think Han Sen would end up getting seduced by the sword mind. So, he said, "Teacher, let me take you to the sword mark." Han Sen and Furnace Emperor did not have much to talk about. Talking to the spirit, who was sitting loftily on his throne, was boring. So, he was happy to leave with Sumi. Han Sen brought Bauer along with him to the garden. And while it was called a garden, it was huge. The 1,000-meter-high mountain only took up a fifth of the space there. Han Sen looked at the mountain. There was a sword mark there that had almost cut the mountain in two. Sumi explained, Holy Sword Emperor broke the vacuum with his sword and created a way that led him to the fifth sanctuary. The sword waves landed on this mountain and left a sword mind behind. Many sword elites have come to face this, but left with nothing. I come here to try and learn from the mark, but not even I can learn a thing. If it was left behind by a sword emperor, you should have been able to learn something, Han Sen said, with confusion. Standing at the door, Han Sen felt an insanely scary presence stemming from the sword mark. The sword mind was strong. Just being near it should have allowed for some sort of learning. Just like people said, if you read 300 poems and still cannot write your own, you will at least be able to read. You cannot walk away with absolutely nothing. Teacher, you don't understand. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind is special. Many Emperor-class elites visit here, and none of them learn anything. Many of them get seduced and almost lose themselves completely, Sumi explained as he brought Han Sen through the garden. In the spirit hall, Furnace Emperor and a female spirit watched through an old mirror as Han Sen entered the garden. If that human does not get seduced by the sword mark, will you really let Sumi become his student? The female spirit frowned while watching the video feed. If he does not get seduced by the sword mind, and with what Six Paths Emperor has said about him, I can only presume he is qualified, Furnace Emperor said. The female spirit shook her head. My son's teacher should be the strongest swordsman in the world. Being qualified is not enough for me. Han Sen entered the garden and felt the sword mind's influence emerge from the cleft. The sword mind was strange. Most swordsmen would give people a sharp feeling or a strong sensation of intimidation. But this sword mind in particular was different. It twirled back and forth like waves, endlessly. It didn't feel intimidating, per se, but it was hard and tough. It felt as if the sword mind was not strong at first, and everyone had the chance to battle it through their own sheer will. It wasn't a task only reserved for the capabilities of super beings, though. Those who were gemstones confront it just as well. There were no disadvantages to having a weaker body. But the sword mind, despite not feeling very strong, would perplex most swordsmen, and leave them unsure of how to proceed. Not even super elites had managed to tame it, and they were often negatively affected by it. When people first see it, they aren't sure if this really is Holy Sword Emperor's sword mark. They have to spend a while getting a feel for it before they acknowledge how frightening it can be. This sword mind is like an endless river. The pressure it exudes builds up over time, and the more pressure that builds up, the stronger it becomes. Gemstones class creatures can watch it for a few days and without being affected. Super elites can hardly even make it 10. They are affected after some time, and they might even suffer injuries. In some cases, their faith can be broken and their own sword mind damaged, Sumi said. Han Sen nodded. He practiced had sword skills, and although it wasn't the best, he had a sword mind of his own. Especially after seeing Six Paths Heartsword. Ever since, his sword skills had developed to become something special. If he was affected by Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind, it would be a great loss. Sumi went on to say, don't try to use your own sword mind against Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. His sword mind is like water. If you use your sword mind against it, it'll be like trying to go against the stream. The more strength you use, the more pressure will be put against you. If you don't go against it, you could at least last a few days. If you willingly go against it, I'm afraid you wouldn't last a day. In only a few hours, your sword mind might be irreparably damaged. It looks tame, but it is actually overbearing, Hansen said. Well, it did come from an emperor of the sword generation, Sumi said. Hansen felt the sword mind's rush and likened it to a lapsing tide. He thought to himself, I have practiced heartsword. My sword skills are tough. I can challenge the water, never giving up. Going against Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind is a perfect opportunity to make my heartsword stronger. Hansen knew that Furnace Emperor had asked him to go there to see the mark as a form of test. Hansen didn't really want to teach Sumi, so it didn't matter that he had to take this detour. He wasn't in a particular rush to give Furnace Emperor an impressive demonstration. Hansen used his sword mind, and then the mark's sword mind that was previously tame suddenly began to swell. The stronger Hansen pushed his sword mind, the more pressure the other sword mind brought down on him. It was just as Sumi had explained. Sumi saw Hansen use his sword mind against Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind, and he became very excited as he watched them fight. His sword mind looks like heartsword. There is definitely a bit of difference between his and Six Paths variants, however. Furnace Emperor watched Hansen use his sword mind. He could see it all. Furnace Emperor had fought Six Paths once. He lost, but the experience made him very familiar with Six Paths sword skills. Sumi's mother, Fire Empress, frowned. Sumi told him what he knows about Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind, and still he uses his own sword mind to go against it. He is brave, but he is too arrogant. He is not suitable to be Sumi's teacher. Furnace Emperor shook his head. Don't be so sure. Although Six Paths Emperor is not as good as Holy Sword Emperor, they are not too far apart. He self-destructed and became an emperor again, starting from scratch. Restarting like that means he might not be any worse than Holy Sword Emperor now. If Hansen really practiced heartsword, even if he only managed to nail 70% of it, he will definitely be able to resist the power of this sword mind without bringing damage to himself. If he only knows 70%, then why not just ask Six Paths to become his teacher instead? Fire Empress said. It's not that easy to hire Six Paths. If he didn't take Sumi seriously, then paying him would be pointless. Furnace shook his head. Sumi has our great genes. The talents he has must surely be better than those of Six Paths. If Sumi is not good enough to be his student, I don't think anyone in the Fourth God's Sanctuary would be good enough for him. Fire Empress opened her eyes wide. She was like any mother, though, thinking her son was the best. The pressure building upon Hansen was becoming a lot. When he used his sword mind, the sword mark that was previously calm suddenly started to rage. Hansen felt as if he had been thrust into a rapid river. The other sword mind was grinding against his sword skills, and he felt as if he'd be flattened any second. A sword mind wasn't all about pure power. The sword mind concerned itself with the sensation of the sword. It was something you could only feel, and not describe. You could not touch it either, as it was not solid. But if your sword mind was damaged, things could turn out worse than if you endured a physical injury. When physical damage was inflicted upon you, you could consult a doctor and use their medicine to heal. But if it was your heart that was injured, nothing could remedy it. You would have to use your own will to fix it. Hansen felt as if his sword mind was like steel, but it was getting ground down. His will was being used up quickly. If he had been a person with a weak will, he'd have gone crazy already. Even a swordsman with a strong will wouldn't have lasted this long under this sort of opposition. But Hansen was different. His heartsword gave him a strong sword mind, and his will was reinforced by the crystallizers. That scary sword mind could not break his will. No matter how much the sword mind tried to break his will, Hansen was unmoved. Instead, he allowed his will to get stronger. Time passed, and so far, an hour had gone by. No wonder he is the teacher. He has battled with Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind for an hour, all without moving. He is better than those super swordsmen, Sumi complimented him. He is good, Furnace Emperor said. Fire Empress coldly said, it's only been 1 hour. If he can last 12, and his sword mind is still fine, then he can be Sumi's teacher. 12 hours? I doubt he'd be human if he managed that. Out of all the super swordsmen that have tried, only one has ever managed to last 12 hours. And that person isn't much weaker than 6 paths. Do you really think Hansen stands a chance? Furnace Emperor wore a wry smile. But we need someone that accomplished. Otherwise, how can we be happy with our selection of Sumi's teacher? Fire Empress said with certainty. Furnace Emperor merely shook his head and did not speak. Powerful elites such as that wouldn't teach others, he believed. He thought Hansen was fine, as he had the strength and had learned 6 paths Heartsword. He would be a fine choice for Sumi's teacher. But Furnace Emperor wouldn't do anything Fire Empress did not approve of, so the decision was ultimately up to her. Hansen was unmoving while he battled Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. The sword mind was like a grinding wheel, but it couldn't diminish Hansen's mind. Instead, it felt more like a smithy's grindstone. The hard edges swept by Hansen, making him sharper as time went on. If Hansen's sword mind was comparable to steel, the grinding process was making it sparkle like a well-cut jewel. Time passed, and after 6 hours, seeing he was doing fine, Sumi looked ecstatically happy. Furnace Emperor had to give another compliment, and he said, "This kid is not bad. Sumi's got taste." With such a strong will and sword skills, Sumi is bound to learn a thing or two by accepting this guy as his teacher. Fire Empress, seeing Hansen performing without trouble or anything, found herself half convinced, actually. But she still showed refrain and said, "We've only reached the halfway point. It's still too early for us to say anything." Another 2 hours passed. Furnace Emperor was very convinced by this point, and he said, "This kid still hasn't moved at all. His will is stern. Finding another person like this would be difficult." Fire Empress was more convinced, as well, but she quietly said, "There are still 4 hours to go. Let's see if he can make it first." Another 2 hours passed and Hansen hadn't moved at all, just like he hadn't the past 10 hours. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress were in shock. Even now, Hansen wasn't showing signs of moving. It almost looked as if he wasn't affected by the sword mind. They now thought Hansen could safely make it to the 12-hour mark. "My son has a good eye. Finding a teacher like this will be of a great boon and benefit for him." Every time Furnace Emperor spoke about Hansen, his tone was different. He had passed from simple observation to agreement, and now he was full of admiration. He had changed his views a lot. Fire Empress didn't look so arrogant now, either. She watched the stream in shock, and she said, "This human is indeed different. He is qualified to be Sumi's teacher." The two emperors thought Hansen could easily make it to 12 hours, and their opinions of him began to become the same. More time elapsed, and after 12 hours passed, Sumi couldn't help but blurt out compliments. "Teacher, you are super special. Across all these years, only one person has ever made it 12 hours against the sword mind. You are the second one to achieve this." Hansen didn't hear what he said, though. His focus rested solely on the sword mind. The sword mind was grinding against his will, and all that time, Hansen's own sword mind had been growing stronger. But after a while, Hansen started to believe there was something wrong with the sword mind. He couldn't grind his own sword mind anymore, and Hansen walked towards the sword mark without realizing it. He wanted to get closer to it, so he could get a stronger feel for it. What is he doing? Fire Empress watched Hansen approach the mark. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind always appeared tame, but things were vastly different when Hansen got nearer. Holy Sword Emperor had swung his sword and left the mountain with his sword mind. And it had lasted ever since his departure. This sword mind was extreme. The closer to the sword mark you got, the more intensely you could feel Holy Sword Emperor's will. It was the faith he had used to break the dimension. It was an everlasting sword mind. Back then, many elites came to watch Holy Sword Emperor ascend. Many of them wished to claim the mountain for themselves afterwards, but in the end, it was Furnace Emperor who owned it. And that was because normal folk wouldn't dare touch the mountain, and they could not move it as he could. Inside the sword mind, it did not matter whether or not you were an emperor that focused purely on sword skills. If you simply touched the sword mark, you would be attacked by the will required for breaking through the vacuum. Your will would be heavily damaged. The reason the elites weren't able to take the sword-marked mountain was because only Furnace Emperor met the teleportation requirement via Furnace Shelter. He teleported Furnace Shelter around the base of the mountain. Then, he was able to take it away with him. Now Han Sen had been grinding against the sword mind for 12 hours, his own will had proven far too effective. It had not broken, and so he dared to venture closer to the sword mark. This was way too shocking for Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress. This young man's will is strong. It's like the best elite in existence. Furnace Emperor spoke with a look of seriousness. Fire Empress didn't say anything, but the way she looked at Han Sen said it all. There was no more disdain, just surprise. Han Sen approached the sword mark and felt the sword mind become stronger. His sword mind got even sharper, and his will became stronger. He was 100 meters away from the sword mark when he slowed down. But every step was so sure, there was no hesitation accompanying a single one. Han Sen's entire body looked as if it had become a sharp sword. It was as if he was breaking the water as he advanced towards the cleft. Finally, Han Sen stepped onto the mountain and touched the mark. Boom! The endless sword mind came at Han Sen like the ceaseless discharge of an infinite river. It was like putting Han Sen's sword mind into a river of time to remain washed forevermore. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress faces changed. They did not expect Han Sen to approach the mountain and use his hand to physically touch the sword mark. That mark had been left behind by an elite that was halfway through the process of becoming a god. He was ascending to the 5th sanctuary when this happened, and even an emperor's will would be damaged if they touched it. Han Sen's will was strong, but there was a chance even he would be damaged by touching it. If he did it poorly, his will would be broken and never return. Oh no! Furnace Emperor's stomach fell. He was very satisfied with Han Sen's skill, and it'd be a shame if the human was destroyed right there. It wasn't easy for Sumi to find such an accomplished teacher. Fire Empress sighed. She agreed Han Sen had enough power, but she never thought he'd be reckless enough to go and touch the mark. That was sure to hurt. Fire Empress merely hoped he wouldn't be damaged too badly to teach Sumi. The endless sword mind kept rushing against Han Sen's will, and even Han Sen found it difficult to withstand. He felt as if he was falling into an abyss where hope and life forces were gone forever. If others were in his shoes, their wills would have broken. They would have given up. But Han Sen did not know what giving up meant. Beneath that pressure, his mind was still as hard as brushed steel, and he clung to the small amount of faith he had. At a time like this, success was not achieved through strength. It wasn't about talent either. It was all determined by a person's personality and the prior experiences that had shaped them. If their personalities were weak, it did not matter how refined their skills were, their will would crumble. This was even true for super elites. Even with a mind that was really strong, it was difficult to survive this sort of force. Han Sen was a person with a mighty will, and he had adopted the stubborn personality that defined his parents. But even so, beneath the pressure of the sword mind, his grip and will were starting to lessen. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress saw Han Sen's expression change, and they broke out in a cold sweat. They knew this was bad news. Han Sen might not be able to withstand the constant force much longer, and his sword mind and will could soon buckle and break. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress teleported to the garden. They planned to pull Han Sen out of the sword mark. But before they could try, Han Sen's sword mind surged like an erupting volcano. The force charged out from Han Sen's sword mind to suppress the sword mind of the very mountain itself. How is this possible? Fire Empress and Furnace Emperor were frozen in shock. They could not believe what their eyes were witnessing. A human that did not even look superclass had a sword mind capable of suppressing Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. They felt as if the world was changing right below their feet. They froze in place, unsure of exactly what they were doing. Sumi was very excited at this point, and he said, "Teacher's sword mind is so powerful. I don't think I could find anyone with a stronger sword mind than his. Not even Six Paths Emperor could keep up with this performance." Hansen felt terrible, though. When his sword mind almost broke, the sleeping black crystal armor suddenly unleashed an additional portion of will directly into his sword mind to bolster it. It was then that Hansen's sword mind erupted like mad, without any control. It allowed him to brush away Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind. He was even able to suppress the sword mind of the entire mountain. But the will that came from the black crystal armor was too strong, and when it entered Hansen's sword mind, he was almost unable to accept it all. Fortunately, Hansen had a strong personality and will. He made the best decision he could in the short amount of time he had to decide. He used his sword mind to reinforce that will. Although it was hard, primarily due to the fact that Hansen's sword mind was weak and the boosting will was strong, Hansen's own will was strong, too. The boosting will was going accept him, so it was able to assimilate with Hansen's sword mind and allow a seamless increase in strength. When that additional will refined itself inside Hansen's sword mind, it became stronger. Boom! Beneath the powerful impact of the sword mind, the mountain was sundered. It was cut in half and flung wide open. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind was fading, and all that remained was Hansen's. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress felt their mouths drop. But they didn't say anything, they just froze as if they had become petrified. Holy Sword Emperor's sword mind had been broken by Han Senator. It was difficult to believe. Luo Yu, Luo Hui, Luo Li, and Jiao Dao had been waiting in the plaza for 2 days. But Han Sen had yet to return. Luo Hui complained, "Han Sen is too arrogant. We are his elders, so why would he just leave us here? This is not Godslayer's shelter, and it's not his territory either. He can't control anything here." "Just wait a little longer," Luo Li said. "Yeah, we're lucky we're still breathing." "Just wait a while," Jiao Dao said. Luo Yu started to say something, but before he could, the gates swung open. The 2 white beasts stepped to either side as someone came out. Is he finally coming out? The group of them had a look. It was indeed Han Sen who came striding out. Luo Li wanted to shout Han Sen's name, but she closed her mouth when she saw the people around him. Luo Yu and Luo Hui's faces changed. The people who walked out alongside Han Sen were Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress. They stood beside him, with Sumi trailing them from behind. "Teacher Han, please teach Sumi well. Hit him if you need to. Treat and think of him as you would your own child," Fire Empress said. "Yes, Teacher Han. Let us know if there is anything you need. We will try to accommodate your needs in whatever way we can." Furnace Emperor spoke with earnest passion. Luo Li, Luo Yu, and Luo Hui were frozen in shock. They couldn't believe what their eyes were telling them. Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress were top-tier spirits of the 4th God's sanctuary, and yet, they were being friendly and very respectful to Han Sen. It was hard to imagine how a human could get the likes of Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress to treat them that way. Not even Luo Haiteng could accomplish that. "Don't worry, I will teach him. But how much he learns depends on his talent and his effort," Hansen said. "You are right, Teacher Han. If Sumi can only learn a small bit from you, you can consider us satisfied," Furnace Emperor said. Fire Empress said, "It is up to Sumi how much he can learn from you. Even if he only learns a small amount from you, it is good enough for him." Jiao Dao and the others were all frozen. The 2 powerful spirits didn't sound like emperors at all. Not as the humans had imagined. They looked like proper parents that were simply trying to snipe a good teacher for their kid. Is he really that strong? Luo Li was confused. She knew Hansen was strong, but she found it hard to believe he was that strong. Even emperors were talking to him nicely. She hoped her own child might one day be able to study underneath his wing. Luo Hui and Luo Yu's brains were just empty. They could muster no reaction. When they walked out of furnace shelter with Hansen, they still felt as if they were in a dream and none of it was real. Sumi followed Hansen out of furnace shelter. He was going to travel with him as a student. Hansen wasn't very good at teaching, but even if he only took the time to teach Sumi some skills of the alliance, it would be enough. Compared to human education, what spirits received was pretty much rubbish. Spirits could live forever, so they could learn what they wanted whenever they wanted. There was no need for efficiency and proper timetabling. Humans weren't like that, of course. In ancient times, it was said that it was rare for humans to see the age of 70. That was considered a very old age, but a human's learning capabilities declined after the age of 30, anyway. Therefore, a core principle for humanity was the need for studying effectively and in a timely manner. Humans always tried to find the best ways to learn and absorb knowledge in the shortest amount of time. There were many different ways to study, but all of them were highly organized. This had been very important in ancient times. It didn't matter whether someone went to a public school or went to a private martial hall, the education they received had been refined for millennia. It was far better than anything spirits ever received. Hansen did not think it would be difficult to teach Sumi. He asked the AI to formulate a plan and course of education for Sumi, too. There were humans in furnace shelter, but no one really ever listened to them. Sumi certainly wouldn't, especially since he was emperor class. He had never taken the time to learn how humans studied. What Hansen presented him with was all new. It fascinated him, and he put a lot of effort into studying as hard as he could. Luo Li, Luo Yu, and Luo Hui looked weirded out. They thought Hansen's teaching method was so dull and average. They expected him to teach Sumi something grand and powerful. After seeing this, they wondered why Sumi would have such great respect for him. They could not understand why Furnace Emperor and Fire Empress had treated Hansen so well either. But still, they kept their thoughts to themselves. They were a bit scared of Hansen, and they did not want to criticize him. Hansen, why don't you come to Godslayer's shelter with us? After they left the Valley of Sand, Luo Li invited Hansen to come back with them. I'm going back to my own shelter. Take care. Hansen was not a fan of the Luo family, and so he didn't want to stick with them very long. He brought the silver fox, Sumi, and the rest to leave with him. Jia Sherdao knew the Luo family's relationship with Hansen was strained. He didn't say anything regarding that, but he did think to himself, it's difficult to discern the intricacies of genes. I am afraid the Luo family will fall, and when it does, the Han family will rise to supersede them. Maybe Hansen will one day become better than Luo Haiteng himself. It looks like the Iron Fist Martial Hall will need to morph to accommodate the coming change. Hansen brought Sumi with him to his shelter. His new guest was a second-gen super spirit, so no creatures or spirits gave them any trouble on the return trip. Hansen did not go back to God's ruin, and Sumi told them the place was shut down now, anyway. It would be many decades before it reopened. Little Lion King had gone back to Lion Mountain, so there was no point going back there either. What are those crystal cacti in the Valley of Sand? Hansen asked Sumi. Sumi smiled and said, it is a super creature. It isn't a normal one, though, and it is actually called Cactus Needle. My parents spent a lot of time trying to claim it, so it could stand guard and protect the shelter. The crystal cactus branch you broke in the beginning was just an illusion. It didn't affect the real creature. Unless you find its real body and kill it, it can just keep on summoning illusions like that. The illusions are all strong, just like super creatures, too. It makes for a powerful ally. That is a very powerful super creature, indeed. It doesn't sound any weaker than a berserk super creature, actually, Hansen complimented it. Yeah. If it wasn't, I don't think my parents would have exerted as much effort as they did when they claimed it. Sumi spoke of this proudly. They returned to Shadow Shelter before long, and Hansen settled Sumi down there. Hansen then called on Cheap Sheep and Green Cow to give him a sit-rep on the shelter, so he could learn how things had been and if any important events had unfolded in his absence. Bossman, with us here, the shelter has been doing fine. Cheap Sheep continued to compliment himself and tell Hansen how well he had performed. And he really had done well. He had done a great job while Hansen was gone and kept everything operational. Hansen was satisfied. Red Pony was still in the garden, but Nine Life Cat was gone. Where it went, Hansen had no clue, but it never returned. Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon remained comfortably in the shelter, and it seemed as if they weren't keen on the concept of leaving. Gu Qingqing rarely left the shelter, but Elysian Moon frequently did. She came back from time to time, but she never communicated with Han Senator. She would always come back and return to Gu Qingqing's side. Hansen wanted to ask Gu Qingqing a few questions and see if she was the number 4 mentioned in the diary, but after thinking it over for a while, he decided to go back to the Alliance first. He wanted to see his family and his son. Hansen had been gone for a long time, and he had missed them quite a bit. It is a shame Little Flower is too young and cannot go to the shelter. And I don't have enough power to ensure Ji Yanran could become a demigod safely. The whole family could hunt creatures together if we were all here, and we'd see each other a lot more. Hansen sighed. When he went home, though, Hansen thought something in the atmosphere had soured. Luolan and Ji Yanran were already there waiting for him, and when they saw him, they looked at him as if he was a criminal. Has something happened? Hansen asked quickly. Nothing has happened, but you have a big problem. Luolan looked at Hansen as if she was a judge, and she spoke with alarming seriousness. What problem do I have? Hansen did not understand. You went to Godslayer's shelter? Luolan asked. Hansen nodded. I was on my way through. Due to a business arrangement, I had to go. But don't you worry, I haven't established any ties to them. It's done. Looking very angry, Luolan pointed to the gift box on the table. She said, if nothing happened, then why did Old Stubbornness send these things here? Old Stubbornness? You mean Luo Haitang? What did he send here? Does he want to teach Han Yan some horrible skill again? I'm telling you, she shouldn't learn that stuff. It'll harm her lifespan, Hansen said quickly. Luolan shook her head and said, these were my favorite snacks. After all these years, he still remembers. You better tell me what you did with him. There's no way that Old Stubbornness would concede to me and ask Luoli to deliver these things. Luoli brought it, but there were some items in there she didn't know about. It must have been his idea. Luolan said she'd never go back to see the Luo family again, but when Luo Haitang sent her those things, it made her feel weird. She was both touched and confused. After so many years, Luo Haitang finally understood. He didn't come, but the items he had included obviously meant a lot. Luolan didn't believe someone with Luo Haitang's personality would do this. But Luolan was worried Hansen had sacrificed something, which prompted the gesture. Hansen himself was surprised. Although he had seen Luo Haitang in Godslayer's shelter, he hadn't agreed to any of the man's requests or given him anything. So, why would the old man send a gift? It seemed as if he really wanted to re-establish a connection with Luolan. But given Luolan's personality, Hansen knew what Luo Haitang might have been like. It had been many years since he saw her, and there had been no texting or form of communication in the meantime. If he'd really wanted to send her something, he'd had plenty of time to do it. It wouldn't have had to be that day, of all days. Now that he had sent something, it obviously had something to do with him having just met Hansen. Mom, I didn't do anything for him. I didn't agree to anything. Hansen went on to relay the story of how he encountered Luo Haitang. You dodged his palm? Luolan looked at Han Sen with wide-open eyes. She looked as if she was in shock. I didn't learn the falsified Sky Sutra, either. But you know that I knew about it and what to expect. Is there something wrong with the fact that I managed to dodge it? Han Sen didn't think there was a problem. No, there's nothing wrong. You did a great job. Luolan was very happy to hear this. She put her fingers on Han Sen's cheek and rubbed it. My good son, you really did a great job. What does that mean? Han Sen looked confused, not entirely sure what had just happened. He had very rarely seen her this happy. Nothing. It's just good, that's all. Luolan smiled and left, not really answering Han Sen's question. Han Sen rested at home for another 2 days, before returning to the sanctuary. When he got back, he went directly to Gu Qingqing's room. Just as he was about to knock on the door to her chamber, he heard Gu Qingqing's voice say, "Come in, the door isn't locked." Han Sen lightly pushed the door open. Gu Qingqing was in front of a table, drawing with an old pen. Han Sen learned about what she was doing in a history lesson. It was calligraphy. She was using a brush pen, a tool devised by ancient humans to write. They weren't really used anymore. The few that still existed were typically used by artists for a few odd tasks. He hadn't expected Gu Qingqing to be the sort to love them like so. Han Sen wasn't very good with art, but he could tell that she must have had a lot of practice to draw with the level of talent she had. Gu Qingqing lowered her pen. She took a moment to admire her own artwork before asking, "Why were you looking for me?" Han Sen smiled and then said, "I met someone who told me some wild things about you. I don't know if he was a liar, so I'd like to ask you for the truth about these things he said about you." "Oh? What did he say about me?" Gu Qingqing looked at Han Sen as if her curiosity had been piqued. Han Sen had already established how he'd approach this conversation in his mind. Now, he smiled and said, "He said you killed Cruel Chi, is that true or false?" Gu Qingqing frowned and said, "Maybe. I don't remember. I have killed many creatures in my lifetime. Cruel Chi was a famous demigod super creature. If you killed one such as that, you wouldn't have forgotten, would you?" Han Sen didn't believe her. "I really did just forget. Why would I lie about this?" Gu Qingqing said, with lifted lips. Han Sen thought that if Gu Qingqing wanted to lie, she would have just said a simple yes or no. He couldn't quite tell from the answer he was given. "It's okay if you don't remember that. He said a lot of other things. He said you drank the pee of a jade beast to avoid dying of thirst out in the desert and..." Han Sen was going to say a few similar statements, but before he could finish speaking the first, Gu Qingqing's face changed. "Impossible. No one knew about that." "How would you know?" Gu Qingqing stared at Han Sen as if she had seen a ghost. "You really did this? Then did you hide inside the hunting sky beast's egg and end up getting sat on by the hunting sky beast for an entire month?" Han Sen asked. "Impossible. No one should know about this." "Who did you hear it from?" Gu Qingqing's face changed. She ran in front of him and grabbed him by the sleeves. "I said I met someone, didn't I? He told me these things, saying that he saw you commit these acts. I thought he was lying. I had no idea he was telling me the truth." Han Sen was both surprised and happy. He was now sure Gu Qingqing was the number 4 in the diary. "Impossible. When I did these things, humans did not even know what a steamer was. Who could have seen me?" Gu Qingqing looked annoyed. Han Sen froze. His eyes opened wide as he looked at her, and he said, "Steamer? That is something from ancient times. Were you in the sanctuary all the way back then?" Han Sen couldn't believe what he was hearing, but Gu Qingqing had unwittingly proved what he wished to know. Gu Qingqing frowned as she stared at him. She said, "You are right. I am from that era. I was in the sanctuary even during ancient times. Tell me who told you this stuff. When I did these things, humans could not appear in the sanctuaries. They shouldn't have been able to see me. No way. Back then, there were no teleporters. There weren't even generators. How were you able to enter the sanctuary? You're joking, right? Hansen heard every word, but he found it hard to believe. Does it look like I am joking? Gu Qingqing said coldly. But that is not right. Even if you entered the shelter, that would have been at least 10,000 years ago. Even as a demigod, your few hundred-year lifespan should have long been over. How have you lived for so long? Gu Qingqing had admitted to something quite strange. He didn't believe it. I don't care if you believe it or not. I only want you to tell me who told you this stuff. Gu Qingqing's face looked dim. A chill had run down her spine. The things she had done were something no other human could have seen. The things Hansen spoke of were events she believed no one else would know about. Spirits and creatures couldn't have known either. Now that Hansen had said this, it spooked her quite a bit. If someone knew about these things, then it meant someone had been watching her in ancient times and even up until now. This was a pretty scary thing to learn. Is there a way for you to prove to me you hail from ancient times? Hansen saw that she wasn't actually joking. He had a number of different questions he wished to ask her. It doesn't matter if I can or not. If you don't believe me, just pretend I'm not. But just tell me who told you these things. Gu Qingqing knew Hansen, and she knew it couldn't have been Hansen who saw those events. Someone must have told him. So, Gu Qingqing had no reason to be suspicious about what he had told her. I'm not sure. I met someone, but I don't know anything about him. I never saw him again, after that. Hansen didn't know who the person was, so he couldn't tell her. Gu Qingqing frowned and looked at Han Senator. She didn't believe what he said. After all, why would some random stranger tell him such stories? Hansen kept talking about things that didn't matter, now wanting to slip away. He had at least confirmed that Gu Qingqing was the elusive number 4. But if Gu Qingqing was a human that had been in the sanctuaries in ancient times, like she had just told him, how did she enter? And how was she still alive after all that time had passed? Something else confused Hansen, too. If number 4 was a number the observer had just written down, did that mean the other numbers were humans, too? If they were humans, how were the numbers decided? If the numbers were given by order of entry into the sanctuaries, then that meant 3 had already come before her. Of course, this was all just guesswork. The numbers might not have even represented humans. You can leave, but you need to explain things to me first. Gu Qingqing raced to the door and blocked the exit, prohibiting Hansen from leaving. Hansen looked at Gu Qingqing. He thought what she said was fairly believable. When he first met her, he thought she was strange. He never thought she fit into this world, anyway. The name Gu Qingqing itself was something rather old-fashioned. It wasn't a modern human name at all. And some of her behavior flat out made Hansen feel strange. She was both mysterious and hauntingly beautiful, and that in itself was odd. Her being different might have been something to expect, then. Now that he thought about it, Gu Qingqing didn't look like a modern human, either. I can tell you what you want to know, but first, I need you to tell me who you are, Hansen said quietly. I told you already. You're the one who chose not to believe me, Gu Qingqing said. Even if I did believe you are an ancient human, you should have a historical identity. Back then, humans were separated by countries. Which country did you hail from? What did you do before? What Hansen wanted to know the most was how she had managed to enter the sanctuary. He was afraid that by asking her directly, he wouldn't receive an answer. First, he had to test the waters. Gu Qingqing looked at Hansen with strange doubt, but answered, I am from the Chu state. I am a Qigong caster. Qigong caster? Which faction did you belong to? Hansen asked politely. That's none of your business, Gu Qingqing answered. How did you get into the sanctuary? Hansen asked. If I answer this question, you will have to tell me who told you all that stuff. Gu Qingqing looked right at Han Sen when she said this. Okay, it's a deal, Han Sen agreed. With no hesitation, Gu Qingqing said, I am from Chu State, but I practiced at sea. Once, when I returned to land in my boat, a weird vortex appeared. I fell into it, and when I came to, I was in the sanctuary. Which planet was the vortex on? And where? Han Sen asked. That's pointless information. I left the sanctuary many times to search for the vortex, but I learned nothing. I have even used powerful submarines to search underwater. All I've found are ordinary seas and nothing else special, Gu Qingqing said. Han Sen nodded. According to what you have said, if you are from Chu State, it has been tens of thousands of years. How have you managed to live so long? I told you. I have answered your original question, and now it is your turn to answer mine. Answer my question, who told you this stuff? Gu Qingqing said. Han Sen pulled out a book and showed it to her. It wasn't the diary he found in the control room, though. It was a copy he had made. The number 4 sections were there, while he had left the original at home. This was why Han Sen did not go see her immediately. Gu Qingqing took the book and opened it with confusion. After seeing it, her face changed. She flipped through the book really quickly and soon looked ill. Who is this person? Gu Qingqing closed the book and stared at Han Senator. She looked very angry, and goosebumps ran up and down her skin after having read all the complaints. From what she asked, it looked as if something she never thought would be known had now been exposed for all to see. She felt naked. I don't know the writer, but I copied it from a book I found in God's ruin. Han Sen went on to tell her what happened. Gu Qingqing wasn't too convinced with the tale, though. She stared at him for a good long while. She wanted to find the truth from his face, but she was disappointed. If what you're saying is true, there must be more numbers. There has to be another 3, at least, Gu Qingqing said thoughtfully. Yes, but there isn't much about them. Just 2 sentences. You were the focus of the record. Han Sen smiled. Let me see the other parts. Gu Qingqing reached out her hand. Okay, but you need to tell me how you've managed to live all this time. Han Sen blinked. Gu Qingqing did not hesitate, and it looked as if she had just thought of something. She had to confirm her thoughts and said, I had been here for a dozen years when I explored God's ruin. I entered a strange place and got trapped there. It felt like a short time, maybe a few months. But when I came out, the teleporters in the shelters that were previously not available for use, now were functional. I used one of them to leave the sanctuary, and then I learned that tens of thousands of years had passed. Saying this, Gu Qingqing then thought of something quite upsetting. She looked darkly at Han Sen and said, Not long after I returned to the Alliance, I met your liar. I met your great-grandfather. Han Sen could imagine what would happen if a person displaced from the ancient past met a liar. The place you went to, were there many crystal machines? Han Sen asked. Gu Qingqing nodded. You are right. The rooms you and I went to were similar. There were some differences, however. I guess those must have been crystallizer items, but I didn't know that at the time. And when I actually returned from there, I was unable to find the entrance I had originally used. Han Sen thought the sanctuaries definitely had some association with the crystallizers now. When he entered the main control room, he himself had been taken 10 years into the future. He had no reason to doubt what she was telling him. But Han Sen still believed that something was amiss. He looked at Gu Qingqing and said, I remember something, weren't you a member of the 7th team? You were with Han Jinji in the beginning, and it's a well-known fact that humans were unable to enter the sanctuaries at that point. The teleporters were just for testing. Did you get out through one of those devices? Gu Qingqing shook her head. Teleporters aren't the only way for one to leave the sanctuaries. When I teleported away, I found myself standing at an altar situated in some old construct on a human-inhabited planet. It was my exit point, but there was no way for me to re-enter from there. When I eventually returned to the sanctuaries, I made use of human-built teleporters to go to and fro. Hansen asked, when you entered the sanctuary with Han Jinji, what did you see? I have answered enough for now. Now it's your turn. Give me the rest of the book. Gu Qingqing simply put out her hands. Answer my last question, what happened there? Hansen insisted on an answer for this. I don't know what happened. We met a being called God. He said he could fulfill our grandest wishes, but we would only receive one each. Han Jinji told me not to make a wish, so I left with Ning. Ning did not make a wish either. After that, I'm unsure what happened, Gu Qingqing said. Were you a demigod by that point already? Did you think that was God himself, or was it just some strong, almighty creature? Hansen asked. I don't know. I guess that place was the elusive fifth sanctuary, though. The god we met might have just been a god-class creature, Gu Qingqing said, and then put her hands out again. She said, I've answered everything you've wanted to hear. Now, give me what I'm owed. I left the original version at home. I'll have to go and get it. There was nothing more Hansen could ask, so he complied and went to retrieve the diary for her. She could read ancient texts better than Hansen, so she moved through the contents of the diary at a much faster pace. Strange. That's very strange. Gu Qingqing was talking to herself as she perused the contents of the book. What is strange? Hansen quickly asked. The creatures mentioned are from the fourth god sanctuary. I saw some after I became a demigod, but when humans from the Alliance entered, they all disappeared. These people who are numbered, they sound like individuals that might be easy to find. I don't think they are the same sort of humans you'd find in the Alliance, Gu Qingqing said. Maybe they're like you. Perhaps they were people who could enter before all humans naturally could, Hansen suggested. Judging from the numerical values, it seems as if there might be a few thousand such people. I have never met them during my time in the sanctuaries, however, Gu Qingqing said. The sanctuaries are big places. A few thousand scattered across such vast worlds? I'd say it's not too out of the ordinary that you haven't encountered any, Hansen said. Gu Qingqing shook her head and said, impossible. Some people mentioned in here are said to have killed famous demigod super creatures. There's no way I wouldn't have heard about any of these feats being accomplished. That is weird. Maybe the numbers aren't all humans, then? Hansen pointed at the last part and asked. Can you explain the last part? It sounds as if you hadn't been seen in a while. Where did you go off to? Is it because I entered that strange place, and they could not see me? Gu Qingqing said, after some thought. That is possible. But that also means these observations began recently. Those numbered humans are old humans, though, not modern humans, Hansen said, after also taking a moment to think. It looks like the crystallizers have quite the connection to the sanctuaries, but history says they were destroyed a long time ago. There are many tidbits to string together and figure out here. Gu Qingqing gave the diary back to Hansen and then went on to say, if you want to get to the bottom of all this, we can cooperate. If you make any more discoveries, how about you share what you know with me? We can investigate this together. What do you think? I can agree to that, yes. Hansen then asked, what is up with Elysian Moon, by the way? Why do you both look identical? She is a spirit. That is one item of discussion that is none of your business. Gu Qingqing's temperament went cold. We are cooperating, aren't we? It's best that partners get to know each other a bit better. Hansen smiled. This is off limits to our cooperation. Gu Qingqing then swiftly pushed Hansen out of her room and slammed the door. Hansen touched his nose and left. He wasn't put off, he'd just ask again next time. It's time to show off my skills. Hansen went to the Geno core storage. He wanted to get all his Geno cores to first place before proceeding to gold class. Hansen's genes had leveled up very quickly, but his Geno cores hadn't been given the opportunity to catch up. He wanted to spend some time upgrading his Geno cores now. It would be difficult to reach super class, but reaching gemstone should be easy enough. Hansen used crystal core as his key for entry. This Geno core was already in first place, so many wished to challenge and dethrone it. Hansen then saw a familiar name. It was Ghost Eye. He was in the top 10 in the silver Geno core rankings. Hansen wasn't sure if Ghost Eye had worked his way through the ranks, or if he had just bought his way up. Hansen remembered striking a bargain with him once, one that Ghost Eye swiftly betrayed. Although Ghost Eye had ultimately failed, Hansen was still upset about what had occurred. This guy has guts to challenge me. If he wants to die, I suppose I don't mind helping him. Hansen clenched his fists and accepted Ghost Eye's challenge. Then, he entered the Geno core battleground. Hansen found the three-eyed panther waiting on the battleground. It was indeed the lying *shoal Ghost Eye. You've got some nerve showing your face to me. Hansen moved his body and teleported directly in front of the tricky feline. Boss, hang on. I have a big secret I wish to inform you about. Ghost Eye screamed as he tried to run. You and your secret can go to hell. Hansen wasn't having any of it. Wearing the ghost armor given to him by Ghost Eye, he dashed in front of the creature and attempted to punch its head in. I have an Emperor Geno core. I was going to give it to you, please take it. Ghost Eye screamed, seeing he'd be unable to dodge the manic fist. When Hansen heard this, he stopped. He let his fist hover above the panther's third eye, and he said, You've got 3 seconds. If I don't see an Emperor Geno core within the allotted time, you're going straight to hell. 1. Ghost Eye gritted his teeth and pulled out an item that resembled a claw. He placed it in front of Hansen. Then, he said, Boss. This is it. I know I was wrong to do what I did last time, but now I am being wholeheartedly sincere. For first place, I am willing to give you this Emperor Geno core. Please, believe me once more. Hansen took the item from Ghost Eye, with his other hand still hovering above the creature's head. He said, This is an Emperor Geno core? Hansen did not believe Ghost Eye. If he had an Emperor Geno core, why would he throw it away to get first place for a silver Geno core? Not even first place in the gemstone leaderboard would be worth that much, he reckoned. It was a strange Geno core. In the Geno core storage, a Geno core was sealed and unusable if it wasn't the self-Geno core used as a key for entry. But that Geno core did not look as if it had just been sealed by the Geno core storage. It looked gray and dark, like rusted steel. It was weird. It looked like a flute, minus the holes. It was like a pipe made of stone. Ghost Eye smiled and said, You are smart. This is indeed an Emperor Geno core, but it just has the problem of being sealed. But with your strength, you can most certainly unseal it and become the best in the fourth God's sanctuary. Had you been able to unseal it, you wouldn't have given it to me, would you? Hansen looked at him with disdain. Ghost Eye looked awkward, and with a grin, he said, I was unable to open it because I was weak. You, however, are so strong. You must certainly be able to. I'm taking the item as a punishment for you breaking the deal last time. If you want to gain first place this time, go and bring me something even better. Don't bring me something else like this, Hansen said, and without giving the creature a chance to object, he punched it in the face. Ghost Eye hacked out blood. He had been injured, but he was allowed to concede and exit the Geno battleground. F***ck. He's worse than me. He took my stuff and didn't give me anything. Ghost Eye was feeling fairly disheartened. He had tricked Hansen once, but he had never expected him to reach first place again. Now that he had sacrificed the Emperor Geno core and gotten beaten up without obtaining first place as he desired, he was dismayed. It looks like I'll have to wait until he reaches gold class before I can reach first place. I wasted my Emperor class Geno core. Ghost Eye was feeling very upset, and he spoke his sorrow aloud. Ghost Eye had given Hansen an Emperor Geno core. It was quite infamous in the fourth god's sanctuary, but so was its seal. No one had ever been able to open it. The emperor that used to own it was named Drink Blood Emperor. He was a very infamous spirit, and this Geno core belonged to him. It was called Blow Blood. The sad thing was, Drink Blood Emperor garnered the ire of a certain creature and was killed by it. The result of this circumstance left Blow Blood sealed. After that, the Blow Blood Geno core had passed through the hands of many different elites. Sadly, no one had ever figured out how to unseal it. Its renown increased, but so too did the belief that it was completely worthless. After all, no matter how strong you were, a sealed Geno core was useless. Ghost Eye had only managed to get it recently, and he wished to speak with Hansen and offer it up in exchange for first place. But Hansen wanted to kill him right away, and in a rush, Ghost Eye had to play his cards and reveal Blow Blood. He had actually planned to trick him again, after the exchange, too. But now that Blow Blood had been taken, and he had not obtained first place, Ghost Eye was quite upset. Fortunately, Blow Blood's worth was only the equivalent of a gemstone Geno core nowadays. Therefore, it wasn't all that expensive to lose. He'd be a lot more upset if he lost something of even greater value. Hansen, seeing Ghost Eye, was not in a rush to level up his crystal core now. He wanted to scam the Panther and drain him of what he could before proceeding on to gold class. Hansen left the Geno core storage with the intent of studying his new Geno core. He wanted to see if he was the one who could unseal the item. Hansen had never heard of Blow Blood Geno core, though. He didn't know where it came from, and a part of him even thought it wasn't actually an Emperor Geno core. Hansen summoned his gold-class Real Blood Geno core and attached it to the Blow Blood Geno core. He wanted to see if that would allow it to be used. Real blood landed on the gray pipe. It didn't melt into it, but it didn't slide down, either. It seemed to be absorbing. Hansen watched the process, and near Real Blood's position, a red line like a piece of silk was being generated. It seemed as if Real Blood was soaking into the Geno core. Hansen was delighted, and so he thought, it looks like Real Blood is helping with the seal. At this rate, it might take a few days. If Ghost Eye learned that Blow Blood could be unsealed, he'd definitely be angrier. Hansen still did not know whether or not it was an Emperor Geno core, but the seal was very powerful. He had no doubt about that. It was a high-class Geno core either way. It was definitely super, at the very least. As Hansen continued his investigation, Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon suddenly walked into the hall. Elysian Moon hadn't been seen for a while. This time, she had come back looking terrible. She was covered in wounds. Her face was pale and bloodied. There is an angry creature nearby. It's a super creature, and it hurt Elysian Moon. I'm going to go kill it. Would you like to come with me? Gu Qingqing asked Hansen directly. How are you going to split the profits? Hansen asked. You can have the loot. I just want to avenge her, Gu Qingqing said. She wouldn't come looking for me if it was this easy. There must be something up with the creature. Hansen didn't think Gu Qingqing would approach Hansen to assign an easy task. The Destroyer Wolf at rank 139 on the Super Geno core leaderboard won't be all that easy to kill, Gu Qingqing said. May I ask what your rank is on the Super Geno core leaderboard? Hansen asked, out of genuine curiosity. I am 17th, Gu Qingqing said carelessly. You're that high? You're 17th and you can't defeat this Destroyer Wolf that is only 139? Hansen was surprised. It can't beat me in raw strength, but it has the ability to consume space. I will be unable to catch him, and that is why I'll need you and Nightmare, Gu Qingqing said. To me, it sounds as if all you really need is the assistance of Little Red. Why don't you just ask him straight away? I can't make him come. Hansen shook his head. He won't accept my invitation, but you will be just as useful as him. You can come to help, Gu Qingqing said. Okay. And just to confirm what you told me, I will be receiving the items once it's dead, yes? Hansen smiled. If you can truly help, sure. Would you plan on taking the loot even if you didn't put any effort in? Chu Qingqing wasn't very polite when it came to these sorts of affairs. We will see, but I am known to take out as much as I put in. Hansen did not argue and just went along with her. He wanted to see how strong Gu Qingqing was if she truly was ranked 17th on the Super Geno Core leaderboard. Hansen followed Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon out of the shelter. The travel was dull for Hansen, and he found himself bored. So, he asked, who was in first place on the Super Geno Core leaderboard? Gu Qingqing was equally bored. She said, the one currently in first place is the fellow who leads Sacred. He claims to be God's own child, but there are others who have the same might as him. The person in first place switches every now and again. Why does the person in first place frequently change? Hansen asked, having been surprised by this. What's so weird about that? There are many powerful Geno cores there, of Emperor class and Berserk class. They're all good at something. No one is the absolute strongest. That being said, when I first became a demigod, I heard there was a Geno core that held first place for a very long time. It hadn't lost once. But that is the only time in history when the first place on the Super Geno Core leaderboard seemed fixed. Nowadays, the holder of the first position changes frequently, Gu Qingqing said. What was that Geno Core's name? Is it still on the leaderboard? Hansen asked with curiosity. You're reading on novelfull.tks. If it was still on the leaderboard, the ranks wouldn't keep changing. I have only heard about it through hearsay, though. When I first arrived here, it was already gone. I suppose you could say it's more of a myth now. Its name, however, was Destiny's Tower. I can only suppose it left for the fifth sanctuary alongside its master, Gu Qingqing said. When Hansen heard Gu Qingqing say this, his heart jumped. If that stellar Geno core was indeed Destiny's Tower, it probably meant the one resting in a sea of soul. **T. Destiny's Tower is that strong? Hansen held on to his excitement and pretended the name didn't ring any bells. Then, he asked, who was Destiny's Tower's master? I don't know, and I don't think anyone does. It's an old myth, and it is something I have only heard of once, Gu Qingqing said. Hansen asked a few more questions, but she didn't know much. She said the master of Destiny's Tower was strange. The rumors said when he first appeared on the Geno Core leaderboard, he did so at a low rank. Apparently, it was in the 10,000s. No one had seen it in the first few ranks, but all of a sudden, it managed to reach number 1. No one knew whether that was a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, this was just part of the myth. Gu Qingqing had only heard about these events. She hadn't witnessed them firsthand. Hansen retreated into thought. Is this Destiny's Tower the same one that's in my Sea of Soul? If it is that good, and so was its master, why did they not go on to the 5th sanctuary? And who was that being in armor that resided in the Black Chimenia? Why was he an enemy of Destiny's Tower's master? All these questions now rattled around Hansen's head, but thinking he actually owned that tower now, he almost lost control and laughed his head off. Dad, why are you so happy? Bauer was in Hansen's arms. She looked right at him as she spoke. Oh, it's just because you're next to me. That's why I am happy, Hansen quickly said. He was worried Gu Qingqing might have gotten suspicious. When Bauer heard this, she was delighted. She kissed Hansen on the cheek and said, I am happy too, when you are around me. Elysian Moon couldn't bear watching it. She balked. Ugh, you two are so gross. You're just jealous. You could be like me, if you had a beautiful daughter, too. Hansen held Bauer and laughed at her. Humph. Elysian Moon turned glum and looked away. Hansen felt weird about that, though. He wasn't sure what he said that might have upset her. What he said shouldn't have peeved her as it did. Gu Qingqing then changed the subject. When you see Destroyer Wolf, be careful. It can consume space, and it can also leap out at you from tiers in the dimension, pouncing at you from any angle. If he slips into a space crack, follow me. That sounds annoying. How do you plan on killing it? Hansen frowned and asked. Hansen had enough power to fight super creatures, but this was a berserk super creature with space powers. It would be a hard fight. That was, unless he used his Destiny's Tower. But that thing cost a lot of energy, and it wouldn't be wise to show it off in public. If others recognized it was Destiny's Tower, and it was in the hands of a human, all the emperors and super creatures would come dogpile on him to end him. Maybe we should take a look first. There's every chance we won't get to him, Gu Qingqing said. What do you mean? Hansen was shocked. That Destroyer Wolf offended some people. For some reason, many creatures and spirits are now after him. We're just going to try our luck and see if we can get it. We might not even be able to find it, Gu Qingqing said. Why didn't you tell me any of this sooner? Hansen frowned. Hearing her say this, Hansen knew this task would not be as simple as he had initially assumed. They walked for less than 2 days, and there were scary beings everywhere. Sometimes, Hansen could even detect powerful auras sweeping across the sky. However, the creatures seemed to be moving chaotically. It felt less like they were chasing something, and more like they were searching. They must be looking for that Destroyer Wolf, said Elysian Moon. Just when Hansen was about to respond, Sumi ran up to him and said, Teacher, something major is happening. What's happening? Hansen asked, looking at Sumi. He had sent Sumi out earlier to train. Sumi said excitedly, the Destroyer Wolf stole a descendant of the Master of Sacred Shelter. Now, it has come toward us, and many powerful super creatures are chasing it. A child of Sacred Shelter's master? A creature like goddess? Hansen suddenly imagined a goddess climbing out of an egg, which was a bizarre thought. Yes. I heard that it's the child of Sacred's master and a berserk super creature, but the berserk super creature wasn't living in Sacred Shelter, which was how the Destroyer Wolf managed to steal the egg. Now, many powerful shelters like Sacred and Outer Sky are all hunting that Destroyer Wolf, said Sumi. Sacred is powerful enough to gather all those shelters to help him, asked Hansen, amazed. No. They're all looking for the egg. It's a descendant of 2 berserk super creatures, so its genes must be extraordinary. The egg will be highly beneficial to any being that eats it. If it's a female, then they'll keep it and make it procreate with others to further improve the genes. Sumi couldn't be more excited. He lowered his voice and said to Hansen, Teacher, should we also go look for it? If we're lucky enough, perhaps we can actually find the egg. Then let's try to find it before others do. Hansen didn't have much hope for it. Many top-tier shelters sent their most powerful creatures to look for the Destroyer Wolf and that egg. That Destroyer Wolf had been given plenty of time to hide itself. Hansen didn't think they alone would be able to find it. And even if he could find it, it wouldn't be easy to steal the egg from so many terrifying beings. Many powerful creatures swept across the sky above them. After only half a day, Hansen detected 20 different creatures flying over him, and those were just the ones close enough for him to notice. However, they were still searching chaotically. It seemed that they still hadn't found the Destroyer Wolf yet. Elysian Moon, where did you meet the Destroyer Wolf? Hansen asked her. Near Rolling Dragon Lake, Elysian Moon said, pointing in a direction. Hansen was kind of familiar with the area around him, since it wasn't far from his shelter. Rolling Dragon Lake was a giant lake among the mountains, and it was named such because of the dragon-like creatures in the lake. Hansen had heard that there was a lake nearby, but he had never been there. Though Rolling Dragon Lake was among the mountains, it was very large, more than 100 square miles. However, the water in the lake was dark, giving out dark light like gas. It looked dense, so nobody could see anything that was even an inch below the water's surface. Nobody could say for sure whether a creature could actually live in the water or not. When Han Sen and the others arrived at the lake, they found Goddess already there. Goddess looked a bit different from before. Her life force had become terrifying, but it was also obscured and difficult to read. It seemed that she had reached super level. Just as Han Sen observed Goddess, she also noticed Han Sen, and her eyes became aloof. However, seeing Gu Qingqing beside Han Sen, Goddess frowned and began walking toward Han Sen with some creatures from her shelter beside her. There were 4 creatures beside Goddess, and they were all livid. Apparently, they were already super creatures, and all of them were mighty. However, Goddess didn't talk to Han Senator. Instead, she walked up to Gu Qingqing and asked, Elysium Master, is this person related to you? How is that your business, one way or the other? Asked Gu Qingqing, mildly. This man is a mortal enemy of mine. If he doesn't have anything to do with you, I'm going to take my revenge now. Gu Qingqing took a look at Han Sen, squinted her eyes, and said, What do you think? Han Sen heard it and said, Of course there's a connection between us. We're partners working together. You heard that, right? Gu Qingqing said, glancing at Goddess. Of course. I'll let him go this time for your sake. Goddess waved her hands and left with those 4 super creatures. You get along pretty well here. Han Sen gave a thumbs up to Gu Qingqing. You owe me one, said Gu Qingqing. Okay, no problem, but I'm still a bit confused. Why did she call you Elysium Master? You're a human. How did you become the head of the Elysium race? Han Sen was curious about that. That has nothing to do with you. Gu Qingqing glared at him, then took Elysian Moon and walked toward the lake. Han Sen looked in the direction that Goddess had vanished, then followed Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon. There was indeed some evidence of a fight that had happened beside the lake, and there were some residual tears in the fabric of space. They were feeble, but they hadn't yet healed entirely. Goddess and her sidekicks were also looking at those rips in space. They could tell that the tears had been left by Destroyer Wolf. Han Sen also used his Dongxian aura to observe the remaining evidence of the wolf. There were only a few molecules left, and it was probably because Destroyer Wolf got away through the space fault, so it didn't leave any molecules on its way. Gu Qingqing only looked at it for a short while, but she couldn't find any clues. She frowned and said, someone was definitely chasing the Destroyer Wolf, and that's how Elysian Moon was lucky enough to get away. The Destroyer Wolf also escaped through the space cracks. We might not be able to find any traces here. Let's just walk around and look. Perhaps we'll be lucky enough to find some clues. Han Sen took a look at Rolling Dragon Lake and walked to the other side. The Destroyer Wolf really hadn't left much of a trail, but Han Sen could see that it had left behind a few molecules, at least. He then walked toward the other side of the shining lake and found more traces of some sort of creature. Han Sen didn't know which creature these molecules belonged to, but he could tell that those molecules had been left there at the same time as the molecules left by Destroyer Wolf. That indicated that another creature had been in the area at the same time as Destroyer Wolf. Han Sen wanted to find that creature first to see what he could learn from it. Destroyer Wolf got away through a space crack. What clue do you think you can find here? Elysian Moon said, frowning. Let's just look around. Perhaps we can find some clues, Han Sen said as he walked. Then you can try your luck here. We don't think we'd find anything, Elysian Moon said while pointing in another direction. There's nothing to find here. We can secretly follow the groups from Sacred and Outer Sky. Better that than wasting our time here, said Gu Qingqing. Then let's separate into 2 teams. You can follow them, and I'll keep looking here. Han Sen wasn't in a rush. There were too many powerful beings from Sacred and Outer Sky, and everyone was on high alert, so Han Sen's group would be easily spotted. Han Sen planned to walk around to check for any remaining molecules. He wanted to see what kind of creatures were with the Destroyer Wolf. Okay. I'll leave you some marks to indicate where we've gone. Elysian Moon was already walking away, so Gu Qingqing left Han Sen a mark and hurried after her. Sumi wanted to follow them as well, but since Han Sen was not going, he had to follow Han Sen. Teacher, that destroyer wolf has fled through the space fault. Why are we still looking for clues here? We'd better follow Goddess's group. There'll be some interesting things happening later, Sumi said. He didn't think he'd be able to seize the egg, he just wanted to watch those powerful beings fight each other. Han Sen smiled and said, I'll keep searching here. You can follow those two if you really want to go. Sumi thought for a minute and said, I'd rather follow you, teacher. Han Sen didn't say anything more. Instead, he followed the molecules along the lake. There were only a few molecules left. It had been quite a long time, so there were only some scent molecules left, and they were not continuous. It would take Han Sen a long while to follow such a faint trail. Sumi saw Han Sen walk around the lake, looking around everywhere. He walked slowly, but he didn't know what Han Sen was looking at. He could only follow behind Han Sen. Han Sen walked around most of the lake, and at some point, the trail disappeared. He walked forward, but he couldn't find any more molecules. Weird. Where are they? Han Sen walked back to the last spot he had seen the molecules, and he observed the place carefully. You're reading on novel full, thanks. It was very close to the lake shore, and there were some black water stains at the shoreline. Does this lake rise at some point? Did the creature that left the scent enter the lake? Why did he walk around for so long instead of entering the lake immediately? Is there something special in this location? Han Sen frowned as he thought. He observed the lake, but he couldn't see anything special. The lake here was exactly like other areas of Rolling Dragon Lake. It was dark like ink, and he couldn't see anything inside. The surface of the water was peaceful as well, and there were no ripples. Han Sen couldn't find any living beings in the lake using his Dongxian aura. What are you looking at, teacher? Sumi stood beside Han Sen and looked at the lake, but he couldn't see anything either. I'm looking for clues, Han Sen said with a smile. Clues? What clues? I can't see anything. Sumi was curious. He observed the lake again, but he still couldn't see anything there. What would you need me for if you could see through everything? Han Sen said condescendingly. Sumi said, no wonder you're a teacher. I can't even compare with you. Please, teacher, teach me something. What kind of clues are there in this lake? My disciple, you will only truly learn if you find the answers yourself. You have to use your brain more and think it through. That's how you actually learn things. Han Sen pointed at the lake and said, just observe here. I'll go to other areas to see if I can find other clues. Okay, teacher. I won't let you down. Sumi kept staring at the lake, trying to find the clues his teacher alluded to. Han Sen kept walking around the lake, carrying Bauer. He walked all the way around the lake, and then he began walking around in the forest nearby, hoping to find the scent molecules again. Sumi gazed at the lake for a long time, but he still couldn't find any clues. Teacher is indeed wise and mysterious, and I'm not at the same level that he is. What did teacher find here? Sumi gazed at the lake more carefully. Actually, Han Sen didn't find any clues himself. He just felt that it wasn't a coincidence that he found some scent molecules there, so he asked Sumi to stay there to see whether he could find anything. If Han Sen was correct, the creature must have dived back into the lake when the tides rose in Rolling Dragon Lake. Han Sen then decided to walk around Rolling Dragon Lake and come back when the tides rose again. Perhaps he could find something after that. Han Sen walked around the nearby forest for a while, and he didn't find the trail he was looking for, but he did find a familiar scent. Ghost eye? Why is it here? It's so weak. Is it being suicidal? Han Sen checked it carefully, and he found some other molecule traces that resembled those of Ghost eye. There were two other types of molecules, but he wasn't sure which creatures they belonged to, and he couldn't tell the power of those creatures either. He toured the forest, and he felt several powerful forces sweeping across the sky, but none of them stayed nearby. After a short while, they were all gone. He didn't find anything new, and it was getting darker. Hansen went toward Rolling Dragon Lake. "Teacher, I found something." Hansen was a bit stunned. He only asked Sumi to stay there on the off chance that something happened, but he hadn't expected the spirit to make a discovery. Sumi pointed at the place where Hansen asked him to stay and watch. The place where Hansen and Sumi stood before was already covered by the black lake water, but there wasn't anything special there. However, after the lake water rose, a small section of lake water looked different. In that one place close to the shore, the lake water that was originally black became transparent like the water in a normal lake. However, it was already dark, and it was only a tiny area. If they didn't look at it carefully, they wouldn't have noticed the clear water at all. "Teacher, you indeed have great acumen. I wasn't able to see anything special before, but I only saw the difference of that part of the lake after it got dark." Sumi looked at Hansen in awe. Hansen flew above the small section of clear water, and he tried to see whether there was any difference in the water. That section of the lake looked like a well. It was clear from top to bottom, yet all the water around it was dark. The dark water and the clear water didn't integrate at all. However, it was already after sunset, and the water was very deep, so even if they looked directly down on the clear water, they could only see darkness. They had no idea how deep it was. Unlike the dark lake around it, there were bubbles coming up through the clear water, as if there were lots of fish below. "Teacher, what's wrong with the water here?" Sumi asked Hansen, standing beside him. Hansen thought, "How should I know anything about it? I'm not a god who knows everything." Of course, Hansen didn't say that out loud. He smiled at Sumi and said, "Just wait here for now. I'll go down there and check. Don't enter the water until I come out." Hansen jumped into the clear water with Bauer, diving deep. He had practiced his swimming skills before. Though he couldn't compare with real marine creatures, he was still able to engage in ordinary fights. Hansen was cautious. As he swam down, he summoned his golden engraving shield and held it in front of himself to defend against ferocious creatures. The lake was surprisingly deep. Hansen had dived more than 3,000 feet, yet he still couldn't see the bottom. Everything around him was still dark, and the water looked like ink. Hansen kept diving, and as he swam down, he suddenly felt a hollow sensation below him, and then he fell forward. As Hansen quickly regained his feet, he found out that he was standing in a huge underground cave. There were many bones scattered around the cave, and there was a strong stench in the air. In the middle of the cave was a black spring, and it was spewing water like gas. Two creatures lay beside the mouth of the well. The one on the left looked like a dragon, and its scales gleamed with black light as if they were made of coal. The dragon teeth in its mouth looked like knives. It was around 80 feet long, and it looked belligerent. The creature on the right was a giant white wolf, and it was just as large as the black dragon beside it. Its fur was white as snow, yet its eyes were black like ink. Ripples and distortions in space itself seemed to waver through the wolf's fur. The two ferocious beasts glared at Hansen at the same time, looking at him like a piece of fresh meat that had just been dropped on their doorstep. "Destroyer wolf?" Hansen was startled. He was originally looking for the trail of the creature he had sensed on the shoreline, but he hadn't expected to find the destroyer wolf here. Gu Qingqing described the appearance of the destroyer wolf to Hansen before, and this giant white wolf looked just as she had described it. And with that terrifying force coming from it, it had to be the destroyer wolf. As for the black dragon, it was likely to be the legendary rolling dragon. However, neither of them seemed to be the creature Hansen was looking for. Aside from the rolling dragon and the destroyer wolf, there weren't any other creatures in the entire underground cave. Inside the black spring, an object about the size of a basketball was rolling around. Before Hansen could see what that object exactly was, he heard the rolling dragon roar, after which it spewed a stream of black light toward him. Hansen couldn't see clearly what that black light was, so he couldn't even dodge it. He raised the golden engraving shield to ward it off. Dang! Hansen felt a giant force transmitting through the golden engraving shield, and he couldn't help stepping back, his back running into a rock wall in the cave. The rock was so hard that it only had some faint cracks after being hit by Hansen's body, yet Hansen's bones were almost dislocated. That stream of black light also bounced back after hitting the golden engraving shield. The black light shot toward the rolling dragon and splashed over its tail. Rather than being injured by the power, the dragon's tail caught the black light. Hansen then saw clearly that the black light shot by the rolling dragon was a trident, which was as dark as ink. There were dragon engravings on the handle, and 3 dragon heads formed the top of the trident. The strike from the rolling dragon didn't kill Hansen, which shocked it a little bit. The destroyer wolf stared at Hansen and said, "Who sent you here? Sacred shelter or outer sky shelter?" "Nobody sent me. I came here myself." Lots of thoughts flooded into Hansen's mind. The rolling dragon and the destroyer wolf didn't seem to be enemies, and besides, both the creatures were emanating horrifying life forces. They were both incredibly powerful beings. Hansen's power hadn't reached super level yet, so he wasn't sure whether he could fight against 2 beings at that level. "I should have brought Guqingqing with me." Hansen sighed. He hadn't expected to find the destroyer wolf so easily. Hansen had thought that the destroyer wolf would team up with the rolling dragon to fight him. Instead, the destroyer wolf squinted its eyes and gazed at Hansen for a while, then made a surprising suggestion. "Since you weren't sent by Sacred, and you're all by yourself, why don't you stay here and share the sacred egg with us?" "How could I do that?" Hansen found it hard to believe that the destroyer wolf would be so kind. It had risked everything to steal that egg. Why would it share with some random human? The destroyer wolf smiled, yet that smile kind of creeped Hansen out. A smile from a giant wolf was a truly disturbing thing to see. "Let me put it this way," the destroyer wolf said, sounding sincere. "We don't want to share the sacred egg with others. From my perspective, you're pretty powerful, and it won't be easy for us to kill you. If you flee and attract other powerful creatures here, it'll be a huge problem for us both. If you're willing, the 3 of us can share this egg. What do you think?" Though what the destroyer wolf said made perfect sense to Hansen, he still felt something off. However, Hansen was certain of one thing: if he refused, the 2 creatures would immediately team up and try to kill him to protect their secret. "Okay. Since you're this sincere, I'll go along with it." Hansen thought to himself, "I'll just use my destiny's tower if you really want to attack me. Perhaps I can even find a chance to get that egg. Then you can come down now, my friend. The sacred egg is ready for eating." "Is there anyone else aside from you who knows that we're here?" asked the destroyer wolf, smiling. No. Hansen moved down towards them slowly. However, he kept his distance from them. He looked at the white object within the black well and asked, "Is that the sacred egg?" "Correct, that's the sacred egg. However, its shell is too solid. We've tried everything we could think of, but nothing could break the eggshell. We then resorted to using the water from the black pond to erode the shell of the sacred egg. You came here at the right time. After another 40 or 50 hours, the eggshell will be completely eroded, after which we can enjoy the sacred egg," said the destroyer wolf. The rolling dragon just stared at Hansen coldly, like a sculpture made of iron. Hansen wasn't sure if it was because it couldn't understand the human language, or because it didn't want to talk to him. Hansen saw that neither the destroyer wolf nor the rolling dragon intended to attack him, which surprised him a little bit. Hansen thought the destroyer wolf just wanted to make sure nobody was around before it attacked him, yet the destroyer wolf didn't seem to have any intention of striking him. It seemed that it had made up its mind to share the sacred egg. Hansen was still cautious as he wasn't sure what the destroyer wolf wanted. He kept his distance from the destroyer wolf and the rolling dragon, and he also kept an eye on the sacred egg, waiting for it to be completely eroded. Though it was called a sacred egg, there wasn't any special about its appearance. It looked like an ordinary egg at an extra size. It was hard to imagine that a great being like the destroyer wolf couldn't break the eggshell. The water was flowing, and the sacred egg was floating on it. Hansen looked at it carefully, and he found that there were many tiny black engravings on the shell. It seemed that the water from the black pond was sipping in. "You're reading on novel full, thanks. How should I call you, friend?" The destroyer wolf didn't want to get close to Hansen either. Instead, it watched Hansen from a distance, smiling. "Hansen," answered Hansen. "You're so powerful, so you must come from somewhere famous." "What, haven't I heard of you before?" asked the destroyer wolf again. "Nowhere famous. I was just lucky enough to obtain some powerful geno, cores and beast souls," said Hansen. The more Hansen spoke, the less the destroyer wolf dared to look down upon him. It kept talking with Hansen, but it didn't show any sign of attacking him. It seemed that it was actually waiting for the eggshell to break so that it could share it with Hansen. "Is that eggshell really so solid that even you can't break it?" Hansen asked again, as he still found it unbelievable. Based on the rules in the fourth god's sanctuary, even the descendant of a berserk super creature was only at bronze level when it was just born. The destroyer wolf laid down beside the black pond and smiled. "If I were really able to break it, I wouldn't have run around carrying it and being hunted by so many powerful creatures." The destroyer wolf paused and laughed. The master of sacred spent so much effort gaining the confidence of the destroyer empress and convincing her to birth his child. He spent lots of time and effort on that egg, so it should be special. Hansen took a look at that sacred egg, yet he still couldn't see anything special about it. Even more confusing, Hansen still couldn't find any trace of the creature he had previously been looking for. If that creature was just some food that the destroyer wolf and the rolling dragon brought here and ate, Hansen should still be able to find its scent. Just like the bones left in the cave, all three of them were leaving molecules behind. However, Hansen didn't see any remaining molecules of that creature. Hansen was afraid that the molecules in the cave were too chaotic for him to check carefully. He rechecked them several times, but he still couldn't find any trace of the creature that he had noticed before. Maybe that creature didn't get into the lake. Then where is it? Hansen was frowning as he thought, but he couldn't figure anything out. The destroyer wolf sometimes talked with Hansen, and it was gentle and looked harmless. On the contrary, the rolling dragon didn't say a word. It just lay beside the black pond, staring at the floating sacred egg as if that egg was the only thing it could see. They didn't show any intention of attacking Hansen, which confused him. Bauer sometimes looked at the sacred egg as if it were some kind of new toy. Time passed, and more black fissures appeared on the eggshell. Just as the destroyer wolf said, the eggshell seemed to be almost completely eroded. Gotcha! After more than 50 hours of waiting, Hansen, destroyer wolf, and the rolling dragon heard a blast that sounded like an eggshell cracking after being boiled. A black crack appeared on the white eggshell. "It's done." The destroyer wolf was exhilarated, and the rolling dragon was even more so. Its tail was carrying the trident, and it immediately threw the trident toward the egg. The egg was already covered with small cracks, and Hansen thought that the trident of the rolling dragon would pierce through the egg completely. However, when the tip of the trident hit one of the cracks, there were only some sparks on the egg, and the egg was perfectly safe. The crack wasn't enlarged at all. Hansen was terrified. The destroyer wolf had told him how sturdy the sacred egg was, but he hadn't believed it until now. He had experienced the trident's power, and it was definitely at the top-tier level in the fourth god's sanctuary. Despite that, it couldn't injure the shell at all. The destroyer wolf licked its lips, and it stopped the rolling dragon from striking again. It gazed at the sacred egg and said, "Guess I need to wait longer." We've waited for a long time, so there's no need to rush it. The rolling dragon retreated back to the original spot and laid down. Hansen stared at the sacred egg, but something still seemed strange to him. There wasn't anything living in the sacred egg. After the eggshell cracked, Hansen finally managed to detect some energy coming from the egg. However, it wasn't a life force coming from the egg, but a force that resembled death. Why does this power feel like death? Does this sacred egg have the power of a dead spirit? That shouldn't be right. I've seen the power of Goddess, and her power feels nothing like this. If they're both descendants of Sacred's master, they shouldn't be so different, Hansen thought. As Hansen was thinking, he frowned and turned his attention to a corner of the cave. There were some familiar molecules floating there, the same molecules he saw on the shore. Strange. I've checked the cave several times already, yet I couldn't find any of the molecules of that creature. Why have some showed up here now? Hansen frowned worriedly. Is there a creature here that not even the destroyer wolf and the rolling dragon know of? Perhaps they know about it, but they're letting the creature hide here for some reason? Hansen frowned. Hansen was very confident about his Dongxian aura. He was certain that the molecules belonged to the creature he had been looking for before. Also, these molecules were very recent. There was only one possibility: the mutant creature was in the cave, but it was somehow concealing its presence. Hansen speculated that when the eggshell of the sacred egg cracked and the rolling dragon struck, the creature thought it was time to make a move and accidentally left some molecules in its excitement. Won't the water from the black pond just pour into the eggshell and pollute the egg yolk inside? Hansen said randomly. He watched the destroyer wolf casually, but his Dongxian aura was intensely focused on the corner with the molecules. However, nothing strange seemed to be happening. Everything was peaceful, and no more random molecules were slipping out. That makes sense. Let's get the egg out now. There are so many cracks in the egg at this point, so there's a chance that we can just suck the yolk out directly, said the destroyer wolf to the rolling dragon beside it. Hansen found it strange that destroyer wolf was asking for rolling dragon's help. Part of the egg was above the black water, so if the destroyer wolf was afraid of the water of the black pond, he could retrieve the egg without exposing himself to the water. Normally, people wouldn't just entrust a valuable like this to others. Instead, they would do it by themselves. The rolling dragon heard what the destroyer wolf said. It spun its tail, using its trident like a spoon to lift the sacred egg out of the pond. It dredged up the sacred egg and put it on the ground beside the spring. At this moment, black fissures covered the egg like a cobweb, and lots of the black fissures had sunk deeply into the egg. The destroyer wolf walked to the egg and looked down at the cracks. The crack is still not large enough, and we can't even see what's inside. There isn't anything slipping out, so it needs to be eroded further, said the destroyer wolf. Then, it grabbed the sacred egg with its paws and stood up like a human being. It then lifted the sacred egg to throw it in the black pond again. However, just as it turned around, the rolling dragon whipped its tail, and the trident pierced through the body of the destroyer wolf, punching a hole in the wolf's chest. Blood burst out, dyeing the white for red. The destroyer wolf dropped the egg, and bizarre ripples began to twist the space around the wolf's body. They disappeared for a second, and when they showed up again, destroyer wolf was right behind the rolling dragon. The wolf teeth tore downwards, biting toward the neck of the rolling dragon. Ayo! However, before the destroyer wolf could bite the neck of the rolling dragon, a transparent arrow shot through the wolf's head. The arrow went into the back of its head, through its brain, and out between its eyebrows. Blood dripped from the tip of the arrow. Destroyer wolf fell on the ground without even having the chance to struggle. It laid on the ground, completely lifeless. Hansen was completely bewildered. He couldn't believe that the mighty destroyer wolf had been killed so easily. He then looked to the corner of the cave and saw a creature standing there. Its upper body was that of a human being, while its lower body looked like a snake. It stood there, sneering with its apathetic face. The creature was holding a bow, and the color of the bow resembled the color of the horns on his head. Good job, Black Dragon. The half-human-shaped creature moved to the side of the rolling dragon and patted its head. The horrifying rolling dragon suddenly became meek and submissive, and apparently, it enjoyed the praise of the half-human-shaped creature. Who are you? Hansen asked, alarmed. It was apparent now that the half-human-shaped being and the rolling dragon were on the same team. The destroyer wolf originally wanted to borrow the black pond, which was why it agreed to share the sacred egg with the rolling dragon. Little did it expect that the rolling dragon had another partner, who wanted to kill the destroyer wolf and keep the sacred egg all to himself. Rolling Dragon King, the king of the rolling dragon lake. The half-human-shaped creature looked at Hansen scornfully. Hansen was dazed. Now he knew that the legendary creature in the rolling dragon lake was this strange creature in front of him, not the black dragon. Rolling Dragon King walked to the side of the black pond. He picked up the sacred egg and held it in his palms. Kill him, Rolling Dragon King said mildly, looking at the sacred egg. The black dragon roared suddenly, then dashed toward Hansen with the trident in its tail. Its claws and dragon teeth and trident were all terrifying weapons. Hansen resisted the waves of attacks with his golden engraving shield. However, Hansen kept stepping back under that aggressive force. The red light on Hansen's body surged as a pair of butterfly wings opened on Hansen's back, and at the same time, he entered bloodthirsty mode. Hansen's power surged. He fought the black dragon for a long time, but it was a stalemate. Neither could defeat the other. The Rolling Dragon King apparently didn't intend to help the black dragon fight Hansen. He pulled his arrow out of the destroyer wolf and wiped the blood on the wolf's fur. Then, he stabbed the arrow down towards the cracked egg. The arrow pierced the egg twice, but it couldn't penetrate the crack of the sacred egg. The Rolling Dragon King frowned, then his body gave off a bizarre black light. The black light infused the arrow, and he stabbed the arrow back toward the egg again. Gotcha! The arrow finally pierced the egg. The tip and part of the shaft both went in. The Rolling Dragon King was exhilarated. He grabbed the arrow and tried to pull it back out. But in the next second, the Rolling Dragon King became horrified. He wasn't able to pull the arrow out of the egg. Instead, his entire body was trembling as if he was being electrified. Black light was being pulled rapidly from his body, along the arrow, and down into the egg. Rolling Dragon King, did you really think I didn't know you were the real master of Rolling Dragon Lake? The destroyer wolf that was presumed to be dead gradually crawled up from the ground, which was inconceivable. The holes in its chest and head were healing so fast that the wounds were visibly shrinking. It glared at Rolling Dragon King with its wolf eyes, and it had a bizarre smile on its face. The Rolling Dragon King was terrified as he realized that he had been tricked by the destroyer wolf. However, it was too late for him to regret now. His body was being pulled inescapably toward the sacred egg. His power kept flooding into the egg, making him weaker and weaker. The black dragon roared. It ditched Hansen and rushed toward the Rolling Dragon King. It stabbed the sacred egg with the trident on its tail, trying to separate the sacred egg from the Rolling Dragon King. You're being suicidal. The destroyer wolf sneered, watching from the side. It wasn't trying to stop the black dragon at all. The black dragon's trident slammed into the sacred egg, but it immediately became stuck to the egg, and the egg began absorbing its power. It ended up just like the Rolling Dragon King. The two terrifying super creatures, which were possibly berserk super creatures, seemed utterly incapable of escaping from the sacred egg. Both the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon were shocked to their very core. Hansen was petrified. He had seen lots of descendants of two super beings before, and Sumi was a child of two emperors. However, he had never seen a descendant like this. It wasn't even born yet, but it was already able to wreck two super beings. Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon were being sucked dry, and it was a stunning thing to witness. The rolling dragon king seemed to have aged 1,000 years, and the scales on his snake tail were yellowing. His upper body looked old, and he wasn't as forceful as he had been before. He looked like an old man who was so skinny that his bones were visible. As for the black dragon, it wasn't doing any better. Its body was quickly aging as the essence inside its body was sucked out. The destroyer wolf looked at the withering rolling dragon king and said, "Everyone else thinks that the black dragon is the master of Rolling Dragon Lake, but I am exceptional. Do you really think you can trick me? Do you really think I came to Rolling Dragon Lake because I couldn't break the sacred egg? How naive are you?" As it spoke, the destroyer wolf squinted its eyes and a trace of light gleamed. "I came here because of the power of death in the Black Pond. Without that power of death, there's no way that the sacred egg could have incubated this soon. It's a descendant of sacred shelter. What does it have to do with the power of death?" Rolling Dragon King asked through clenched teeth. Destroyer Wolf sneered. "Are you an idiot? Don't you know that its mother is the Destroyer Empress? Her power is the power of death. The power that Sacred Egg inherited isn't just the power of Sacred's master, but also the Destroyer Empress's power of destruction. The power of Rolling Dragon Lake is the best way to nourish it. What good will it do you? Let us go, and we'll give you whatever you want," said the Rolling Dragon King. The sacred egg had almost sucked him dry. There was only a layer of skin covering his bone, and he looked more horrendous than a skull. "Idiot. What do you think you can offer me? Even if you both gave me your self-geno cores, they can't even begin to compare with this sacred egg." Destroyer Wolf's eyes were gleaming. The descendant of Sacred's master and the Destroyer Empress will have both the advantages of their genes. Since it was incubated, it has been nurtured by the godly fluids of Sacred's master, and with your power of death, the creature about to be born will be more perfect than any other berserk super creature. Once it's born, I'll merge its genes with mine, then I'll become the most powerful creature in the fourth god sanctuary. Don't count on it. Even me and Black Dragon are not its match. How do you think you'll manage to merge with it?" The bones of Rolling Dragon Emperor were starting to degrade. He fell on the ground beside the black dragon. "I have my ways, and you don't need to worry about it. Just wait for your death." After the Destroyer Wolf finished, it stopped giving a d*mn about the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon. "As for you, I really don't want to waste my time to kill you, but it'll take me a while to merge with the egg. If Sacred Shelter and Outer Sky learn about it, it'll be a pain in the *SS. You should just die," said Destroyer Wolf as it stepped forward, its body entering a space fault. A crack showed up beside Hansen, and a wolf head extended out, surging toward Hansen's neck with its white teeth. Hansen used the golden engraving shield on his shoulder to ward it off and defend himself against the bite of the Destroyer Wolf. Scrappy. The teeth of Destroyer Wolf and the shield ground against each other, and it made an annoying sound. The teeth of the Destroyer Wolf tore a part of the golden engraving shield off, and the golden engravings on the shield were dimming. It didn't have the power to reflect the attack. Hansen was terrified. He had never seen a force that the golden engraving shield couldn't defend against. The Destroyer Wolf fell toward Hansenator. It looked at Hansen coldly. "My power is to swallow space, and I already control this space entirely. Where do you think your shield's reflecting power comes from? Your shield does nothing against me." Destroyer Wolf's body was dimming as it traveled through the space fault. Every time, it left red slashes across Hansen's body. Hansen couldn't catch up with the rapidly vanishing and reappearing wolf, and his body couldn't defend against the wolf's spatial powers. The wounds looked bizarre, like pieces of Hansen's flesh were simply vanishing. Fortunately, the golden engraving shield warded off a large part of the attacks. Otherwise, Hansen would have been eaten alive. Hansen was frowning. The space-swallowing power of the Destroyer Wolf was indeed terrifying, and Hansen couldn't handle its attacks. He couldn't see how its body was moving between the faults, nor could he guess how the power worked. He couldn't wield any of his advantages, and he was completely suppressed by Destroyer Wolf. Hansen clenched his teeth, and gleaming holy light rushed out of his body. His hair immediately grew longer, and shining light flowed from his eyes. He went into the Super King Spirit mode. The Super King Spirit was different from Hansen's usual power. A human's body didn't grow stronger when their self-geno core leveled up, but creatures and spirits were more closely connected with their cores. The Super King Spirit mode made Hansen like a creature or spirit. His body became more powerful as his geno cores improved. As of yet, the Coin Geno core hadn't been upgraded, so the power given by the Super King Spirit mode wasn't very strong. However, Hansen didn't enter Super King Spirit mode to improve his power. After he entered the Super Spirit mode, Hansen rushed toward the sacred egg. He slapped toward the sacred egg with his palm in an attempt to knock the sacred egg away from the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon. He didn't want to save them. Destroyer Wolf wanted the sacred egg to absorb power, but without a connection to the Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon, the sacred egg wouldn't be incubated. That was why Hansen saved Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon. No matter what they were going to do, the Destroyer Wolf would have to deal with them first, so this was Hansen's chance. Destroyer Wolf saw Hansen slapping toward the sacred egg, and it sneered. "You want to touch the sacred egg? You're being suicidal." However, the Destroyer Wolf didn't stop attacking. On the contrary, it appeared behind Hansen and snatched Hansen's neck with its space-swallowing power. Hansen didn't turn back. He moved the severely damaged shield to cover his back, and at the same time, he slapped the sacred egg with his left hand. Two noises echoed at the same time. The Destroyer Wolf left 3 deep scars on the shield with its claws, piercing almost all the way through the shield. However, unlike what Hansen had expected, that sacred egg didn't exert any magnetic force on him, but it didn't separate from the Rolling Dragon King and Black Dragon either. Instead, the sacred egg, Rolling Dragon King, and the Black Dragon all spun away at the same time. The 3 of them fell into the black pond. They sank, splashing the dark water everywhere. The Destroyer Wolf was surprised when it saw that Hansen wasn't drawn towards the sacred egg. Then it roared and dashed toward Hansen again. Hansen dodged it while trying to think of a method to defend himself against the Destroyer Wolf, but nothing came to mind. "I have to resort to Destiny's Tower now." Hansen knew that if he kept doing this, he would be killed before too long. The best chance for him to survive was to use his Blood Legion technique and his Destiny's Tower before too much of his energy was consumed. Before Hansen could activate the technique, the water in the black pond suddenly surged upwards. A terrifying force rushed out of the black pond. The Destroyer Wolf and Hansen both dodged away from the splashing black pond water. At the same time, they looked at the black pond, trying to figure out what was going on. A stream of black light rose from the black pond like the sun escaping an eclipse, and then the light floated on the water. That terrifying force came from the stream of black light, and the entire cave was covered by the sensation of death. The black light gradually withdrew, but the force of death became stronger and stronger. After the light went away, Hansen missed a heartbeat after seeing what emerged. A beautiful woman walked out of the black pond. She was wearing black armor and carrying a long black bow. She had a pair of black wings like that of a crow, and her hair was dark like ink while her eyes were deep like an abyss. Her entire body emanated a beautiful yet ferocious force, as if she were an angel descending into hell. It has finally incubated. The Destroyer Wolf's eyes were glinting like crazy. It stopped fighting Hansen and rushed toward the female just hatched from the sacred egg. Hansen didn't move towards the egg. It wasn't because he was afraid that he couldn't defeat Destroyer Wolf, but that the force of death coming from that woman was too horrifying. To Hansen, the woman was more terrifying than Destroyer Wolf. Perhaps the Destroyer Wolf had already prepared itself enough that it thought it could gain something from the woman, but as for Hansen, he didn't think he could gain any power from her. That woman was floating above the black pond. Though she had her eyes open, her eyes looked hollow, as if she didn't have any soul. The destroyer wolf opened its mouth wide, and it bit the woman's neck with its barb-like fangs. Those white teeth were actually hollow inside. As they bit into the woman's neck, the blood filled the wolf's teeth, dyeing them black. The woman's blood was actually black, which made Destroyer Wolf more excited. It bit deeper and harder into her neck so that it could absorb the power faster. The female seemed to have felt the pain. She frowned, and some sort of thought finally appeared to cross her dark eyes. More. I want more. I want the most perfect and the most powerful genes, the Destroyer Wolf sucked as it roared crazily. The woman's body seemed to be very sturdy. The wolf's teeth could only go a little bit deeper, and the harder it bit, the more difficult it was. However, the black blood kept flooding into the fangs of Destroyer Wolf, and at the same time, black smoke drifted out of its white wolf fur. Its body seemed to be going through some changes. Hansen was surprised. Humans, creatures, or even spirits could evolve by eating the flesh and blood of creatures. However, while eating creature flesh could strengthen one's genes, the genes of the original body would always be the foundation. The changes Destroyer Wolf was experiencing were a bit different. Its body seemed to have accepted the foreign genes completely, and its body was going through some changes that shouldn't have happened. The black smoke from the Destroyer Wolf was getting denser, and its originally white fur had turned completely dark. The flesh on its back was twisted as if something was about to extend from its spine. Hansen didn't know what to do. He thought that a terrifying being like that woman would have fought the Destroyer Wolf to the death, yet she wasn't reacting at all. Instead, she was just standing there, letting the Destroyer Wolf suck her blood. As the Destroyer Wolf drank her blood, its power became much stronger. Though the woman's facial expression changed a little bit, she was still floating there without any actual reactions. After such a long time, her blood must have been almost completely drained, and now it was too late for her to react. Though she looks like goddess, she's only a newborn, after all. She might not have enough intelligence to know what's happening, Hansen thought. After a short while, the flesh on Destroyer Wolf's back exploded, and blood splashed everywhere. A pair of bloody wings extended. The wings looked raw and bloody, as fur was still growing across them. However, the wings were growing fast, and they darkened until they resembled the woman's wings. Power. Strong power. Fascinating, Destroyer Wolf was greedy, and it kept sucking until it drained all of the woman's blood. After that, it took out its teeth and roared at the sky. Its body was covered with black fire emanating the force of death, and its wings spread wide behind it. As it roared, its black wings gave off the feeling of death as well. As for the woman who had been sucked dry, she fell to the floor of the cave like a lifeless puppet. Her eyes were still open like black holes, but there wasn't any life force in her. Perhaps she was dead already. Hansen sighed and rushed toward the water on top of the cave. He had completely lost his chance already. Destroyer Wolf had finished merging, and it was more powerful than ever. Even its previous power had been terrifying. Hansen's Blood Legion technique could only last for a while, so he didn't want to risk anything before he was sure that he could defeat Destroyer Wolf in a short period of time. "Do you want to go?" Destroyer Wolf sneered, shook its wings, and shot toward Hansen with its terrifying force of death. Hansen frowned, and a 3-foot-long pipe that looked like it was made of gray stone showed up in his hands. That stone pipe was a genocore called Blow Blood that Hansen had obtained from Ghost Eye. He had been using his genocore Real Blood to break its restrictions, so both genocores had been sitting unused in his Sea of Soul. Hansen almost forgot about it until he heard a voice in his head. Obtained Emperor Core Blow Blood. Hansen then discovered that the restrictions on Blow Blood had been removed by Real Blood, and the Emperor Core had been activated so that Hansen could use it any time. Hansen needed to use the Blood Legion technique to summon Destiny's Tower, so he wouldn't be able to use that core for very long. Now that he had another Emperor Core, it was time for Hansen to see how useful it would be. So Ghost Eye wasn't lying. It is indeed an Emperor Geno core, Hansen whispered, lifting blood in his hands. The fact that the panther had told the truth was actually rather surprising. He saw Destroyer Wolf approaching him, so he didn't have much time to think anymore. Hansen infused his power into blood, and he used it like a knife. He raced toward Destroyer Wolf with it. Dang! A terrifying force hit blood, and Hansen lost his grip on the Geno core. It flew out of his hands. Hansen also hit the mountain behind him, spitting blood out. D*MN, is that really an Emperor Geno core? Why is it completely useless? Hansen was deeply upset. The Geno core didn't seem to be doing him any good. Other than being so solid that even the Destroyer Wolf's teeth couldn't break it, it didn't exert any exceptional power, and it was even inferior to Hansen's Taya sword. The Destroyer Wolf didn't give Hansen a chance to think. It dashed toward Hansen in an instant. With its powers of death and space, it reached toward Hansen's chest. Wang! Hansen summoned his Destiny's Tower. After a shocking sound, blood flew up off the ground and shot toward Hansen like an arrow. The Destroyer Wolf sensed that something was flying toward it with incredible energy. It gave up attacking Hansen and tried to dodge. Blood fell into Hansen's palm. Blood was rippling with power. Hansen grabbed it with his hands, but he didn't know how to use it. That strike had proven that blood shouldn't be used like an ordinary blade or sword, so Hansen couldn't figure out how to use it instantly. What? Why is the Geno core of Drink Blood Emperor in your hands? And why is it activated? When Destroyer Wolf identified blood, it looked shocked. Drink Blood Emperor had been very famous, and blood had been one of the top 10 Geno cores in the sanctuary. Destroyer Wolf wasn't a stranger to it, instead, the creature was kind of intimidated by it. However, it was only afraid for a short while. After an instant, Destroyer Wolf dismissed his own fear, becoming hostile and belligerent again. It said coldly, I might have been intimidated by this thing yesterday, but not anymore. I've merged myself with the most perfect and powerful genes, and that Geno core is nothing to me. Even if Drink Blood Emperor comes here himself, he'll regret it. Destroyer Wolf rushed toward Hansen with his raging powers of space and death. The creature was even more ferocious than last time. Just as Hansen was thinking about how to use blood, the Geno core started to move without his control. One end of the stone pipe touched Hansen's lips, while the other end pointed right at Destroyer Wolf. Is it like a flute? Should I just blow it? Hansen tried to blow it. After that, the air and blood inside Hansen's body felt like they were tumbling, and the blood of his heart flooded out his mouth and into that stone pipe. A bloody arrow was fired out of the stone pipe, and it flew directly at the Destroyer Wolf's paws as it rushed toward Hansenator. The Destroyer Wolf failed to dodge it. Paw! The bloody arrow cut off a part of the Destroyer Wolf's paw, disrupting its powers of space and death. Wow! No wonder it's called blood Geno core. I can actually blow my blood out with this thing. Hansen was surprised but exhilarated. The power of blood was amazing, and it was indeed an Emperor Geno core. One spit of blood could cut through the evolved Destroyer Wolf's paw. He was only concerned about the fact that he was using up his own blood, as he didn't have much blood to lose. Destroyer Wolf roared furiously, and it moved into a space vault. Then it appeared at Hansen's back, trying to tear him apart. Hansen then saw something amazing. When the Destroyer Wolf moved, blood moved as well. The end of the pipe pointed right at Destroyer Wolf as it emerged. Hansen didn't hesitate at all, and he blew his blood out again. Though Destroyer Wolf was very fast, the bloody arrow still hit its legs and tore a gruesome wound. Blood flooded out. Hansen clenched his teeth, and he blew his blood out again and again without paying attention to what reached Destroyer Wolf and what didn't. Then, he leaped back into the lake and swam away from the underground cave. Destroyer Wolf didn't dare to fight the bloody arrows directly. After it dodged the attacks, it rushed out to chase Han Sen. Neither of them realized that one of the bloody arrows Han Sen fired reached the female whose blood had been sucked dry, and the blood sipped into her body. After that bloody arrow entered her body, her face regained color, and she gradually became more and more lively. The blood flooded the woman's body, flowing in her veins, making her more and more dynamic as if her body was gradually recovering. You're reading on novel full, thanks. Her originally hollow eyes became more dynamic, losing the dullness that had haunted them since she was born. All the bloody arrows that Han Sen unleashed fell on the ground, and the blood rolled toward the woman as if it were being attracted by a magnet. Drops of blood sank through her skin and slipped into her veins, and she became more and more lively, and her face turned redder and redder. She now finally looked like an actual living creature. The woman had been full of a deathly power, but she lost that ability after absorbing Han Sen's blood. Instead, she was now giving out a bizarre power. It had the silence of death, but it also felt rather different. Even if Han Sen was there, he wouldn't have been able to tell exactly how it was different. He could only feel that something had changed. Han Sen and the Destroyer Wolf had no idea what kind of strange alterations were happening to the woman. A human and a wolf hurtled out of Rolling Dragon Lake, and the wolf chased the human into the sky. The bloodline of the sacred egg came from both Sacred's master and Destroyer Empress, but after absorbing the power of death from Rolling Dragon King and the Black Dragon and being born from the Black Pond, she had too much deathly power. Her hereditary abilities from Destroyer Empress were completely activated, and they suppressed her inheritance from Sacred's master. There was too much deathly power piling up in her body, which was very bad for a newborn baby. If the newborn baby kept absorbing the power of death, it would become exactly the same as Destroyer Empress, and there would be nothing special about her. Destroyer Wolf drained the blood of the newborn, and at the same time, it also took away the excessive deathly power inside her. That meant the Destroyer Wolf didn't actually merge all the genes of the newborn. Instead, it only obtained the genes of her destruction abilities. The blood and genes of the newborn were finally balanced, as her whole body was now growing instead of just the part that belonged to Destroyer Empress. However, she didn't only lose the power that had been dammed up inside her. She also lost her blood, which had caused her to slip into a coma. When Han Sen's blood fell on her body and soaked into her, she recovered quickly. As the newborn absorbed Han Sen's blood, she obtained some of his genes, and her own genes also changed slightly because of the blood she absorbed. Han Sen's blood was like a geno solution, which merged the two different bloodlines of the newborn and created a unique new power that neither of the original powers possessed. Han Sen didn't expect his blood to be this useful. At that time, he was spewing out his blood recklessly. Blood kept bursting from the stone pipe, and though it wasn't hitting the Destroyer Wolf, the enormous power was enough to destroy an entire mountain. After Han Sen fired 4 or 5 bloody arrows, the mountains around them were already in ruins. Ghost Eye was walking around with 2 super creatures, looking for any opportunities that might come their way. As they watched the mountains nearby explode, and then Han Sen and the Destroyer Wolf flew by in front of them. Han Sen fired at the Destroyer Wolf with blow blood. The blood light shone, and the Destroyer Wolf dodged. The mountain behind the wolf wasn't so lucky. The trace of blood light ravaged the mountain, and that power was mesmerizing. That is blow blood. No way. Ghost Eye opened its eyes and mouth wide, and it looked like it had just eaten a fly. It had been kept blow blood for a long time, so it knew the Geno core perfectly well. It could easily identify the weapon in Han Sen's hands. It tried to console itself that Han Sen might be wielding some other Geno core. After a short while, Ghost Eye saw the power of blow blood just as described in the legends, and the creature couldn't lie to himself anymore. D***MN. That's blow blood. Is that B** the master of the Geno core? How did he activate it? Ghost Eye was so upset that it started to see red. Its eyes popped, and it watched Han Sen fight Destroyer Wolf in the sky. Little Master, that seems to be Destroyer Wolf. What happened to him? A super creature asked while staring at the Destroyer Wolf. Is that Destroyer Wolf? The rumors say that it's a giant wolf, and it's white. Ghost, I said, glancing at the wolf in the sky. I am not sure whether that is it or not, the super creature hesitated. The Destroyer Wolf now looked completely different than it had before, and the characteristics of its power had changed sharply as well. Even those who had seen it before couldn't be sure if this was actually it. Hansen then yelled loudly, Destroyer Wolf is here. It has eaten the sacred egg. Hansen's voice wasn't loud, but he was powerful, and his voice spread widely. Those like Goddess, who were already attracted by the ripples of power, were deeply upset upon hearing what Hansen said. They flew across the sky and rushed toward Destroyer Wolf. You deserve to die, Destroyer Wolf. Goddess's face turned pale with rage. She also saw the power of destruction coming from the Destroyer Wolf, so she didn't have any doubts anymore. She rushed toward it with the super creatures following her. I've already obtained the most perfect and powerful genes. I will definitely rule the world in the future. If you want to make yourself my enemy, you're the one that deserves to die. Destroyer Wolf couldn't be more arrogant, and it now looked upon those from Sacred Shelter with disdain. Its powers of space and berserk death combined in its body, and it wanted to fight the 5 enemies all at once and kill them all. Instead of fighting Destroyer Wolf, Hansen quickly escaped from the battlefield. He landed on a mountain in the distance to watch the fight. All the powerful creatures nearby rushed toward the fight after hearing what had happened. They all gathered to watch the fight between Destroyer Wolf and Goddess's group. All 4 of the super creatures beside Goddess were renowned beings who had impressive reputations in Sacred Shelter, but now, they were all simultaneously suppressed by the Destroyer Wolf. They had to retreat again, and it seemed that they were not the Destroyer Wolf's match. Sumi had stayed beside Rolling Dragon Lake all along, and he refused to leave. He saw Destroyer Wolf and a strange creature rush out of the lake, but he didn't see Han Senator. He was kind of worried. Just as he wanted to enter the water to see if Han Sen had run into some danger, he saw Bauer exit the water and jump to the shore. Bauer, where is my teacher? Asked Sumi to Bauer. Father still has something to do down there. He told me to tell you that you don't need to worry about him, and don't go into the water, Bauer said, blinking her eyes. Sumi felt relieved, and he turned to watch the fight in the sky. Anyone who helps me kill Destroyer Wolf will be greatly rewarded by Sacred Shelter, yelled Goddess. There were 5 of them fighting one Destroyer Wolf, yet they were still not its match. The body of one of the super creatures was torn apart by the Destroyer Wolf, and its blood splashed across the sky. Don't worry, Goddess. I'll come help you. Yumiao rushed toward them with some spirits. Nobody knew what she was thinking as she aided Goddess. Not only Yumiao, but many great beings rushed toward the Destroyer Wolf. All of a sudden, there were terrifying life forces flowing everywhere. After consuming the blood of the newborn, the Destroyer Wolf was indeed incredible. It was fighting so many creatures all by itself, yet nobody was able to do anything to it. You dare to antagonize me? I'll kill you all today. Destroyer Wolf yelled at the sky, and terrifying deathly power burst from the creature. Hansen watched in the distance for a while, yet those great beings were all crushed by Destroyer Wolf. Their attempts at entrapment were useless against an enemy that could travel through space. That Destroyer Wolf will be a big problem if I don't kill it. Hansen frowned as he watched the Destroyer Wolf roaming wherever it pleased. Destroyer Wolf had seen him become a super king spirit, and the wolf was definitely an enemy now. Hansen certainly wanted to kill it, but the Destroyer Wolf's powers of death and space were a difficult combo to deal with. It could easily travel between space faults, so it would be difficult to kill. There were at least 30 super creatures encircling it now, yet none of them could do anything to it. Instead, many of them were getting gravely injured. There were also many super creatures watching the fight, and some of them were incredibly powerful. Hansen saw that Gu Qingqing was also observing the fight from a distance. She wasn't certain that she could kill the destroyer wolf, so she could only watch the fight without doing anything. Hansen watched for a while as he thought. There are so many powerful creatures here, so perhaps my coin Geno core can finally be put to use. Though the coin Geno core had a low level, the nature of its power could still be useful. It was normally rather useless, but now, surrounded by so many powerful creatures, things were different. The super creatures here were all like billionaires. If the Geno core could absorb a little power from each of them, the power inside the coin would be inconceivable. The only problem now is, how can I hit the body of that destroyer wolf with coin? Hansen glared at the destroyer wolf that was blinking between locations, trying to find a chance to hit it with the Geno core. The destroyer wolf was moving quickly, and sacred blood was splashing everywhere. It was powerful beyond imagination. Sumi took Bauer to Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing took a look at Bauer and asked, "Where is Hansen?" Teacher had something important to do, so he hasn't come back yet. Sumi looked at the fight in the sky and asked. Sister Gu, do you think they can defeat that destroyer wolf? That will be difficult. The power of that destroyer wolf has surged, and nobody can stop its attacking power. But that's not even the problem. His space-swallowing power is just incredible. Its ability to travel between space faults makes it too difficult to kill. If Sacred's group doesn't choose to leave, there will be a lot of casualties here today, said Gu Qingqing mildly. You're reading on novel full, thanks. Sumi shook his head and said, Destroyer Wolf might not be able to do that. Though it's indeed powerful, it still can't compare with the Emperor's throughout the Fourth God's Sanctuary. If it actually goes reckless today, it won't be able to stay in this sanctuary anymore. As Sumi spoke, Destroyer Wolf tore apart a spirit from outer sky, and it didn't show any sign of stopping. It seemed that it needed to kill everyone present to sate its bloodlust. It's gone mad. Sumi smiled. Gu Qingqing said, it suddenly got such incredible power, so it's normal that it's arrogant and rash. It's probably powerful enough to rival some of the strongest emperors now. Goddess, let's go. Destroyer Wolf is too powerful, and there's nothing we can do about it, yelled a super creature following Goddess. Another spirit was also trying to persuade Yu Miao to retreat. Some of the spirits and mutant creatures watching the fight also fled the area. You want to go? Not that easily. I'll kill you all today, and no one will survive. The Destroyer Wolf was reckless. It grabbed a super creature that looked like an elephant and broke its neck. It took a bite, then roared at the sky. All of a sudden, a trace of golden light broke the sky and flew toward it. Just when Destroyer Wolf had reached its peak, the gold light hit the Destroyer Wolf's neck and stuck to it. Everyone was staring at the Destroyer Wolf, and they could all clearly see the golden coin stuck on the wolf's neck. Everyone, including the Destroyer Wolf, looked back at where the golden coin had flown from. Hansen was standing there in his Super King Spirit mode. All the super creatures were dazed. Apparently, no one recognized Hansen as a Super King Spirit. Destroyer Wolf sneered, and its eyes were bulging with rage. You again. Great, then I'll kill you first. The Destroyer Wolf's deathly power surged as it flew toward Hansen. Hansen didn't say anything. Instead, he clicked his fingers. All of a sudden, the golden coin on the wolf's neck started to gleam, and the wolf's body paused for a bit. As for the other super creatures, they were all horrified as they noticed that a little of their power was seeping out of their bodies and drifting toward the golden coin on the Destroyer Wolf's neck. All the creatures were trying to stop their power from leaving, but it was completely useless. That part of their power didn't seem to belong to them anymore, as it was completely out of their control. Even Gu Qingqing looked ill. A part of her power was also being sucked away. Even with her strength, she wasn't able to slow it down. She was horrified, and she couldn't help looking at the master of that golden coin. As a matter of fact, all the creatures around were staring at Hansen in shock. Some random guy with a random golden coin was able to steal their power from their control. When they looked at the Destroyer Wolf, the super creatures were even more horrified. The Destroyer Wolf, who had previously been dominating the battle, was now being suppressed completely, like it was being crushed under a mountain. Its body was shaking, and then the creature was falling through the air. Bam! With a giant sound, the Destroyer Wolf hit the ground hard enough to form a crater. The Geno core couldn't gather power from a very large area, so it usually wasn't very strong. However, there were too many super creatures around, so they could give the coin much more power than usual, which was why the golden coin was stronger than ever before. Hansen was exhilarated, as the coin was performing much better than he had expected. It was even able to absorb power from all those super creatures. It was absolutely incredible, as it was only a silver Geno core, and it hadn't even reached the level of gold Geno core yet. Every creature here had at least a gemstone Geno core, and many had super Geno cores. But none of them could resist the absorbing power of the coin. The Destroyer Wolf struggled and tried to move into a space vault, yet its body was trembling, and it couldn't even take a step. Its head was particularly immobile, and the creature had a hard time even raising it. The wolf's head was getting lower and lower, and it almost touched the ground. It kept roaring, but its head just kept sinking. Boom! Amidst the angry roaring, Destroyer Wolf's head fell to the ground. No matter how loudly it roared, it could not move. All the super elites were frozen. They were terrified. They knew how powerful Destroyer Wolf was, but that one little coin was able to bring the beast's head down to the ground and prevent it from being lifted up. Hansen's mystique rose even higher in their hearts. As those watching were still reeling in shock, Hansen placed the stone pipe to his lips. Then, he blew down at the wolf. It flashed red, and then that light went straight into the wolf's head, tearing it apart. Berserk Super Creature Destroyer Wolf killed. Destroyer Wolf Beast Soul has been obtained. Geno Core unobtained. Flesh inedible. Collect its life Geno Essence to receive 0 to 10 Super Geno points randomly. Hansen was delighted. He had managed to earn another Berserk Super Beast Soul. The other super elites, seeing the Destroyer Wolf's head split open, looked stunned. They all turned to look at Hansen as he went forward to the body that was fading away. Their foreheads started to produce a cold sweat. Hansen grabbed the life Geno essence that the wolf's corpse had left behind and then turned to look at the super elites. After that, he disappeared. When Hansen disappeared in midair, the super elites all felt a grand wash of relief. The mounting pressure they had experienced finally began to lift. That did not mean Hansen was powerful. They merely thought Hansen was powerful. Killing Destroyer Wolf was something unimaginably scary. Of course, they were just scaring themselves more than anything. The pressure they felt was unwarranted. This is scary. Who was that? Was that the alpha of some race? I have never heard about him before. It looked like a spirit, though. I thought it looked like a creature, personally. No, that was a spirit. Bullsh *T. That was a creature. Did you guys see the stone pipe he used to slay Destroyer Wolf? It looked like Drink Blood Emperor's Blow Blood Geno Core. It did look like it, yes. It didn't just look like it. That was it, for sure. I saw Drink Blood Emperor use it once. I thought Emperor-class elites couldn't open it once it was sealed. How did he manage to activate it? The power to open that Geno core is not something we can comprehend. Goddess looked to the point where Hansen vanished. Her beautiful eyes looked strange, and she said, "When did such a powerful being come to exist here?" Yu Miao looked in that direction, too. She couldn't tell it was Hansen, however. Gu Qingqing merely frowned. The power that had been forcibly taken from her had now been returned, and she was surprised. What a weird power. Who is he? Gu Qingqing could not tell it was Hansen either. Sumi looked on in admiration, and he said, "That person is so strong. I wonder what race he is." I should have asked him. As the crowds began to leave, conversation started to revolve around Han Senator. The image of Han Sen as a super king spirit was now all over the fourth god's sanctuary, and they really wanted to find out who he was. No one knew who it was until humans from the third god's sanctuary came, claiming to have seen him before. They recognized him. That was Dollar. Our human Dollar. Dollar is strong. So many super creatures and king spirits were unable to bring down Destroyer Wolf, and he killed it in a flash. That's pretty scary. Wherever Dollar goes, he is strong. Dollar is like a god. He is finally here. The creatures and spirits did not believe it was a human. They did not think it was possible for this Dollar to be a human, but strangely, only humans seemed to recognize him. No others did. No matter what the case might have been, however, Dollar's name was spoken all across the fourth god's sanctuary. All the factions spoke about him, but no one knew much about him. His identity and location were unknown. The saddest being in the sanctuary, at the time, must have been Ghost Eye. He had ever expected that Han Sen would be able to unseal Blow Blood. Seeing Blow Blood's ability to kill strong creatures such as Destroyer Wolf, Ghost Eye's eyes were now bleeding. Han Sen left the battleground and found a place with no one around to see him deactivate his Super King Spirit mode. He returned to the image of his real self, and then circled back to Rolling Dragon Lake. Then, he went into the underwater cave. He wanted to see if the dead woman from the sacred egg was still there. If the body had remained, it would be a shame to waste it. The woman was dead and the flesh was just a vessel. It would be a good deed to benefit from the death of another creature. Han Sen, thinking this, then entered the underwater cave. After looking inside the cave, he was surprised to see the body was actually gone. Was she like Destroyer Wolf and couldn't be eaten? Did she just disappear when she died? Han Sen frowned. Normally, if the flesh of super creatures was inedible, they'd just disappear. But she hadn't, as far as he'd seen. This one confused him. Han Sen poked around for a bit and even used his weapons to swing around in the black pond. He found nothing, though. He left the underwater cave then, to meet up with Gu Qingqing. Bloodfeet Beast was traveling across the mountains at the time in a very angry mood. He was a super creature, but he hadn't received any benefits from the killing of the wolf. He was also injured. As he was walking, he saw a small creature that was flapping its black wings. Bloodfeet Beast was hungry, so it ran up to it and tried to eat the creature. Before Bloodfeet Beast pounced, the small body raised a black bow. The sound of a plucked string rang through the air, accompanying the flight of a black arrow that punched a hole through the creature's head. Pang! Bloodfeet Beast's head and body blew up. It was very dead. The small creature did not look back. It just flapped its wings and left the area. If Han Sen was there, he'd have recognized that creature. That small creature was the woman from the sacred egg. Back at the shelter, Han Sen had the time to examine the Destroyer Wolf Beast Soul. Berserk Super Beast Soul Destroyer Wolf, Charm Type. Han Sen saw this and was quite surprised. He didn't know what a Charm Beast Soul was, he had never heard of it before. Han Sen summoned the Destroyer Wolf next, to examine what the Charm Beast Soul could do. Destroyer Wolf flew out from the Sea of Soul and became a charm that was about the same size as Han Sen's palm. The charm was pitch black in color, and it was engraved with the depiction of a wolf with wings. It looked just like Destroyer Wolf itself did, after it evolved. Han Sen looked at the charm a few times. He felt a deathly aura and residual space powers entwining all around it. It was a scary little thing, and he didn't have a clue how it worked. Han Sen spent the next few days researching it, and when he discovered what its purpose was, he was delighted. Charm-type beast souls were special, and much of the information Han Sen uncovered was from the Alliance. He read on Skynet about a person who had come into possession of a charm-type beast soul. The person said he had figured out how to use it, and the post he had made was basically just the man showing off. But at least it was informative enough to teach Hansen how to use it. Charm beast souls could resurrect dead creatures. The resurrected creature would then adhere to the charm, and the charm explicitly. Not the person who operated it. When the charm was placed on someone, the creature you summoned would follow that person until death. It did not matter if the target was living or dead, but the charm would be destroyed. And that meant the charm beast soul was a single-use item. At least it was a strong one. Destroyer Wolf was a mighty foe. Even if Hansen chose a target that had a super creature for protection, they'd be easily slain. There was one downside to the item, however, he could only use it once. Hansen wouldn't want to use it until it was a proper life or death moment. The person he read about must have used the charm beast soul to discover its purpose, as before that, there was no such information in the Alliance. Not many people believed the post, though, and many people thought it was a straight-up lie. With nothing else to do, Hansen went to the Geno Core storage. He received many invitations to battle, and one repeated challenge was from Ghost Eye. That kid dares challenge me again? Has he finally given up on living? Hansen accepted the challenge, wondering what the pest wanted this time. The moment Hansen stepped into the battleground, Ghost Eye began shouting. Congratulations on unsealing Blood Geno Core. Now you know I wasn't lying, eh? Congratulations for what? I sold it off, because I wasn't able to unseal it, either. There's no use congratulating me, Hansen said, coldly. Ghost Eye looked shocked. Are you joking? You are Dollar, surely. If I was Dollar, I wouldn't waste my breath with talk. I'd just kill you. Hansen put on his annoyed face, and then went on to say your piece or get lost. Ghost Eye stared at Hansen, unsure if he was telling the truth. But he didn't dare continue pestering him. So, he said, Boss, about that other thing. I want to buy your first place rank. Name your price, and I'll meet the demand if I can. Okay, 1 Super Geno Core, Hansen said. Boss, I only have a Silver Geno Core. How am I supposed to obtain a Super Geno Core? I gave you my Emperor Geno Core, didn't I? That was my only one. Ghost Eye looked bitter, but on the inside, he was thinking, you are evil. You want to trade a Super Geno Core for the first rank on the Silver Geno Core leaderboard. Do you think that is something someone can get on a whim? Who is to know the broken thing you gave me was an Emperor Geno Core? I sold it like the junk I thought it was. It makes me mad that you didn't tell me how powerful it might have been. You should have told me sooner, as now I have lost it, Hansen said menacingly. Ghost Eye was enraged, but he didn't dare argue. So, he said, Boss, didn't I tell you a few times? You just didn't believe me. Fine. I will forget about that. So, do you want to buy it once or buy it off? Hansen looked at Ghost Eye as he spoke. What does buying it once or buying it off mean? Buying it once adheres to the rules of our first deal. You rent it temporarily, and when you're done, you give it back to me. If you buy it off completely, you're purchasing permanent ownership. Then, I won't expect you to return it. What are the prices for each package? Once and off? Ghost Eye asked. Buying it once will cost you a gemstone Geno Core. If you buy it off, it's that price times 10, Hansen said. Ghost Eye thought to himself, he must think I'm crazy. Of course I'll just buy it once, because he can't guarantee the return or do anything to me, anyway. I was fine even after I didn't return it the last time. Boss, I would like to buy it once, Ghost Eye said politely. Okay, but if you buy it once, we're going to have to hammer out a contract. Hansen smiled. What contract? Ghost Eye asked. If you buy my first place and do not give me the first rank back, you have to reimburse me with 10 Super Geno Cores. This will be inked onto a contract as proof. Hansen smiled. Okay, I'll sign it. I'll give it back. Put faith in me the second time. Ghost Eye was very happy, and he thought to himself, what is the point of making a contract? He can't find me in Hell Shelter. He won't be able to find its location, and even if he did, he wouldn't dare come. Then let's make the contract. Hansen pulled out a pen and paper. Then, Ghost Eye wrote down the words Hansen asked him to write. Then, he placed a paw print on it. Boss, how's this? Ghost Eye returned the contract to Hansen, alongside a Sacred Blood Geno core. Hansen reviewed the contract, folded it up, and said, "Okay, now you are first." Hansen conceded and left the Geno battleground. Then, he challenged Ghost Eye again. Ghost Eye saw Hansen's challenge request, but ignored it. Then he said, "Pa, so naive. Who would return it to you? I am going to sell this first rank before anything else happens." Hansen knew Ghost Eye wouldn't be honest, though. He didn't mind selling it for a Sacred Blood Geno core, as the contract might pay dividends further down the line. Hansen wasn't going to let Ghost Eye off the hook either. He left the Geno core storage and leveled his crystal core up to gold. Then, he returned to the Geno core storage with Bulwark Umbrella. Ghost Eye had already schemed what to do, and as soon as the deal was done, he contacted the buyer. But as soon as he made contact with the person, he lost his first rank position. "Ghost Eye, are you trying to trick me again?" The spirit that wished to make a trade with Ghost Eye spoke with a cold tone of voice. "No. What the F***ck happened?" Ghost Eye looked disheartened. He had been super quick, so how could someone have already usurped his position? Does this have something to do with that guy? Ghost Eye saw that the first rank was now occupied by Bulwark Umbrella. He kept thinking about it, and soon, a chill ran down his spine. If both of those Geno cores did belong to Hansen, Ghost Eye couldn't fathom how powerful he might have been. He must have had many Geno cores that could reach first place through the testing. Ghost Eye didn't dare think it was all the machination of one person, however. He thought the cores must have belonged to a faction. No one would have expected all those Geno cores to be owned by one individual. Hansen used Bulwark Umbrella to achieve first place and immediately claim the 9 reinforcements. He used gold core lights to then push it up to a gold class Geno core. Then, Ghost Eye noticed he was back in first place. This brought back his cheer, and he said, "Haha. It looks like the Umbrella's master was testing at a bad time. He must have leveled it up to gold straight away after reinforcing it 9 times. It looks like my luck is still here." Ghost Eye contacted the buyer spirit again, wanting to sell off his position, but when they established the time and place to do so, the Geno core leaderboard started to shine. The rankings changed again. Ghost Eye felt awful. It was like sitting on a roller coaster of emotions. With the constant twists and turns, he felt as if his heart was going to explode. "Ghost Eye, what is the meaning of this?" The spirit was maddened. He stared at Ghost Eye with eyes filled with anger. Ghost Eye was depressed. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Coin had achieved first place in the Geno core storage. It was a huge shock, and everyone in the Fourth God Sanctuary was starting to think it might have belonged to the almighty dollar that had managed to fell the Destroyer Wolf. If they were related, and it was only a silver Geno core that had been used to destroy Destroyer Wolf, its might was frightening to think about. Some creatures believed the coin Geno core had to be the Geno core that toppled Destroyer Wolf. Some thought they weren't related. It was quite the argument. Some people couldn't wait to challenge Coin's master to see if the Geno core did indeed belong to Dollar. Hansen didn't care much for that, though. He accepted his first rank and just left without agreeing to any of the proposed matches. Afterwards, though, Hansen did not level up Coin to gold. He was planning on using it on Ghost Eye. Crystal Core, Real Blood, and Bulwark Umbrella were now gold class. He'd be reaching the bottleneck once they leveled up again, as getting them up through the ranks of Super would be difficult. Hansen absorbed the Life Geno Essence from Destroyer Wolf. He received 8 Super Geno points from it, bringing his total tally of such points to 34. Hansen's body had gotten considerably stronger. What he needed to focus on now, primarily, was how he might max out his super geno points. Hansen had the power necessary to kill super creatures, but there weren't many out there that were solo. Most super creatures belonged to proper super shelters, and so finding an appropriate target would be arduous work. As Hansen wondered where he might be able to find and kill a super creature, Lady Chef returned to the shelter with shocking news. She said Outer Sky Shelter had attracted the ire of something most fearsome. Many super creatures and spirits had been killed, leaving them damaged and vulnerable. Who did that? This sounds great. Hansen heard this and beamed a smile. He was planning on taking down Outer Sky once he got strong enough, anyway. No one knows where the creature came from, as no one has seen her before. She was a creature that wielded a bow. She wore black armor and had black wings. She looked as if she had come from Sacred, but she hadn't. She was as powerful as Sacred's leader, though. Even the Outer Sky leader was incapable of fighting her off. Lady Chef detailed the events that had occurred. Hansen was shocked. He thought the creature she mentioned might have been the woman from the sacred egg. But the woman didn't seem that strong when he saw her. Destroyer Wolf had sucked her blood dry. How could she emerge so quickly, appearing healthy and stronger than ever? Hansen quickly asked, the creature you mentioned, was she around 1.8 m tall? Were the black wings like the wings of a raven? Did her armor look like this? Hansen drew her armor as best as he could from memory. Lady Chef saw it and was surprised. She said, you saw her. Hansen's head was in a right mess now, and he thought to himself, undoubtedly, she is the woman from the sacred egg. But what happened to save her life and make her strong? Hansen didn't realize that a part of his strength was included. The creature is that strong? Gu Qingqing came in, asking. She had heard the conversation. Yes, she is that strong. If the spirits were unable to revive an Outer Sky, the shelter should be empty right now. Her mode of operation is one arrow, one kill. Super creatures and king spirits are both killed in a single strike. Only Outer Sky's leader and a few of their elites were able to survive an arrow. I am sure the fourth god's sanctuary is all in shock over this. No one even knows her name, everyone just calls her Reaper or Death Goddess. If she gets angry, she will kill everyone she wants to without speaking a single word. Lady Chef sounded jealous. She wanted to be able to do the same thing, too. If she could, obtaining ingredients would be much easier. Leveling up was hard, and thus far, she had only reached gemstone class. Death Goddess, Hansen's expression was reserved. He repeatedly tapped his head and thought. Hansen was sure it was the woman from the sacred egg, but the woman did not go to Sacred or Destroyer Empress. She had been searching for something, but what that was, Hansen did not know. Hansen was standing in front of the headquarters of the company Impression Culture when the security guard saw him. He was wearing big sunglasses and a hat, with Little Flower in his arms and Bauer perched upon his shoulder. We have a meeting with your chief editor. Here is the appointment slip. Hansen handed the slip over to the security guard. The security guard scanned the slip and then gave Hansen a look of admiration. He handed the slip back with both hands and said, you are Xie King, the author of Overbearing President Love Luov. I really love your comic. Can I have your signature? I apologize, but I am merely his manager. Xie King is busy, so he is unable to attend, Hansen said. Xie King became a demigod a few years back, but there was no news about what became of him. Hansen did not know if he was still alive or where he had gone, following his ascension. Still, Hansen continued to handle the matters surrounding his comics. Although there hadn't been any new material published in the past few years, Overbearing President Love Luov was still popular. They were actually printed in physical, comic format, and a filming-producing company had contacted Impression Culture with the desire to produce an anime and live-action adaptation of the work. Han Sen had come to talk about copyright matters. Brother Qing, I am so good to you. Even if you have died, your work has been immortalized. Your life and legacy will go on, even if you aren't present, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen wasn't interested in these sorts of matters, but it was a personal matter regarding Xie King. It might have been the last thing he left behind in this world, and Han Sen didn't want to see it mishandled. The security guard looked disappointed, but he still said, "Please enter. The chief editor is waiting for you in the boardroom. An AI will show you the rest of the way there." Han Sen followed an AI to the discussion room. He made Little Flower happy as he went. Ji Yanran had been busy lately, so since Han Sen had some free time, he thought it would be good to bring Little Flower along with him. They were worried Little Flower might have been affected by the time spent in the crystallizer's main control room, but nothing had seemed to go awry. Little Flower had grown up like a normal child, and at the tender age of being 1 year old, he could walk and talk. But even so, Little Flower was a very quiet boy. Unless someone spent time with him, he'd sit silently all day long. In the boardroom, Swalan frowned while looking at the screen. Before Han Sen reached the impression building, she had already been watching him. She was disappointed it wasn't Xie King himself who had shown up, and when she saw Han Sen had brought 2 kids with him to a discussion about copyrights, she frowned even harder. Swalan was not afraid of meeting with famous authors and superstars, but she was afraid of consulting with agents and managers. She was especially afraid of this one, as he didn't look professional. He had brought 2 kids with him, after all. She didn't think the discussion would go smoothly. But overbearing President Love Luov was too popular, and after all those years, it was still in the top 5. That alone could tell you how popular it was. Most comics that were still updating and ongoing were not as popular as it, and there were many investors interested in overbearing President Love Luov. Due to its staying power, they wanted to make an anime and live-action adaptation of it. Chief editors why has Xie King not come? The middle-aged man next to her frowned as he watched Han Sen. Although Xie King is an author for impression culture, he is freelance. He has his own way of doing things. If he allowed his manager to come here, that means he is the one who now has total control, Swalan said carefully. Until now, no one knew who Xie King actually was. Swalan herself was quite curious, too. Swalan really loved overbearing President Love Luov as well. Her mind was like that of a normal young lady. She'd love nothing more than to be loved by a man like that. She was also a little different from most young ladies, and she knew men such as that didn't exist in the real world. She was smart. Did you tell him it was Dong Tae Film that wanted to discuss copyright issues? Our president is here, so isn't he being a little rude? A secretary-looking woman said, standing behind the middle-aged man. Maybe he is busy, and as a result, he couldn't make it here, Swalan said. What could be more important than this? Dong Tae Film has a lot of investment capital. The woman looked displeased. Swalan smiled but did not say anything. She did not like how arrogant they were, but business was business. The copyright fee was rather high, and if the deal was a success, impression culture could receive 20% of it. That was a big number. So, even if Swalan hated the woman's attitude, she had to endure it. I didn't even say anything, and you're just a secretary talking crap. You're obviously just a B*TCH who sold her body to achieve a modicum of fame. Swalan looked at her with disdain. As they were talking, Han Sen reached the meeting room. Swalan turned the monitor off and let Han Sen and the baby inside. She was thinking, this is bad. Such an unprofessional manager and a slutty B*TCH all in one room. These matters of business will be difficult to discuss. Hi. You are Zwa, the chief editor? I am Xie King's manager. Call me Sanmu. Han Sen reached his hand out to Swalan. Swalan saw that he was holding a kid and wearing a hat and glasses, and she knew he had no manners. She still shook his hand, though, and she said, "Hello. I am indeed Zhuolan. Allow me to introduce you to Dongtae Films President Yu Hetian. He would like to purchase the rights to overbearing President Love Luov." "Hello President Yu. I am San Mu." Hansen reached out his hand to Yu Hetian. Yu Hetian was on a chair, unwilling to stand up. He dropped some cigarette ash and said, "Why is Xie King not here? Are you sure you can handle such big business matters?" Hansen was not angry. He just smiled and said, "Xie King is in the sanctuary, and he hasn't come back yet. And I have total control over overbearing President Love Luov. I can represent Xie King fully in these matters. You do not have to worry." When Zhuolan heard what Hansen said, she wasn't sure if what he was telling the truth, but she understood. The secretary could only roll her eyes and say, "This is a big business matter, and he goes to the sanctuary? And what is this attitude of yours? And what is with these children? Are you a manager or a babysitter?" Yu Hetian looked displeased. He didn't like Hansen at all. Hansen, seeing them, had to resist the urge to laugh. He wouldn't let Xie King's work end up in the hands of such people, and he thought it'd be wasted on them. Even though Hansen did not know much about art, he knew Yu Hetian did not know much about art either. Hansen wanted to do something good for Xie King, but he wasn't willing to give the rights of the book to such people. "What are you smiling for?" Yu Hetian asked, sensing Hansen's desire to laugh. Hansen laughed. "You might think this is a big business matter, but I'm telling you now that it is small. I decided that I could spare the time to come to this meeting, but if you don't like the way I have presented myself, then let's just shelve the discussion." After that, Hansen turned around and headed toward the door. Overbearing President Love Luov needed to be published, but he had to ensure those handling it were excellent. Even if Hansen did not earn much money, that did not matter very much as long as the adaptation was done exceptionally. Zhuolan and Yu Hetian were in shock. They hadn't expected Hansen to say what he did. Normal managers wanted to earn money, but he was leaving as if he didn't care at all. "Small business? Do you have any idea how much we are willing to invest? Do you know how much you will earn once the deal is done? You'll never earn this much money any other way." The secretary looked annoyed. Zhuolan stepped forward and said, "We are here for business. We can all sit down and talk." Hansen looked at Zhuolan and said, "There is no need for talk. Chief Editor Zhua, please find some decent people next time. I will only sell the copyright to people who can really make good films. If you only have people like this lined up, don't bother contacting me." Zhuolan knew things were about to get much worse. Yu Hetian really hated it when people talked as if he didn't know anything. The truth was, though, he didn't. Dongtae Film was rich, but that did not mean they could craft exceptional films. They weren't even all that popular in the alliance. Yu Hetian was one of the shareholders of Starry Group, too. Dongtae Film was initially constructed for fun, as something to support actresses. Wei Mingjin, the secretary, was one of Yu Hetian's mistresses. She was his favorite. The reason he wanted to film this movie was because of her. She wanted to be the main character and earn fame. Although Yu Hetian was just playing, he hated it when people suggested he didn't know anything. "Young man, don't be so reckless. If you continue like this, you'll cluelessly walk by opportunities that are right in front of you." Yu Hetian stumped out his cigarette in the ashtray. He spoke to Hansen coldly. "Chief Editor, if there is nothing else to discuss, I'm leaving." Hansen attended the meeting to talk about copyright, yes, but it was also just a way for him to take Little Flower for a walk. Hansen's mood was ruined by the way things had turned out, and he had no intention of talking with them. Zhuolan wished to say something, but before she could, Yu Hetian said coldly, "Young man, do you think that if you leave now, overbearing President Love Luov will never be sold?" When Hansen heard the man say that, he turned around. He looked at him and said, "You Hetien, right? You talk big, but I've never even heard your name before. You've never heard the names of the shareholders of Starry Group? How can you consider yourself a manager?" Wei Mingjin coldly laughed. "I know a few people from Starry Group, but not you Hetien," Han Sen said and turned to leave. Not even the other shareholders of Starry Group or the controllers of Starry Group, the Ning family, would treat him this way. Hearing Han Sen say this, Zuolan felt dizzy. Things were turning sour real quick. Yu Hetien was enraged. He slammed the table, wanting to say something, but just as he was about to, his phone rang. Yu Hetien was so angry that he almost destroyed it. He looked at the screen and picked it up. "Mr. Yu, why are you contacting me? I can do anything. I won't disappoint you." Yu Hetien forced a smile to the video stream of the on-screen call. The image showed Ningyu, dressed in white clothing. Ningyu was still as elegant as ever, even after all the time that had passed. Yu Hetien immediately became nervous, seeing Ningyu. Even though it was just a video call, the respect he showed was nothing that could be faked. Ningyu ignored him, though. Ningyu saw Han Sen leaving, through the video, and said, "Han Sen, why are you here?" Ningyu remembered Han Senator. He recognized him, even though he could just see his back and he was wearing a disguise. "Ningyu, long time no see." Han Sen, hearing Ningyu, turned around to say hello. There was still tension between the two, so it was difficult to discern if they were friends or foes. "I was going to drop by your house, but since you're here, there is no need for me to go. My second uncle wishes to buy you dinner. Do you have the time?" Ningyu said. After Ningyu said this, Yu Hetien's legs felt soft. Rivers of cold sweat began to cascade down his back. When Ningyu spoke to Han Sen, Yu Hetien couldn't muster a reaction. But when Ningyu mentioned his second uncle, Yu Hetien's heart almost exploded. People knew the Ning family had an old man. He was a demigod, but few people knew that bit. They also had a second uncle. He was the genuinely cruel one. He dictated the lives of those in Starry Group. Ning family had become this famous, not because of the old man, but because of the second uncle. The second uncle in the Ning family would only eat dinner with the president if he felt like it. He had never bought food for anyone else either. This was a request no other demigod had received before. Now that second uncle wished to buy the young man dinner, Yu Hetien's body began to shake. He felt as if he was going to pee himself, as a cold chill struck him. Zuolan did not know who second uncle was, but she heard Han Sen and Ningyu. And with Yu Hetien's facial expression being what it was, some things finally clicked into place. Han Sen, no, wait. The first super aristocrat of the alliance? Is he Xie King? Zuolan looked at Han Sen with a confused expression, her mind now a mess of different thoughts. Zuolan thought if he actually was Han Sen, with his identity being what it was, he wouldn't be the sort to allow someone else to be the manager of his work. Overbearing President Love Luov had to be his creation. He didn't want others to know that, and that is why he must have donned the guise of a manager. Realizing that Xie King might have been Han Sen, Zuolan felt as if her heart was going to blow up inside her chest. For such a powerful person to have such unbridled creativity was an incredible thing. If Han Sen knew what she was thinking at that moment, he'd be having a cold sweat. That was because he had no artistic talent, and he wasn't even all that interested in Xie King's comics either. Second uncle? Who is second uncle? Han Sen's heart jumped. He could guess who he might have been referring to, but he couldn't quite believe it. Second brother Ning. Second uncle told me to say this name and you'll know, Ningyu calmly said. Yu Hetien heard second brother Ning and felt his heart begin to cramp. His face was turning black with cold sweat. The last person who mentioned that name in front of Han Sen was a demigod. He then became a fertilizer in the garden. When? Han-sen wanted to confirm that the second uncle in the Ning family was like Gu Qingqing and hadn't made a wish before the elusive god. Han-sen did not know why the man wished to meet with him, but Han-sen himself had many questions he wanted to ask. So, he decided to take the man up on his offer. "If you have the time, I will allow Director Yu to bring you here," Ningyu said. "Okay." Han-sen nodded. "Director Yu. Director Yu." Ningyu had to call him a few times before he snapped back to reality. "Yes, yes? Is there something you require?" Yu Hetian quickly asked. "Take our guest to meet with the second uncle." "I do not want him to be made upset again," Ningyu said coldly. "Yes. Do not worry. I will deliver our guest safely to meet with the second uncle. I'll make sure he is satisfied." While Yu Hetian spoke, a pained look appeared on his face. "Han-sen, no. Demigod Han. This is my fault. Please, let me live." Although Yu Hetian did not want to apologize, he did. The thought of being wedged between two individuals like Han-sen and second uncle made all his anger disappear and replaced it with fear. Seeing Yu Hetian talking like this, Wei Mingzhen was taken aback. "What are you looking at?" "Apologize to Demigod Han." Seeing Wei Mingzhen's face made him angry again. If it wasn't for her desire to create the adaptation, none of this would have happened in the first place. He slapped her in the face. Suolan felt immense joy watching that. She'd had enough of these people, and she had only slogged through it for the benefit of impression culture. It is no wonder he is a super aristocrat. Even the Ning family of Starry Group treats him with such respect. And the fact that he can also draw such amazing comics makes him the most perfect man. It is a shame he is married. Why are all the good men already taken? Suolan was thinking. Han-sen didn't do anything to Yu Hetian. After all, Yu Hetian was one of the Ning family's people. Han-sen would let them deal with him however they saw fit. After all, he still didn't know if the Ning family were friends or enemies. He didn't want to cross any unspoken lines. Yu Hetian then took Han-sen to the planet where second uncle lived. He didn't even land his ship. He told Han-sen that second uncle wasn't fond of visitors, so he just left as soon as he'd dropped off the guest he was tasked to deliver. Ningyu was waiting for Han-sen at the spaceport. He used an older ship to take Han-sen across the planet. The planet looked very primal. It was like a prehistoric forest. There were many creatures there, and the place hadn't seen any development. When the ship came to a stop, Ningyu walked ahead to lead Han-senator. It was just one big forest, and there were no paths. Second uncle is not fond of technology. He doesn't want such things anywhere near him. He doesn't really care about the family business either. He has remained hidden for decades. "I am surprised he wanted to meet with you," specifically, Ningyu said to Han-sen as if he was talking to an old friend. You could not tell that Han-sen had once hurt him, and he had to be alone for years. Maybe it is because of the old man's business? Han-sen really admired Ningyu. Even though he was an enemy, it didn't hinder Han-sen's admiration of him. Han-sen thought if he was in Ningyu's shoes, he couldn't have done the same. Ningyu now looked very tame. He was a hard man to decipher, and not even Han-sen would underestimate him. On the way, Ningyu begged something of Han-senator. He told Han-sen that the Ning family had two people he could not offend. One was second uncle and the other was Ningyu himself. The grumpy one, the son of God, was not mentioned. There wouldn't be a problem there. Grass was everywhere and so were flowers. Han-sen saw a slope with a few wooden houses perched upon it. The walls of the constructs were built from branches. They all appeared to be handmade, and while it was not entirely pretty, it gave Han-sen a feeling of rustic comfort. "Second uncle, Han-sen is here," Ningyu said from outside one of the houses. The wooden door was open, and a middle-aged man came walking through the doorframe. He looked similar to Ningyu. He looked like a gentle person, but when he rolled up his sleeves, you could see that he was holding a hoe. He was also wearing flip-flops. It was a strange combination. "Come in. No one else is here, so make yourself at home." Second uncle was very polite to Han-sen, but it made Han-sen feel as if he had encountered a fake second uncle. From the way Yu Hetian reacted, you'd assume second uncle was a devil that loved to murder people. "Why did you ask me to come here?" Han-sen asked with a bow. Second uncle was from the same time period as Han Jinji. If they were friends, Han-sen would not be against calling him second uncle. Second uncle looked at Han-sen and said, "You've never seen Han Jinji?" They were just words, but they made Han-sen's heart jump. They made his face change. "Is he still alive?" Han-sen asked, while looking at second uncle. Second uncle smiled and said, "That man can survive no matter where he goes. He's not the sort to lay down and die." "Where is he?" Han-sen asked. Second uncle sat at the end of a wooden table. He poured out 3 cups of tea, then passed 2 to Han-sen and Ningyu. After having a sip of his own, he said, "I want to know where he is, too. The thing is, I can't find him." Han-sen was disappointed. He patted Little Flower and said, "If you're looking for that answer from me, you'll be disappointed. I don't know where he is. I've never seen him before." Second uncle shook his head and said, "I know you don't know where he is. If so, then why have you requested to sit down with me?" Han-sen asked. Han-sen did not understand what second uncle wanted from him. Second uncle looked at Han-sen and sighed. He said, "If I told you Han Jinji had no blood relation with you, would you believe me?" Han-sen froze, then asked, "Why?" Han-sen had harbored doubts about this in the past. But his father had told him Han Jinji was his great-grandfather. Now second uncle was telling him this, and Han-sen did not believe him. But still, Han-sen was willing to listen and ask why. Second uncle didn't immediately reply. He nodded to Ningyu. Then, Ningyu brought out some information to show Han Senator. He said, "Since we found out that you possessed the 9-life cap pendant, we have been investigating the things that surround you. That includes your relation to Han Jinji. This is a compilation of what we have discovered." Han-sen flipped through a few pages of what he had been given, and he noticed the contents were very detailed. It showed that whenever he left the house or went somewhere, it was recorded and noted. Within the investigation, he also found information regarding his family. They had even been watching Han-sen's aunts and uncles. It didn't really bother Han-sen, though. Even if they had found out his aunt's favorite panty colors, Han-sen didn't care. "You guys conducted a lot of work," Han-sen said, as he went through the information. "We needed to find out whether you're a friend or foe. It's nothing out of the ordinary." Ningyu smiled. Second uncle was just sipping his tea. He didn't say a word. Ningyu pointed to the information, and then went on to say, "After concluding our lengthy investigation, we found a decent amount of evidence that you and your father are indeed related to Han Jinji. If that is so, then why did your second uncle suggest I wasn't related to Han Jinji?" Han-sen glanced at Ningyu and second uncle with visible confusion. The things they said were very contradictory, so Han-sen knew there had to be something else he hadn't been told yet. Ningyu looked serious as he said, "During the investigation, we found a lot of suspicious activity. So we aren't able to 100% confirm that you and your father are related to Han Jinji. We're spending a lot of time and resources to get to the bottom of this. It might be possible you two are related to Han Jinji, but..." Han-sen didn't say anything. He wanted him to continue. Ningyu sighed and said, "We ran into a problem, one that we are unable to solve." "What is it?" Han-sen asked with curiosity. Ningyu pointed to the reports titled Han Jinji, and with a weird tone of voice, said, "Why is your great-grandfather called Han Jinji?" Han-sen froze, and he understood now what Ningyu meant. Han Jinji was Han Jinji, but even Han-sen wondered why the doppelganger he found was called Han Jinji. If Han Jinji used the identity of a blue blood officer to hide you and your father, then he shouldn't have used another man named Han Jinji. Any other name would have surely been a million times safer. But he chose that name. Ningyu paused for a moment before continuing. And this name makes it difficult to determine the power Han Jinji wielded. We spent a lot of time and resources figuring all this stuff out. I believe it is not just the Ning family conducting such research either. I am sure there are many other factions spending such resources in this pursuit, eager to discover your true identity. And also to reveal the truth behind Han Jinji's tricks. But all the mystery behind you and your family has misled our investigations. It prevented us from being able to confirm whether or not you were related to Han Jinji. When we do finally get to the bottom of all this mystery, we'll probably discover that you are indeed relatives. But if so, it leaves us with one greater mystery: why is Han Jinji Han Jinji? Did you not find your answers to that mystery? Han-sen asked. Ningyu shook his head. We haven't found any answers yet. We have made some predictions and have a hypothesis. Would you care to listen? Please, go ahead. Han-sen looked at Ningyu. He wanted the answers just as much. Ningyu sighed and said, if we assume Han Jinji is not your relative, and if he used the name Han Jinji for a purpose, what would that purpose be? What we think is that your family is involved with another family and another faction's power. They're all focused on you guys, and they learned you are actually Han Jinji's relative. Who would benefit from this knowledge? Han-sen's face changed. If this was the story, then the one who would benefit from this was none other than Han Jinji himself. The sacrifice would be Han-sen's family. Han Jinji's name was more like bait left behind by Han Jinji. It was the sort of bait every shark would try to claim. He let others focus on that while he went on to do whatever it was he wanted to do. The scarier thing was, they did not know if Han Jinji was alive or not. And if Han-sen was confirmed to be a relative, then the family would have to face all his enemies. If Han-sen's father had not faked his death, and Han-sen hadn't grown up so well, none of this would have happened. Only the new community had the chance of ruining his family now. But this was just a theory. It wasn't 100% factual. Still, the mere thought gave Han-sen a shock, and sent a chill running down his spine. We can't guarantee the accuracy of the hypothesis, but aside from this, we couldn't find another plausible explanation as to why Han Jinji is still Han Jinji, Ningyu said, as he looked at Han-sen. Why are you guys telling me all this? Han-sen took a deep breath to compose his thoughts before asking. After all, what he had been told was a hypothesis. It was just a collection of ifs, and there was no point in Han-sen being troubled by all this. This time, Ningyu did not speak. Second uncle looked at Han-sen and said, there's one thing you shouldn't doubt, Han Jinji is capable of doing all this. Although it may not be true, at least we have confirmed that it is possible. Whether you're Han Jinji's heir or not, you're still functioning as bait. Everyone wants to get you, especially the leader of this new community. I am just unsure why he hasn't done anything yet. Perhaps he needs another 2 years to recover, and once he has, you'll be his prime target again. Second uncle, do you know the new community's leader? Who is he? Han-sen had so many questions about the new community, all of which had no answers. He wanted them. Second uncle seemed to know a thing or two, that much was clear. And just as second uncle said, the new community had already tried coming after him once. Han-sen had managed to avoid them. Had he not, he'd be in their hands. You must have heard what happened to the 7th team by now. Second uncle sighed. Han-sen suddenly perked up. With excitement, he nodded and said, I have heard a bit. When you guys first entered the sanctuary, you met a character called God. This being granted you all one wish. Only you and another woman refused the offer. Second uncle nodded and said, my knowledge of the events reflects yours. We entered that strange dimension and did indeed meet someone called God. Gu Qingqing and I didn't make a wish, but everybody else did. They accepted God's trial. Han Sen lifted his ears, not willing to miss a single word. He knew he was close to learning things that he had never discovered before. Second uncle poured some more tea and took a sip before speaking again. He said, Han Jinji told me it wasn't actually God. It was merely a creature that looked like us, and that is why he told me not to make a wish. I didn't make a wish at the time, but I ultimately disregarded his advice. I eventually made one. What? You did? Han Sen's eyes opened wide. He was too shocked to refer to him as second uncle politely now. In the versions of the story he had heard up until now, second uncle did not make a wish. But now he was being told that the man had, right from the horse's mouth. Second uncle sighed and said, that being said, I wish I had listened to Han Jinji and not made the wish. The temptation, however, was too strong. I made it. Han Sen's heart was full of conflicted emotions. He wanted to start asking questions, but he couldn't think of where to begin. He looked at second uncle and waited for him to resume speaking. If second uncle made a wish, then why did he appear to be doing just fine? He had not been trapped like Dawn, and he was not living with pain like Uncle Bug. He seemed in perfect health. Do you know what wish I made? Second uncle smiled, but it was a queer one. What was the wish? Han Sen didn't make guesses. He just wanted to hear the answers directly. Han Sen had spent far too much time guessing these matters, and he was getting tired of the constant theorizing. Clearly, second uncle didn't want him to guess either. He smiled and said, I am the greediest. So, the wish I made was to have more wishes. Han Sen looked at second uncle. The wish seemed so childish, it was something a kid would do. But at the same time, it sort of made sense. Second uncle took a deep breath and said, I was wondering if Han Jinji was telling the truth. After all, he made a wish. If that being wasn't God, then why would he impart advice and still make a wish of his own, anyway? That's why I ultimately decided to make one. And then? Did your wish come true? Han Sen asked. It did. Second uncle's face looked bitter. He went on to say, now I can have many wishes, but first, I must finish the missions I was given. And those wishes were not what I wanted. But if I don't finish the missions, I will be dead. Now Han Sen understood what he meant. He had been tricked by God, enslaved by him to do his bidding. He was a slave and nothing more. What is this God thing? Han Sen asked, gritting his teeth. Second uncle shook his head and said, I don't know what it is, but you should assume it is simply a creature residing in the fifth sanctuary. That might be true, but its powers exceed the boundaries of the sanctuary. This is nothing an ordinary creature can do. The new community has some sort of a connection to this God. And the missions I am forced to do are all for the greater benefit of the new community. Could the leader of the new community be this God? Han Sen asked in shock. Second uncle shook his head, as it was not something he could answer. I don't know why the new community has not tried anything against you yet, but from what I see, their focus in finding Han Jinji is greater than anyone else's. And that confuses me. Perhaps you are able to tell me why this is? Second uncle asked Han Sen. Maybe it is because they aren't strong enough to get me, Han Sen said. Second uncle gave a wry smile. The new community is stronger than you think. You are strong, but if they wanted you done for, you would be. They'd find a way. But I can't think of any other reasons why they haven't. Han Sen shrugged with his hands open. Second uncle went quiet for a moment before proceeding. There is a problem with the new community leader's body. From what I have come to know, it will take 2 years to recover. And once it has recovered, he will most likely come after you himself. Second uncle didn't give a second thought to the idea that the new community had not struck yet was because it currently wasn't strong enough. When Tina brought the Geno armor with her to fight, it was stolen by Han Senator and Hansen found himself able to use it. This put the new community at a big disadvantage. They could now only wait for their leader to recover and deal personally with Hansen. If you are willing, I am hoping we can cooperate when the times comes to deal with the new community. Second uncle looked directly at Hansen. Second uncle, is this appropriate? Hansen did not really trust second uncle, especially as he was apparently under the control of the enigmatic god. If he became an open enemy of the new community, harm could be brought upon him. I have lived long enough. If I can do something to save the Ning family before I go, I will be satisfied, second uncle said quietly. Okay, then. And by the way, can you tell me where the new community is hiding out? Hansen asked. On Hansen's way back, he continued reading through the information second uncle provided him. He found information pertaining to key individuals of the new community, including details of their whereabouts. There were 3 planets second uncle believed might be possible locations for their headquarters, and also possible locations for their leader. But second uncle also told Hansen not to provoke the new community. He told Hansen the reason they had not yet taken action was most likely due to them being afraid of something. But if Hansen didn't get rid of them now, it would only be a matter of time before they came after him. So, Hansen decided it would be best if he struck first. The only problem with this was not knowing which planet the leader was currently residing on. Looking at the information he had been provided, some of the new community's members were actually rather famous and accomplished people, from both the human and Shura sides. It was difficult to imagine how the leader had managed to unify the 2 races that way, as well. The person that caught Hansen's attention the most was Qinya. He was a mysterious one, and not even the Ling family was able to tell where he came from. But with that being said, he was a high-ranking member of the new community and one of the most important people in the organization. No one had seen him fight before, but it was known that he had the ability to teleport at will. The man who saved Tina must have been Qinya. Hansen carefully memorized all the information pertaining to that man. With power like that, the man would be a dangerous foe even if he couldn't fight. Hansen looked down to see if his father was included in the list. But after browsing through everything, it didn't seem as if there was a mention of his father. Is Dad's rank too low in the new community? Is that why he didn't make the cut? Hansen thought to himself. A few days later, after Hansen returned home, he spent some more time in research. He wasn't sure if second uncle's intent for cooperation was genuine, but knowing more about any potential threat was always for the best. Hansen met his father-in-law Ji Ruoxian and told him what had transpired in his meeting with second uncle. He also provided him the information second uncle had given him. If they were able to locate the leader, Hansen would go and fight. Hansen was not the strongest in the sanctuary, but in space, he had the crystal armor and his beetle. He had more power than the strongest demigod. Returning to the shelter, Hansen heard more people talking about Death Goddess. They were talking about who might have provoked her and how she was able to one-hit kill her enemies. All conversations in the 4th sanctuary seemed to revolve around either Death Goddess or Dollar. And there was frequent chatter about who they believed to be better. Hansen knew his power was still lagging a good distance behind Death Goddess, however. He didn't think he would be a formidable opponent for her yet. Strength is still the most important thing. After Hansen's investigation, he settled on traveling to Windsong Desert to hunt down super creatures so he could max out his super Geno points and get to fighting the most elite of the elites. The reason he selected Windsong Desert was because it was notoriously dangerous there, and also because there were no super shelters around. There were supposed to be a lot of lone super creatures out there. Killing a super creature there would be easier than trying to take down a super shelter. Hansen decided to bring Little Silver and Little Star with him, as well. Little Star had the Starseed travel powers, so if he ended up in bad shape, he could flee with ease. Little Silver had strong healing abilities. And whenever they were in trouble, Han Sen could make use of the blood Geno core. Han Sen would have to spill blood to use the Geno core, and Little Silver's healing would help for that necessity, at the very least. And of course, Han Sen brought Bauer with him wherever he went. He'd never leave her behind. Lady Chef heard about him going to Wine Song Desert and she seemed determined to follow him, no matter what. So he brought her along, as well. There was also Sumi. Han Sen didn't want to bring him along, as he was afraid something bad might happen to the spirit. He couldn't explain a grievous mishap to Sumi's parents, but Sumi was just as determined to come. He was convinced the outing would make for good practice. He said if Han Sen would not let him come, he'd just go alone, anyway. So, Han Sen really had no choice but to let him tag along, too. If he went alone, it'd be a great deal more dangerous. The monsters in the desert would not recognize Furnace Emperor's heir either. Wang Yuhang wanted to come, but Han Sen left him behind for obvious reasons. That place was dangerous, and if Wang Yuhang followed, Han Sen couldn't imagine the terrible misfortunes that might befall them. The last thing he wanted was to end up surrounded by super creatures in such a place. Everything was good on the way there, but when they entered the desert, a sandstorm immediately hit. It cloaked the sky and made darkness fall. Luckily, Han Sen was able to find a rocky place for them to take shelter. No trouble befell them there. With their combined power, normal sandstorms wouldn't affect them. But the sandstorms in Windsong Desert were different. Sitting in the cave, Han Sen heard a strange noise howl through the raging storm. It was like a woman that was singing in the wind. Even in the midst of that sandstorm, he could hear the singing clearly. Weirdly, though, he couldn't understand a word of what was being sung. But this was also how the desert received its name, Windsong Desert. I've heard if there is singing in the sandstorm and you cannot find a place to hide in time, you will be lost in the sandstorm forever. This even happens to powerful super creatures. I wonder if it is true. Sumi looked out of the cave, listening to the song outside. I advise you not to find out, Lady Chef said coldly. Something is getting close to the cave, leastways. Han Sen frowned and continued looking outside. Lady Chef and Sumi looked to where he was watching, and aside from a black and yellow sandstorm, they could not make out anything unusual. Sumi looked closer but did not see anything. Just as he was about to ask Han Sen what he had seen, a form began to emerge from the sandstorm. The body looked human-shaped. Everyone was suddenly alert. After a few more steps, the body came right into the cave. It was covered in black and yellow sand. When the being shook itself a little, the person beneath the sand slowly became visible. Han Sen. Before anyone could react, the shadow saw Han Sen and blurted out his name in shock. Lin Feng? Han Sen asked when he heard the man's voice. With much glee, he ran over to him. Encountering friends in such a place was always a very happy occurrence. Why are you here? They asked at the same time, prompting them both to laugh in unison. Lin Feng shook the sand and dust out of his hair and patted himself down. With a smile, he said, Jing Jiwu and I have been on a streak of good luck. We were able to meet each other and level up out here. We have been here for a few years, so you might consider us natives of the place. That's fantastic. With you guys here, we can hunt creatures with greater ease. Han Sen was looking excited. Han Sen had no doubt concerning the breadth of Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu's potential power. Some people were simply good, no matter where they went. Jing Jiwu and Lin Feng were such people. They were the best of the best. We can take you there, but first, we will have to wait for the sandstorm to pass. The sandstorm has gotten too strong. Heading into it now will surely hurry our demise. Lin Feng smiled. Old Lin, are there any solo super creatures out there, to your knowledge? Han Sen asked, after sitting down near the fire Lin Feng prepared for them. He had also been offered food and drink. Lin Feng nodded. There are quite a few. Jiwu and I have been observing them for a while, and I believe there are a few we can kill. When the sandstorm ends, we can call on Jiwoo. Han Sen shook his head. Whatever target you have in mind is yours. I will go for ones I find myself. Lin Feng smiled and said, we have only seen them. We don't yet have the experience to hunt them, so the ones we have in mind can't really be called targets. Hunting with you, however, would let us gain experience and whatnot. That is good enough. But this sandstorm will have us trapped inside here for a few days, I am afraid. The sandstorm was fierce. The noise outside was like howling thunder, but the soothing vocals still echoed softly under it all. It was a song that could most certainly hypnotize a person into a deep sleep. As Han Sen was talked with Lin Feng, he did not realize that Bauer had been enticed by the acoustics. So, she crawled out of the cave. Han Sen was shocked when he noticed. He ran towards the entrance, and uncaring for the sandstorm, he ran out into it. He called out Bauer's name, wanting her to come back. As soon as he exited the cave's mouth, though, a lot of black and yellow sand came his way. He couldn't see Bauer, or even his own hands. The severity of it all prompted Han Sen to return. Lin Feng and Sumi ran towards him. The former said, you shouldn't go out there. The sandstorm is far too powerful. I once saw a giant snake flee into it. When the dust settled, only its bones remained. Once Lin Feng said that, Han Sen's worry about Bauer increased. Bauer was strong, but Han Sen still considered her his child. Just like any parent, it did not matter how well their child grew up, they still harbored a strong yearning to keep them protected. Wait for me here. I'll be back, Han Sen said, then ran back out of the cave again. This time, he summoned the bulwark umbrella as he went. Lady Chef wished to stop Han Sen, but she couldn't. Han Sen was too quick. When he opened the umbrella, though, the sand outside was parted. The sand could no longer harm Han Sen, but still, he was unable to see much. The storm was like a dragon in the sky, circling him. Bauer. Han Sen used the umbrella while calling out for Bauer. Unfortunately, his voice was silenced in the midst of that storm, even if he used his sonic powers. Han Sen frowned. He suddenly saw something flash inside the sandstorm. Eventually, Bauer came racing into the shelter provided by the bulwark umbrella. Bauer, why did you go running off like that? It's dangerous out here. Han Sen picked her up. He was happy he had found her, but he maintained a stern tone to tell her off. Dad, take a look at this. It's beautiful. Bauer raised her chubby hand. She was holding on to something Han Sen had never seen before. It was a ring made of gold. The stone at its center was jade, around the same size as a pigeon's egg. Seeing its style and the quality of its production, Han Sen deduced it was the craftwork of a human. Beings in the sanctuary would not put in the time or effort to create something that was pretty much just a luxury and nothing more. Bauer, where did you get this from? Did someone die out here? Han Sen asked her as he took the ring. I got it over there, but it's just a ring. Bauer pointed in a particular direction, but nothing was visible due to the storm. Han Sen was unable to see what she was pointing towards, but he couldn't see the entrance of the cave behind him either. Forget it, let's go back. If someone did die out there, there's nothing we can do about it now. Han Sen held Bauer and returned to the cave. Han Sen remembered the direction to go back and he wasn't led astray. He managed to get back to the cave without harm. When Lin Feng saw Han Sen return, he and the rest all felt relief. Too many creatures had died in this sort of sandstorm. This was Sumi's first time there, but Lin Feng had occupied this area for a few years. He knew how dangerous this region could be, and he was very surprised to see Han Sen make it back. Lin Feng, do you recognize this? Han Sen threw him the ring Bauer had found. Lin Feng had been there for a few years, so he should have known the other humans in the area. Perhaps he could put a name to the person the ring may have once belonged to. Lin Feng examined the ring, but as soon as he did, his face changed. He stood up, staring at the ring. Where did you get this? I got it out in the desert. Do you know who it belongs to? Han-sen could sense something was amiss. This is Jiwoo's ring. His first girlfriend gave it to him back when he was in school. He always wore it, and he would never take it off, let alone leave it behind someplace. Lin Feng stared out into the sandstorm before clenching his jaw. He came out here with you? Why is he not here with us now? Han-sen's heart jumped. He didn't come with me. He should be in the shelter. Why would his ring be out here? Lin Feng looked so shocked, and he kept his gaze fixed on the sandstorm. Before Han-sen said anything more, though, Lin Feng rushed right out into the sandstorm, ring in hand. As this was happening, the song that tainted the wind changed. The voice that had no words suddenly said something summoning like, Han-sen. Han-sen. Han-sen and the others were all surprised. They had never heard of the singing voice in the storm, calling someone's name. However, there was no mistaking what the voice was saying now. It was clearly calling Han-sen. Han-sen grabbed Lin Feng and said, "Wait a minute, something's wrong." Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I have to go no matter what. Otherwise, I'll never forgive myself." "Okay, then I'll come with you." Han-sen took a look at the storm outside the cave as he listened to the voice yelling his name. It sounded like a sad girl who was calling for her loved one. "The thing outside seems to be targeting you. You don't need to go out there. I've lived here for years, and I have my way with the storm. Just wait for me here," Lin Feng said as he walked out. Han-sen didn't stop Lin Feng this time. He said to Little Silver and Little Star, "You guys stay here. I'll go out with Lin Feng and check. Teacher, the thing outside seems to know you. How about I go out there with you? I'm a spirit, so even if I die, I can still be resurrected," said Sumi. "No need," Han-sen called over his shoulder as he left the cave. He opened the umbrella in his hand, sheltering himself and Lin Feng from the wind and sand. Lin Feng nodded his thanks to Han Senator. He asked, "Where did you find that ring?" The storm outside was so strong that they couldn't see or feel anything. There were no visible landmarks to use as reference points in the storm, so they simply needed to pick a direction to walk. "Where did you find the ring, Bauer?" Han-sen looked to Bauer. Bauer was lying lazily on Han-sen's shoulder. She lifted a finger to point out into the storm. She only picked up that ring because she thought it was pretty. However, she knew that she wouldn't be getting the ring back now, so she had lost her motivation. Both Han-sen and Lin Feng were a little shocked at the direction Bauer was pointing. She was pointing toward the voice in the storm. "Let's go and check." Han-sen walked forward with the umbrella in his hands. Neither of them said anything. They walked forward in the storm. The farther forward they moved, the stronger the storm became. The pressure on their hands became heavier and heavier. Fortunately, Han-sen's body was pretty good, so the pressure didn't crush him. As they walked, the voice calling to Han-sen became clearer and clearer. It was creepy. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that he kicked something. He bent down to touch it, and then he pulled an iron arrow from the sand. "This is Jiwoo's arrow. There's his mark on the shaft." Lin Feng looked much more worried than before. "Let's just walk forward. Perhaps he's right in front of us." "He might be trapped by something," said Han-sen. The two kept walking, and they kept finding random things along the way. Based on Lin Feng's speculation, and they all belonged to Jing Jiwoo. They were both very worried as they realized that Jing Jiwoo might be in great danger. However, they couldn't do anything more than keep walking, hoping that they could still save Jing Jiwoo. Suddenly, the storm in front of them weakened, and they could finally see something clear instead of complete darkness in front of them. Han-sen and Lin Feng saw clearly what was going on in front of them, and their eyes turned red. There was a giant skeleton in front of them, and it was more than 100 feet tall and 1,000 feet long. It blocked most of the wind and sand, which was why the storm was weaker here than elsewhere. However, there was also a human being hanging from the skeleton. It was Jing Jiwoo. At this moment, Jing Jiwoo was crucified upon the skeleton. His arms and feet were bleeding, and his eyes were also nailed to the skeleton. He couldn't look more dead. Jiwoo. Lin Feng looked at Jing Jiwoo, who was nailed to the skeleton. His face darkened, and he clenched his fist hard, driving his nails into his palm. However, Lin Feng didn't take one step forward. Instead, he held out an arm and stopped Han Sen from lowering the body down. Something's wrong here. Someone's trying to lure us over there, to ambush us. Lin Feng said each word quietly, but his voice was trembling. It wasn't because he was scared, but because he was furious. I know, but the only way to lure our enemies out is for us to go in. Han Sen was also enraged. It didn't feel good to see that someone he knew had died so tragically. Are you sure? Lin Feng asked, staring at Han Sen. There are few in the fourth god sanctuary who can kill me, answered Han Sen. Okay, let's go. Let's go bring back Jiwoo's body, Lin Feng said while taking large steps toward the skeleton. Han Sen lifted his bulwark umbrella and followed. Though Han Sen and Lin Feng couldn't see them, a man and a woman were standing somewhere close to the skeleton, in a place wasn't affected by the storm at all. That man looked normal, like an elegant middle-aged man. However, the woman looked quite unique. Her upper body was that of a woman, but her lower body looked like a centipede, and it was constituted with bones and barbs. Apparently, she was a creature. They were tricked. The women's eyes gleamed. Bloodbone demon, are you sure you can kill him? Asked the man as he looked at that strange woman. Rest assured, Mr. Qingya, I'll definitely kill him, for the chairman. This is Fengge Desert, and this place belongs to me. Bloodbone demon smiled weirdly. As long as they touch my bloodbone puppet, they'll be doomed. Even God won't be able to help them. Good. As long as you kill Han Sen, the chairman will always remember your contribution, said Qingya mildly. He was staring at Han Sen and Lin Feng, who were approaching the skeleton. Bloodbone demon's eyes gleamed, and she licked her lips using her snake-like tongue. She was looking at Han Sen as if looking at a dead man. Watch my back as I lower Jiwoo's body, Lin Feng said as he flew to the skeleton. He summoned a beast soul sword, cutting the bones behind Jing Jiwoo, and he caught Jing Jiwoo's body as it fell. However, just as Lin Feng touched Jing Jiwoo's body, Jing Jiwoo's eyes popped open, and its body wound around Lin Feng like a group of snakes. And then, bones emerged from Jing Jiwoo's body and locked around Lin Feng like an exoskeleton. Jing Jiwoo's corpse had been completely twisted, and it looked like a skeleton with lots of blood and flesh. Lin Feng under the skeleton's control, and he couldn't help slashing wildly toward Han Senator. Both of them were terrified. Han Sen was horrified. He tried to dodge the attacks from Lin Feng, and at the same time, he yelled, "What's happening, Lin Feng?" Han Sen knew that Lin Feng was controlled, but he didn't know if only Lin Feng's body was possessed, or if his mind was as well. Lin Feng continued to swing his sword toward Han Sen, and at the same time, he said, "My body is under someone else's control. Go away. Then I'll cut you free." Han Sen was holding the bulwark umbrella in one hand and his Taya sword in the other. He struck the bones that were locked around Lin Feng. Ah! Lin Feng suddenly screamed in agony, then he coughed out blood, which shocked Han Sen to his very core. Han Sen was confident about his sword technique, his aim was perfect. Han Sen was certain that he slashed the bloody bones, so he couldn't understand why Lin Feng had been injured. Han Sen saw that the bloody bones were completely intact, but Lin Feng kept coughing up blood. Han Sen realized something was wrong. Either flee now or kill me, Lin Feng told Han Sen through gritted teeth. He had realized what was happening. Han Sen didn't want to give up like that. He then slashed the bloody bones in two different places, but the same thing happened. The bloody bones got hit, but Lin Feng was the one who was actually injured. The bloody bones were transferring all damage done to them straight to Lin Feng. Han Sen wasn't having any sudden inspiration on how to deal with the situation. He had to use his bulwark umbrella and Taya sword to ward off the attacks. Han Sen and Lin Feng realized that their time was running out, yet Han Sen still didn't have the time to actually fight Lin Feng. Han Sen didn't know much about Lin Feng's actual fighting power, but he was certain that Lin Feng was incredibly powerful. Now, Lin Feng was totally under the Bloody Bones' control, but he was still performing his own blade techniques. Although Lin Feng was only had a gemstone Geno core, his blade technique shocked Han Sen a lot. Lin Feng's techniques were elegant and mild, but they weren't visually stunning or mysterious. They weren't like God's retribution skills, which turned complicated into simple, and they weren't as intricate as Six Paths abilities. Each of Lin Feng's moves looked very simple and plain, but those simple and ordinary sword techniques seemed powerful, perhaps unbreakable. Lin Feng's sword techniques turned something base and ordinary into something rare and ethereal. There were some flaws in Lin Feng's techniques, but the pressure exerted from those attacks made the wielder feel like they were like an emperor that nobody could easily bypass. Han Sen's blade techniques were also good, but it would be difficult for him to win against Lin Feng just using his sword. However, Han Sen's focus wasn't on swords, so he had many other methods to suppress Lin Feng. When it came to strength, Lin Feng was not Han Sen's match. If Lin Feng had been an enemy, Han Sen would have killed him already, but Han Sen didn't want to harm his friend. He was forced to stay on the defensive, which put him at a disadvantage. To make sure that he didn't injure Lin Feng, Han Sen had to keep stepping back, and after several steps, he had drifted back into the storm, so he couldn't see anything around him. Dang! Lin Feng, who was controlled by the Bloody Bones, didn't seem to be affected by the storm at all. Instead, he became even more ferocious, and he flitted here and there like a shadow in the storm. He kept showing up in the storm and hitting Han Sen. Han Sen warded off another strike from Lin Feng, yet all of a sudden, a sword suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's left hand. The sword stabbed Han Sen's shoulder, and he started to bleed. Han Sen spun his own sword, but he couldn't slash the Bloody Bones. Lin Feng disappeared into the storm again. Lin Feng, who was now dual-wielding swords, got more aggressive. He attacked Han Sen again and again from the cover of the storm, but Han Sen could only defend instead of attacking. Lin Feng took advantage of every opening that Han Sen provided, and Han Sen's wounds kept piling up and his blood kept dripping. "Kill me," Lin Feng yelled with a hoarse voice, his eyes red. However, Han Sen couldn't attack Lin Feng like that. He warded off the attacks from Lin Feng while saying, "I'll keep thinking. There's got to be something I can do. I won't let you die like this." Despite saying so, Han Sen couldn't think of anything. He couldn't kill Lin Feng, but he also couldn't dodge the attacks in the storm as fast as Lin Feng. It seemed that killing Lin Feng would be the only way to survive. Han Sen got more injured, and blood covered his entire body. Bloodbone Demon looked at Lin Feng and Han Sen, who were fighting each other in the storm. She smiled. "I thought it would take longer to kill Han Sen since he didn't touch the Bloodbone puppet, but now, it seems it's not necessary anymore. Humans are such bizarre creatures. They'll literally let themselves be killed for the sake of others. Totally bizarre, but I like this feeling. Humans are indeed idiotic creatures, as they usually do things that are completely meaningless," said Qingya mildly. Just when Bloodbone Demon tried to say something, Lin Feng lunged forward and ran his sword through Han Sen's heart. Han Sen fell onto the ground. "Mr. Qingya, it's done now," Bloodbone Demon said excitedly to Qingya. "You should be more careful." "That human being is exceptional," Qingya said, looking at Han Sen's lifeless body on the ground. "Please rest assured, Mr. Qingya. There won't be a problem." Bloodbone Demon was very confident. She walked toward Han Sen and Lin Feng. Lin Feng was standing in the storm. All of a sudden, the storm around them disappeared, and then a man and a woman walked toward him. To be exact, there were 3 of them. That woman had the lower body of a centipede, and she was carrying a man that couldn't move at all. That person seemed to have been completely paralyzed. Though he was still slightly conscious, he couldn't even move his lips and eyeballs. It was Jing Jiwoo. "Who are you?" Lin Feng shouted at Qingye as his eyes popped in shock. Apparently, he could tell that Qingye was the master in this situation. Bloodbone Demon smiled weirdly. Lin Feng couldn't control himself at all. He raised the blade in his hand and stabbed Han Sen, who already seemed lifeless. "See, Mr. Qingye, that human is completely dead now," said Bloodbone Demon. And then, she threw the paralyzed Jing Jiwoo onto the ground, and she stabbed down toward him with claws that looked like bones. "This guy is useless now." Before Bloodbone Demon could stab Jing Jiwoo with her claws, the space around her was suddenly twisted, and a trace of light flashed, cutting off the claws that struck toward Jing Jiwoo. As for Jing Jiwoo, a hand grabbed him and pulled him away from the claws. "You're still alive?" Bloodbone Demon's eyes popped out, staring at the man supporting Jing Jiwoo. It was Han Sen, who she had presumed to be dead. "You've come out already, so I don't need to stay dead anymore." Han Sen smiled mildly. He was holding the split knife, and at the same time, he checked Jing Jiwoo's body with his Dongxian aura. Jing Jiwoo seemed to have been poisoned, but it wasn't deadly. Bloodbone Demon realized that she had been tricked in front of Qingye. She got furious and screamed, "Kill him! Kill him now!" Bloodbone Demon screamed several times, but she found that Lin Feng, who was supposed to be controlled by the bloody bone puppet, didn't rush toward Han Sen. The bloody bones were trembling, trying to move Lin Feng's body forward, but Lin Feng was just standing there without moving a muscle. There were traces of golden light bursting out of his body, which made Lin Feng's body look like a golden Buddha. Pung! Light exploded from Lin Feng's body like a nuclear blast. He turned into a golden sun, which burned several bones of the bloody skeleton that had encased him. The broken bloody bones went back to Bloodbone Demon. When she reabsorbed the broken bones, Bloodbone Demon couldn't help coughing out some blood. The Bloodbone puppet was herself Geno Core, and after having her Geno Core injured, she was also injured a bit. After the golden light went away, Lin Feng walked out calmly. He wasn't injured at all. Impossible. How is it possible? Bloodbone Demon couldn't believe her eyes. She had a super Geno Core, while that human only had a gemstone Geno Core. Yet not only did she fail to control him, he even injured her. Though the Bloodbone puppet was only slightly injured, it was still unacceptable to Bloodbone Demon. Unfortunately, my endless Buddha body is still at gemstone level. It's still not able to rival a super Geno Core, said Lin Feng calmly as his face turned pale. "I'll kill you," shrieked Bloodbone Demon. Lin Feng had spoken calmly, but she was still infuriated by what he had said. Bloodbone puppet merged with her body, and it formed a bloodbone armor around her. She shouted furiously and rushed toward Lin Feng like a strange dragon with the wind and sand. The butterfly wings on Han Sen's back trembled, and bloodthirsty Ant King was shining with dazzling light. All of a sudden, he crossed the distance between them and went into the wind and sand, slashing Bloodbone Demon. Before Bloodbone Demon could reach Lin Feng, Han Sen's blade had already cut through her body and the bloodbone armor protecting her. Super creature Bloodbone Demon killed. No beast soul gained. Geno Core unobtained. Flesh inedible. Consume the life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Han Sen licked his lips. He was a little upset about not receiving a beast soul. However, Han Sen never stopped moving. Instead, he slashed the split knife toward Qingye, going through time and space. "We'll meet again very soon, and next time, you won't be so lucky that you meet a moron like her." Qingye looked at Han Sen and smiled. "You won't have a next time." Han Sen teleported through time and space and rushed toward Qingye, thrusting his blade into Qingye's body. However, Qingye was still smiling, and his body became lighter and lighter, until it disappeared completely. Han Sen's blade seemed to slash a phantom. It went through directly and completely, and it didn't touch anything. Who was he? Lin Feng asked, looking at where Qingye had disappeared. I only know that he's from the new community, and his name is Qingye. Han Sen took a look at Jing Jiwu, who was not able to move at all. He then apologized, sorry that you were dragged into this. They were coming after me. Lin Feng shook his head without saying anything. He walked to Jing Jiwu and checked his body, then he frowned. He's poisoned. Hopefully, something in the alliance can help him. Antidotes in the alliance were usually designed for certain types of poison, but poisons in the sanctuaries were a little different from those in the alliance, so it was difficult to say whether it was going to work or not. Let Little Silver try, perhaps it'll work. Han Sen then picked up Jing Jiwu and walked back. After Blood Bond Demon was killed, the storm stopped. Han Sen had absorbed the life geno essence of Bloodbone Demon, so he was very happy about that. His goal for this trip was to get a life geno essence. Though he went through some trouble before getting it, he was still pleased with what he had gained. Little Silver and the others had already come out of the cave. Jing Jiwu looked like a corpse when Han Sen laid him beside Little Silver. Little Silver, can you get rid of the poison in him? If you can't, can you at least save his life first? Without saying anything, Little Silver hit Jing Jiwu with a stream of silver lightning. Jing Jiwu's zombie-like face twisted. Look, his life force is recovering. How amazing. When Lin Feng saw that Jing Jiwu was recovering, he was exhilarated. He couldn't help complimenting Little Silver, and he turned to Han Sen and said, Jiwu is safe now, and you're also injured severely. Ask the fox to heal you now. Seeing Little Silver look at him, Han Sen quickly waved his hands. No need. I can heal myself. Though Little Silver was a skilled healer, his lightning-based healing powers did not feel good. Han Sen would rather simulate the power of the Holy Rhino and heal himself slowly. He had a sturdy body, and his injuries were not fatal. Both Lin Feng and Han Sen had known that it wasn't Jing Jiwu on the skeleton, however, the things they picked up on the way had been real. They made a show to lure Bloodbone Demon out. Han Sen had carefully controlled where he was injured, and with the cooperation of Lin Feng, he wasn't actually severely injured. The spots that got stabbed by the sword looked fatal, but none of them hurt the organs and the bones. Only the flesh was injured. Ah! Under the constant treatment of Little Silver, Jing Jiwu could finally make a sound, and the first sound he made was so miserable that even Han Sen and Lin Feng couldn't help being scared. To get rid of the poison inside Jing Jiwu completely, Little Silver kept treating him. Jing Jiwu didn't make any more noise, but his face was twisting. After the poison in Jing Jiwu was completely eradicated, Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu took Han Sen to the shelter they were staying in. It was a little shelter in the desert, but it was only a primitive shelter that was already abandoned. They were the only ones that were staying there. They stayed in the shelter for 2 days before Han Sen went out hunting again. With the information provided by Jing Jiwu and Lin Feng, Han Sen chose a super creature named Ancient Demon Beast as his next target. I need to improve my power as soon as possible. The new community is already on the move, so I need to attack first. I can't just wait here to be hit. Han Sen hoped that his father-in-law could quickly figure out where the chairman was so that they could eradicate the new community completely. Editor, 12-Winged Dark Seraphim. Chairman, our plan has failed. Bloodbone Demon was killed. I take full responsibility. Inside the new community's headquarters, Qingye stood with his head lowered. The chairman of new community said, I already know what happened to Bloodbone Demon. That has nothing to do with you. You're not responsible for her stupidity. The chairman then said, go to the departed abyss, and take the creature there to Han Senator. It will definitely be able to kill Han Sen, as long as it's not as stupid as Bloodbone Demon. Will the one in departed be willing to help us? Qingye asked, frowning. It doesn't have a choice. Take this. The chairman handed a box to Qingye. When the creature sees this, it'll understand. Yes. Qingye left the meeting room with the box, without asking what was in it. Chairman, is it appropriate to give something so important to Qingye? Asked a Shura man who entered the meeting room right after Qingye left. Do you think there's anyone else who is capable of taking the one in the departed abyss to Wine Song Desert? Asked the chairman calmly. The Shura man frowned and said, I've always thought there's something wrong with that Qingye. He's always so mysterious. It doesn't matter. As long as he can finish what I told him to do, everything will be well, said the chairman of the new community. Go do your job now. There isn't much time left. Han Sen and Lin Feng took off to the desert oasis where ancient demon beast lived. Based on what Lin Feng knew, ancient demon beast was ferocious, and it had the power of time. It was one of the most powerful super creatures in Windsong Desert. Han Sen chose it because of its unusual power. If he could obtain its beast soul or Geno core, it would benefit him a great deal. I can't believe there are so many creatures in this desert. After half a day of walking, Han Sen saw a black river in front of them. However, it wasn't actually a river, it was a large swarm of black sand mice. No one could tell how many mice there were. They moved together in a group as they rushed deeper into the desert. Sand mice are the most common creatures in Windsong Desert, so we see them all the time. However, this is the first time I have seen so many sand mice together. Lin Feng looked at the group of sand mice, surprised. Jing Jiwu was also looking at the sand mice. He thought about it and said, I've seen such a large group of sand mice before, but that's because they encountered powerful enemies and escaped their homes through a secret portal under the sand. However, they don't seem to be running away from anything this time. It looks more like they're looking for something. Han Sen observed the sand mice using his Dongxian aura and tried to hear what they were thinking. Han Sen thought that he wouldn't be able to gain anything. The Dongxian aura didn't work well on demigods, unless the thinking ripples of demigods were very strong. To Han Sen's surprise, he could actually hear something. The thoughts of those sand mice were very strong, so strong that Han Sen could actually hear each sand mouse shouting. Fruit, fruit. Han Sen listened to it for a while, then he shut down his Dongxian aura. His ears and brain had been about to explode because of the noise. The only thing those sand mice were thinking about was fruit. Fruit? What is the fruit? Is there a top-tier Geno plant maturing and bearing fruits nearby? Han Sen thought. He turned to Lin Feng. I think those sand mice are up to something. Let's follow them and see if we find anything. Both Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu agreed to it. The chef and Sumi were also curious. They then followed the group of sand mice to see what they were after. Han Sen's companions were naturally much faster than the sand mice, and they soon reached the front of the group of sand mice. There they found a sand mouse the size of a cow with a body of marble, leading the entire group of sand mice forward. A super creature. Sumi looked at the king of mice, surprised. Everyone was just as surprised as Sumi. Though there were many sand mice, the vast majority of them were at ordinary level, with only a few primitive mice mixed in. There wasn't even one sacred blood creature. It was indeed surprising to see a super king of mice among them. Though it was possible for extraordinary circumstances to occasionally produce a more powerful variant among low-level creatures, it was extremely rare. As for low-level creatures like sand mice, it was rare for them to have a mutant creature, and it would be a miracle to have a sacred blood creature among them. However, there was a king of mice that was a super creature, which made Han Sen wonder what was going on. The king of mice just continued leading the group of mice forward, and it didn't show any hostility. Han Sen followed the king of mice forward, continuing to become more nervous. The king of mice was capable of running very fast, but it wasn't doing that. Instead, it was just jogging so that the group of sand mice behind it could keep up with it. The smaller sand mice followed their king tirelessly as they ran across the desert. The group of sand mice kept running until midnight. Suddenly, Han Sen and his friend saw a river in front of them, and this time, it was a real river. A river lay across the desert like a thread made of jade. It looked bizarre. Despite the fact that the night was at its darkest and there wasn't much light from the stars in the sky, the river was gleaming as if the water itself was glowing. The river was only a couple of feet wide, but the water flowed as fast as that in Yellow River. However, after a short while, the water decreased and then flowed away, like a snake slithering away. The king of mice made a noise, and then it went on to catch up with the river, chasing the water that continued to flow away across the desert. Han Sen and the others were all the more curious. They followed the king of mice. After only a short while, Han Sen found something weird. The river was flowing through a place with lots of dunes, and rather than pooling or flowing around the dunes, the water just flowed up and down them. It was scientifically impossible. Water didn't flow up. It was just bizarre. Despite using his Dongxian aura to observe the water for a long time, Han Sen couldn't find anything strange about it. It just felt like a normal river with normal water. They followed the king of mice and ran for a couple of hours, and suddenly, the fluorescent river in front of them disappeared. Holes emerged in the sand, and the fluorescent water all flowed into them. Those sand holes were only as large as fists, which meant Han Sen and the others definitely couldn't get in. They had to stop. Editor, 12-Winged Dark Seraphim. The king of mice stopped in front of the holes in the sand, then it called to the group of mice behind it. The sand mice immediately ran into the holes. Nobody knew how deep the holes were, but they looked like an abyss. A great many sand mice had already entered, but it still wasn't full. I can't get into a hole like that. Jing Jiwu looked at the holes that were the size of a fist and shook his head. How about we dig into a hole to see what's inside? Sumi suggested. Jing Jiwu shook his head and said, if we could simply dig into a hole, the Mouse King wouldn't be staying outside. I'm pretty sure that he would be much better at digging holes than us. Sumi thought that made sense. The sand mice were still entering the holes. Lin Feng examined the Mouse King and said, do you think that Mouse King became a super creature because of something inside one of those holes? Jing Jiwu's eyes gleamed. If so, then it'll bring all its descendants here to make sure that its descendants can also evolve like it did. Yes, that must be the case. Let's try digging a hole. Sumi was excited. No need for the trouble, Han Sen said to Sumi, jumping on Little Star's back. Get on Little Star's back, all of you. Although Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu didn't know Little Star's power, they both suspected that Little Star might be great at digging holes. Everyone climbed on Little Star's back. Starlight shone around Little Star's body, covering Han Sen and the others, and they went into one of the holes. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu had thought that Little Star had the power to dig holes, but instead, Little Star was traveling straight through the sandstone layers. He can pass through materials? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Han Sen nodded, and Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu were all the more surprised seeing that Han Sen had confirmed it. This ability was very rare and quite impressive. After seeing Han Sen kill Bloodbone Demon, Little Silver use incredible curing power, Little Star pass through solid materials, Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu were continually amazed. Han Sen, you're just favored by God. You have all the nice things in the world. How are we supposed to catch up? Asked Jing Jiwu, smiling. Han Sen also smiled. There are many good things in this shelter. I'm just a little bit lucky. Neither Lin Feng nor Jing Jiwu said anything. If Han Sen was only considered a little bit lucky, they had no idea what real luck meant. The sand hole was very deep, and after several miles, the small sand holes started to converge into a giant rock road. Han Sen saw the fluorescent river flowing away down the underground rock road while the group of mice chased after it. The king of mice hadn't entered with them, so only the small sand mice were chasing the river. Many ordinary sand mice were not able to keep up with the river, but they kept driving themselves forward until their bodies were twitching and foam was spewing from their mouths. Unfortunately, they were not able to keep up with the river anymore. As Hansen saw more and more sand mice falling behind, the rest sped up and tried to catch up with the river. The underground rock road was like a cobweb, and it extended in all directions. The river didn't leave any traces where it flowed across. If they didn't follow the river, they would definitely get lost in the underground labyrinth. Hansen and the others chased the underground river for more than 40 hours, and they saw more and more sand mice dropping out of the race. Only less than 1% of the sand mice were able to keep up. However, even 1% of the mice was at least 10,000. Most of them were mutant creatures, while some were primitive creatures. Now, lots of them had burned out already. Many primitive sand mice couldn't run anymore, and they were foaming at the mouth. At this moment, the river in front of them suddenly stopped, and so did Hansen and the others. They didn't rush to chase it. The rock road got broader in front of them, forming an enormous underground space. The fluorescent river flowed into the cave, forming an underground lake, and it stopped right there. Hansen and the others followed the group of sand mice to the lake, and they saw that at the center of the lake was a small island with a small tree growing on it. There were fruits that looked like pears on the tree. There's indeed something amazing here. We made the right choice to come here. Sumi was exhilarated. He wanted to fly across the lake and go to the island immediately. Hansen grabbed Sumi, shook his head, and said, "Let's observe it first. If it's really that valuable, it won't be so easy to take." After only a short while, the sand mice rushed into the lake. They tried to swim toward the island, wanting to eat the fruit. The sand mice began swimming across, and nothing happened at first. Halfway across the lake, though, the sand mice sunk as if they had been grabbed by something in the water. They vanished under the surface. Hansen and the others were all shocked. They watched the water for a short while, but they couldn't see what had dragged the sand mice down. Though the fluorescent water was bright, it wasn't very transparent. Because it was too bright, it was difficult to see what was beneath the surface. The sand mice had sunk one by one as if they were dragged down by a water ghost. Yet the group of mice didn't give up. On the contrary, they continued swimming toward the island without any consideration for their lives. Many sand mice were dragged into the lake, but a small portion of them were lucky, and they were gradually approaching the island. Not all the sand mice are sinking. I don't think it's the water itself pulling them down. It's something inside the water, Jing Jiwoo said, looking at the lake. It should be okay for us to fly across the lake, right? Said Sumi. We can try that, but we still need to be careful. Hansen nodded. Everyone saw that some of the sand mice were about to reach the island. They stopped hesitating and flew up into the sky, trying to fly as high as possible. Nothing happened in the beginning, but when they were halfway there, Hansen felt that a powerful force grabbing him and trying to drag him into the lake. Hansen looked down and tried to see what there was down there, but he couldn't see anything under the water. Splush! Splush splush! Hansen summoned his butterfly wings and bloodthirsty Ant King to stop himself from falling, but at the same time, the dragon chef, Sumi, Lin Feng, and Jing Jiwoo all fell into the lake, and they were quickly sinking. Editor, 12-Winged Dark Seraphim. Help me, Little Star. Hansen saw Little Silver and Bauer sitting on the back of Little Star, and nothing seemed to be happening to them. As for Little Star, it didn't seem to be affected by that pulling force at all. It was floating in the sky, relaxed. Hansen called for Little Star's attention, and at the same time, he pulled back his power and stopped fighting that pulling force. Instead, he dived. Splash! Hansen fell into the lake. Unexpectedly, the fluorescent lake water wasn't cold at all, but warm like a hot spring, which was very comfortable. However, that powerful pulling force didn't give Hansen a chance to actually enjoy the sensation. Re-engaging his power, Hansen fought that terrific gravity-like power and grabbed a hold of Sumi. He then threw Sumi into the sky. Little Star turned its body in the sky and caught Sumi with its tail, putting him on its back. Hansen then dived into the water like a dragon, and he swam toward Lin Feng and Jing Jiwu, who were still sinking. He then threw them out of the water one by one. Little Star then flew toward them, putting both of them on its back. He then found Dragon Chef, and after throwing her out of the water, Hansen was about to rush out himself. However, he felt that something was binding his feet, and a horrifying force was dragging him down deeper into the water. Hansen used his God's Geno Core and Bloodthirsty Ant King power at the same time, yet they couldn't resist that powerful pulling force, and he was being dragged into the lake. G*DD**MN, there's definitely something down there. Hansen was shocked. The God's Geno Core, together with Bloodthirsty Ant King and Hansen's own body, made Hansen as powerful as ordinary super creatures, or perhaps even stronger. But those forces combined weren't a match for the force in the water. It kept dragging Hansen down. Hansen tried to fight it, but that didn't work very well. He wanted to see what was dragging him down, but he could only see spots of light beneath him. Other than those, nothing was visible. Hansen felt that something had bound his feet, so he focused on that. He summoned his split knife and slashed toward whatever was trapping his feet. After slashing several times, he couldn't find anything to cut. The force trapping him didn't show any sign of relieving. Hansen was completely shocked. Split knife was able to easily kill super creatures, so if something was actually binding his feet, he should have cut it already. However, he didn't slash anything, yet he still felt that his feet were trapped, which kind of confused him. Hansen didn't have time to think about it now. The force was getting stronger and stronger, and it was pulling him down relentlessly. Hansen was already over 1,000 feet deep in the lake. Hansen didn't know what was down there. Perhaps there was a giant bloody mouth waiting for him at the bottom, waiting to eat and swallow him. Hansen entered Super King Spirit mode immediately. Before Hansen could take further action, he felt the force at his feet relax, and the power binding his ankles disappeared. He couldn't feel that pulling force anymore. Hansen didn't have the mental capacity to wonder why that force suddenly disappeared. He summoned all his courage and rushed forward, and without the pulling force, Hansen successfully flew out of the lake. As he breached the surface, Hansen deactivated the Super King Spirit mode, already as he didn't want Sumi and the others to see it. Seeing Hansen appear from the lake, Little Star chuffed in joy and rushed toward Hansen, putting him on its back. What happened? Why did it take you so long to come out? Did you see anything down there? The Dragon Lady Chef asked Hansen curiously. Hansen had saved all of them, so naturally, he had the power to get out himself, which was why they didn't think of anything else. They thought that Hansen found something down there. Hansen smiled. I didn't find anything. After I pushed you guys out, something trapped my feet, and my strength couldn't resist the power of that thing. I kept sinking, and thank God, I got rid of it and got away. Everyone heard what Hansen said, and they all looked at Hansen's feet. Everyone was dazed by what they had just seen, and they all looked at Hansen in a weird way. Hansen, I can't believe you have such a weird habit. Jing Jiwu looked at Hansen, seeming confused. What are you talking about? Hansen was dazed. He then looked down at his feet and found himself equally surprised. Out of nowhere, Hansen had a shoe on one of his feet. Hansen was sure that it was definitely not his shoe. When Hansen came to Windsong Desert, he had been wearing a beast soul armor, but he hadn't worn any shoes. Besides, he was still wearing the armor, and the fighting boots were attached to the armor. How was it possible that he was wearing a shoe? However, there was indeed a shoe on his left foot, and it was a high-heeled shoe that belonged to a woman. The shoe looked fabulous, and it was comparable with the shoes of luxury brands, if not better. With Hansen wearing the shoe, it made Hansen's big foot look a bit delicate. Even weirder, the shoe was made of crystal, and so was the heel. Please trust me, this is not my shoe. I'm not Cinderella. why I am even wearing this?" Hansen asked while lifting his foot, trying to get the shoe off. However, the shoe seemed to be attached to his foot, and it was impervious to Hansen's attempts to pull it off. "Are you still trying to deny that this is your shoe? If it's not your shoe, why does it fit your foot so well? Don't deny it anymore, Cinderella. Go back and marry your prince," said Jing Jiwoo. *CK Cinderella. Even if I am a character in the fairy tale, I'm the prince. Hansen took out his split knife and stabbed the crystal shoe. Followed by a sharp sound, the split knife bounced up, and there wasn't even a white scar on the crystal heel. Everyone was shocked after seeing that. Lin Feng and Jing Jiwoo had both seen Hansen kill Blood Bone Demon with his split knife, and it was a blade that could easily cut a super creature in half. However, it didn't leave even a mark on the shoe. It was shocking, and Lin Feng and the others were now worried. "How is your foot? Does anything feel wrong?" Lin Feng asked, staring at the crystal heel. "I feel wrong everywhere now," said Hansen, bummed. He wasn't actually hurt, but he was indeed deeply upset. The crystal heel was on his left foot, but the foot felt fine. He didn't even feel like he was wearing a shoe, otherwise, he would have noticed the shoe before. Hansen thought of it, and he missed a heartbeat. He then said, "Was this crystal shoe the thing that was dragging me down while I was in the water?"